はい。 California. We're here at the theater at Ace Hotel, and a throng of fans have lined up since last night for an exciting full day of Nintendo competitive action, featuring some of the world's greatest players and teams as we get set for the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019, the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate World Championship 2019, 3v3, but we get all the fun started with the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational. Welcome in, I'm Jordan Kent, and joining me fresh out of a couple of warp pipes, my two friends, Vish and Nine. And Vish, as we get set for Super Mario Maker 2, many people have had a chance to play Super Mario Maker. Now we have the sequel coming out. But for some folks, this is their first taste of Super Mario Maker action. What do you expect to see, and explain it a little bit further for us?
Well, basically, if you've never played Super Mario Maker before, it's whatever your heart desires, Jordan. You are in control of making the Mario levels of your dreams. Basically, you can take elements, enemies, and components from different Mario games and create your own level. And on top of that, you can play levels from creators all across the world. It's basically whatever you want, Jordan.
The possibilities are limitless. Well, guys, you know I'm a dad now. I love rules. Let's take a look at the tournament rules here for today for Super Mario Maker 2. Round 1, 4-player speed runs. Pairs of players will compete to finish the course as quickly as possible. That's a speed run for you. The player with the best overall time will choose a partner to team up with in round 2, because when we get to round 2, co-op teams. Teams of 2 work together to complete a co-op course as quickly as possible. The winning team will compete against each other in the finals. And when we get to the finals, oh boy, do we turn things over on its head. 2 players compete on 3 mini courses and 1 final course. Each win of the 3 mini courses is worth a 3-second head start on the final course. At the end, the first player to complete the finals course will be the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational Champion. And 9, we'll get a chance to meet our 4 competitors here shortly, 4 players that are very well versed in the Mario universe. However, when you get set to play Super Mario Maker 2 for the first time, you've never seen these levels before. How do you approach it? What's the strategy as you get set for these courses?
Easy way to describe it is instincts versus analysis. You're not going to get through these levels in one try. I don't think anyone's that good. They might prove me wrong, but it's really a matter of adapting to what's on the screen. Do you throw yourself right at it and learn by messing up? Or do you instead take a little bit, spend 30 seconds here to save yourself a minute down the line?
We'll talk about that theme of risk versus reward all throughout the competition. And Vish, handling the different physics of the different Mario genres, you're going to be controlling a Mario from one universe as you handle obstacles and traps that maybe appeared in a different Mario universe. How do these players adapt to all the physics they're going to be handling?
Yeah, I think it really comes down to experience at the end of the day. Like, if you're well versed in all the Mario games that are here in Mario Maker 2, you're going to have an easier time dealing with all the objectives and enemies on the fly, right? Like, you're going to be speedrunning it, so you don't have that much time to adapt and react. So your experience is really going to come in the clutch, in these clutch moments.
And these courses are going to be very exciting. They were designed by our good friends at Nintendo Treehouse. We know they have been done with care and love as well, too. A lot of emotion put into these courses. But let's go ahead and take a moment to meet our 4 competitors in the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019.
So what's going through your mind while you're playing?
Well, no.
Why though? Why was that there?
So what's going through your mind while you're playing?
It's complicated.
Oh, 4 terrific speedrunners that have had plenty of experience in the Mario universe. You see the completionists, Abdallah the Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer Bee. And 9, we were having some breakfast earlier. We chatted with them. They're excited for this. They feel like there's a clear favorite amongst the 4 of them, though.
Yes, they do. 3 of the 4 selected Dragon Feeny as the favorite. The one who did not was Dragon Feeny herself, ever the humble competitor. But that first round is going to be really important because whoever wins that is going to get to choose their partner, and it might be Dragon Feeny.
And Vish, we were highlighting some of the new features in Super Mario Maker 2 as opposed to Super Mario Maker. what are some things we might possibly see as these players see the courses for their very first time?
Well, the big thing is there's a new game mode. Like, there's a whole new game type with Mario 3D World. So you might see a Meowser, you might see Cat Mario. There's all sorts of new contraptions in the fray for this new Mario Maker. Aside from that, you have things like slopes, you have things like parachutes that are just going to add a new little element of surprise. And these players are going to have to deal with that on the fly while getting their best time possible. It's going to be a fun ride.
Well, as you look at Abdallah and the completionists, you'll notice that they've got face masks on. They've got noise-canceling headphones on. Oh, look at that. That's just a holiday card right there. Bestest buddies. It's okay. You can smile, completionist. You're here having fun right now. He can't hear me. Those work very well. I like that. So they obviously won't get a chance to be a couple of sneaky sneaks and see the level as it gets played. But as we get set for Yellow Killer Bee and the Dragon Feeny to take place here, we mentioned those new features and that risk reward as far as how fast you want to go through this 9 versus maybe I dip my toe in the pool rather than take a cannonball because I'm not sure what's coming next.
It's all about creativity too and adapting on the fly. As a couple of you have said, you can take maybe one path and try it a certain way. Maybe that doesn't work. So the second time you might try it again, but that third time, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. You got to change the game plan a little bit.
And Vish, it's one thing when you're back in the comfy confines of your living room or your bedroom playing this game and getting a chance to hit the reset button if you struggle, but you're on a big stage here right now. We've got a fantastic audience in the crowd getting set to watch this. We've got a lot of people watching this and through the stream and everything as well too. The nerves that might be going through these players real quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big stage like you mentioned, and it's the first time that we're seeing Super Mario Maker 2 in a stage like this. And from talking to the players, they don't have too much experience on a stage like this. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they deal with the nerves and playing like a technical game like Mario Maker or Mario in general while you're speedrunning is going to be very, very crucial for them to not feel nervous in the middle of their runs.
Well, the wait is over. Let's hit the start button. The Dragon Feeny versus Yellow Killer Bee, our opening speed run in round 1 of the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019. Let's start the countdown. 2, 1, and go. As they get set, they'll be hitting the start button at the same time. The Dragon Feeny on the left-hand side of your screen, Yellow Killer Bee on the right. And already 9, what genre of Mario are we seeing here?
Got a little Super Mario 3D World, how about that? And the slopes coming out immediately, and this is already a new feature. This block, when you ground pound it, immediately goes to its full extent and unveils a new pathway.
The Dragon Feeny in early lead decides to go with the right path, and so does Yellow Killer Bee. And we see here, Fish, a couple of different paths in these exclamation blocks, providing a little bit of a challenge early on.
Yeah, this is the new feature, as Nine pointed out. So you want to be able to use the ground pound to get all of them fully expanded. And from there, you can make your way through this level. But I'm surprised that both of them went to the right off the bat. And definitely a little bit of a lead for Yellow Killer Bee, but I wonder how she's going to traverse through the rest of the stage now.
Yellow Killer Bee buzzing her way up towards the top. The Dragon Feeny trying to get a couple of those wall jumps. And the Yellow Killer Bee into the tube early on. And 9, here we go. Our first look at the car. Go ahead, strap in your seatbelt and get ready for some fun here.
Well, I think I've seen this before. The bounce and going all the way up here. This is all about conserving your momentum. The trick in this segment of the level is you can't mess up because you don't get a chance to build speed a second time.
Yellow Killer Bee driving underneath the thumb. Oh, no! It's a couple of springs. Has to make a U-turn and go back into traffic. Meanwhile, the Dragon Feeny on your left-hand side still trying to navigate those exclamation blocks. And Yellow Killer Bee, a little collision coverage right there. She bumps into the spikes, looking for the exclamation block, and she's on to the next part here. And already, you see the different things that can be thrown at these players. Dragon Feeny deciding to go to the left, but Fish, Yellow Killer Bee, we've got Cat Mario right now.
Oh, Cat Mario is finally making his appearance, and I like it. I like that Dragon Feeny tried on the right side and figured that she couldn't do it, so she went to the left side where she has the mushroom trampolines, and maybe that would be an easier time for her to traverse through this. But Yellow Killer Bee with a huge lead right now. And that needs to use the crawl feature, the wall climb feature there with the Meowser, or the Cat Mario. Doing a great job already here. We got 2 options again with the blue and green. Green, of course, actually goes a little bit slower than the blue.
And 9, Yellow Killer B, she's not kidding around. You have to make sure that you handle these moving blocks, and those springs can throw players off quite a bit. When we talked to them prior to this, they said the one obstacle they don't like are springs.
It was a universal answer that they don't like, and you see that Yellow Killer B right now is trying to use wall jumps and stay ahead of that platform. But you got to be careful as you're making the jump. I think she's starting to figure it out here. The combination of the climb as well as the wall jumps might get her up, and that's another level clear.
Yellow Killer B scratching her way to the top, sees the tube at this point, and Yellow Killer B continues to extend her lead. Vish, we've already seen a variety of obstacles. More springs coming up here. Yellow Killer B trying to go on the treadmill. A couple of treadmills up in the air, though. I wonder if those coins should lead her there, Vish.
Right, yeah. It feels like you want to follow the coins typically when you see these kind of levels, and the arrows specifically. The on-off switch is a new feature here in this Mario Maker 2, which actually turns the directions of the conveyor belts. And Yellow Killer B makes it all the way to the finish line.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yellow Killer B, the first one to cross the finish line. Impressive right there. Dragon Feeny will have 30 seconds left to finish up the level. We see already these alternating pink and blue blocks. You have to have a lot of really precise timing with this here, Nine.
Yep, you saw right there. If you don't get the jump off at the right time, you will fall through. And that's the difference between this left and right side. This is more timing based, whereas that right side was about identifying which block you had to use.
Okay, Dragon Feeny avoiding some thwomps right there, hopping on top of those happy clouds, getting inside the tube. Yellow Killer B, meanwhile, just sitting back, chilling. She already crossed the goal. An impressive job by our first two speedrunners handling that. And as we said, Vish, it's all about learning with the obstacles and adapting. And we saw that especially with Yellow Killer B as Cat Mario on that green moving platform. It seemed like she finally found her rhythm after a couple of tries.
Right, right. Yeah, it really is all about using the climb, I think, with Cat Mario, because you can go just a little bit higher and then from there jump to the next area and then do your wall jumps and whatnot. But I think it was very interesting that Dragon Feeny was stuck in that one area between the two different ways that she could have gone. And I think maybe if she had gone back to the mushroom trampoline a little bit earlier, it might have worked out well. Because some players are just better at certain aspects of the game.
And Nine, those exclamation blocks are very tricky, especially when you're trying to wall jump, because some of those blocks you have to hit. Others, they're not going to really help you out too much.
And again, sometimes finding out which of the blocks you need to hit is almost a luck-based thing. And not all of those blocks are created equal. And really, I think that the most important part is identifying which of the blocks are nice. So if you do fall, you can make it back up without losing too much time.
And you look at the pacing as well, too, Vish. It seemed like they weren't really hitting the brakes too much. A nice little rhythm, but they also didn't get themselves in too much trouble by going too fast.
Right, right. I think that's going to be the risk and reward that we're talking about a little bit. Because if you go all the way just holding right the entire time, there's going to be little traps and whatnot that could set you back. You might save 5 seconds, but lose 30 seconds in the long run. So I think just being a little cautious goes a long way in the end.
The Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer B, our first two participants. Yellow Killer B crossing the finish line first. We'll get her official time for you here shortly to see what Abdallah and the completionists have to get if they want to be in first place. Don't forget, the winner of our opening round gets to choose their teammate for round 2. And this is where a little gamemanship comes in here, Nine, because you have to ask yourself, do I pick the strongest person to help me out in the second round, meaning I have a stronger opponent in the finals, or do I maybe pick somebody that struggled a little bit and maybe make my path in the finals that much easier?
Well, I've heard that some competitors might be maybe not trying 100% here in the early rounds just to make sure that they can throw people off here. So I think the games have already started, but you laid it out perfectly there. Are you assuming that you can get through that second round with a lesser teammate, or do you want to get there and let the championship round decide itself?
All right, let's get set for our next speed run here between Abdallah and the completionist here as they get set for the same level we just saw. They haven't seen it yet. They were blindfolded and had the noise-canceling headphones on. They're excited. They're ready to roll. The crowd is hyped up. Here we go. Let's take another look at this first course in Super Mario Maker 2 as part of our invitational. Let's get the countdown rolling here in just one moment. And off we go, both players hitting start at the same time because they exercise good sportsmanship. That's what we like to see. And we saw earlier, there's a big blooper that comes out of the top question block, but we've got the completionist. He's trying to complete the level already, Vish. It's all about the speed here, rather.
Right, right. He wants to make sure he hits all the little blocks as soon as he can, but he gets a little power up that the other players kind of avoided because they're going for the speedrun aspect, right? They're just trying to power through it. And again, both players going for the right side.
And that's what we see right here, Nine, taking that exclamation point. Maybe it's the big yellow blocks that just draw your attention, but already the completionist figuring out the trick of using that ground pound. Abdallah, though, losing a life and having to go back to the beginning. Huge lead for the completionist here now.
It is, and one more block we saw. This takes you almost right up. Can he complete the whole jump? Can he salvage this? It looks like he is. Great spin all the way through. What a fantastic save there by the completionist. Checkpoint reached.
The aerial acrobatics to find himself in the cart portion at this point, and as you said, very precise jumps needed during this part if you want to avoid an accident. Those springs already trying to deter the completionist. And you take a look on the side, on the left-hand side with the completionist, those springs knocking him off. Abdallah, right now on the right-hand side of your screen, doing a great job bouncing off those platforms, Vish.
Right. I like that there's no hesitation from Abdallah's end there, because if you hesitate a little bit on this course, you end up actually hitting those springs that we saw earlier there. And Abdallah not jumping also towards the end of that area is actually very clutch, because a lot of players are tricked up by it and they end up jumping a little bit and having to do that entire course again.
Abdallah moving on to the Cat Mario portion. Meanwhile, the completionist, well, he's just trying to lock some miles. We'll just put it that way. Cat Mario 9, you have to understand different physics can jump a little bit higher.
It is, and already going that way. And once again, going over to the green side here. The block on the left side does move a little bit quicker here, so it's a little bit easier if you want to get the speed, but sometimes that means you'll miss it too. Thinks they're going to try it right here.
And that's a good point. The rhythm that comes with being on the left-hand side, a little bit more natural because those blocks move faster, but Vish, Abdallah struggling just a little bit with the block portion, giving the completionist some time to catch up, but looks like the completionist is just going for a joyride right now.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like Abdallah is just trying to remember how to play Cat Mario, because he's doing the glide when he wants to do the wall climb and whatnot, and I think having those split mistakes every so often is really not going to be helpful in clearing a course like this that's very tight in terms of wall jumps.
And that's a good point, 9. We were talking to Abdallah prior to this competition. He said the physics for Cat Mario, very tricky. He pointed that out, and early on already having to deal with it. Meanwhile, the completionist in the Cat Mario stage has a chance to catch up here.
It does. This is very close right here. Just one more jump, and the completionist will be really about even with them once they get to that checkpoint here. And I think Abdallah's starting to figure it out there. Instead of standing on top of that very slow green platform, instead maybe using it to try to climb up. But it looks like he's found another way. That creativity paying off.
Right. Slow and steady wins the race. With the green blocks, they do end up going slower, which allowed Abdallah to really think out what movements he wanted to do and do the climb right before his jump. So he will make it to the next portion here. And again, you got to follow those coins and you got to follow those arrows.
Abdallah at the end just has to climb those last moving treadmills, as you see here. There's one, there's two. And here's one of those on-off switches that can affect so many different things, but Cat Mario making... Oh, no, Abdallah misses the exclamation mark. It has to go all the way back to the bottom. Here comes the completionist in the block portion. Is there enough time for him to catch up? Don't forget, they're racing our winner from the earlier round right now. We'll see how that time stacks up as Abdallah reaches the top of the pole first. And we'll have 30 more seconds for the completionist just to play around with Super Mario Maker 2 and have some fun there.
Yeah, I think he's trying to complete the level right now, and he really wants to see what else is in there in this level. I appreciate it. I like
16 seconds left, but you talk about the different physics that you have to get used to, and already you're implementing traps and hazards from 2D side scrollers. You've got Super Mario 3D World and Cat Mario trying to handle that. You've got springs, moving blocks, so many things you have to account for here, 9.
Yes, and I think that right here, as we do see that time tick away, it really was not understanding the Cat Mario physics that kind of threw him off there. There was a chance to climb the wall earlier, but instead looking for a more traditional wall jump. I think maybe a little more familiarity, and that would have gone quick.
It's surprising how high Cat Mario can jump. A lot of times you don't have to use that glide, especially in that portion, just to make your way on up. But that glide can really throw you off sometimes.
No, yeah, the Cat Mario definitely is a little bit difficult, because in the portions like that, you're trying to just go and do the wall jump as soon as possible, but actually doing the climb just a little bit so you can time your jump and get a little bit more height is very crucial for that particular portion of the level.
So Abdallah wins the head-to-head matchup against the completionist. We do want to clean up one thing. In that prior race with Yellow Killer Bee and the Dragon Feeny, their graphics were on the incorrect side of the screen, so the Dragon Feeny actually winning that first round. And we'll see how her time stacks up against Abdallah. I believe she had the fastest time, so she'll get a chance to choose her teammate in the second round. But already early on, 9, we saw that on a given level, you can go left or right, and sometimes choosing the right path that plays to your strengths is all the difference in the world.
Well, it's all about the strengths, and we saw trying to shift back over to the left side after a little bit of struggles on the right side there. That's where those split-second decisions come in, because we've seen how fast these players can get through a level that they've never seen before. There really isn't that much room to mess up.
And you saw the kart Mario portion in the car. Very difficult for the completionist at times because you have to maintain that momentum. Not much of a problem for Abdallah.
Yeah, no, the Cooper car is it's kind of difficult when you're not sure what's going to show up next, right? Because you have to keep your momentum, you have to keep your speed throughout that level, and then there's also one portion where you're not supposed to jump, where it's on the rest of it you're supposed to jump. So keeping all of that in mind is actually quite difficult as it's going so fast.
Well, let's take a look at the times after our first round in the 4 speed runs and see who had the fastest time. And it looks like the Dragon Feeny in 3:11, Abdallah 33 seconds behind. And you see Yellow Killer being the completionist, unable to finish due to the speed of the Dragon Feeny and Abdallah. And we've been told that the Dragon Feeny, for her teammate in round 2, has chosen Yellow Killer B. Ooh. So interesting choice right there, but you saw Yellow Killer B wasn't too far behind the Dragon Feeny, and now they get set for the co-op course, and this is where communication comes in. It's so important, and that cooperative play as well too, Nine.
Well, player 2 is always important whenever you're going through a game like this, and it's really important that someone, I think, becomes the shot caller in these situations. Some of these puzzles are going to really rely on somebody saying, all right, let's look at what we've got here. We're going to time this in 1, 2, 3, something along those lines, because we saw a little mess up can send you down far, and I have no doubt that this level is going to be the same way.
And I'm really curious who the little brother is between the Abdallah and completionist, who's going to get that second controller that doesn't get used too much. It's been rolled up for a while as well too. And you mentioned working together, and another fact of this game that we saw earlier in the first course, the on-off switch and how that might be implemented. Perhaps we see that more in these next couple of courses.
Yeah, it definitely will help out with the timing of things. You know, in a 2-player mode, if you have on-off switches, one person might have to turn on the switch, the other person would have to adapt to what that changes in the course map. So I think that could be very tricky and very interesting to see in a game like this. But as Nine said, I think a lot of it's going to be coming down to timing and how well you communicate with your ally. So I think maybe part of the reason why Dragon Feeny chose Yellow Killer B is perhaps, you know, they've been hanging out a lot throughout this weekend, so maybe they have some good synergy that might help them out at this next level.
Synergy, nice business word right there. I'll see that on my next PowerPoint presentation. And Nine, as you get set for co-op mode, and what we saw in this first course is, it's almost like you walk into a section of these courses and you have to perceive everything around you and figure out, how do I solve this puzzle? And now it's going to be implementing most likely that second player. It's not just something you can do by yourself while your partner kicks back and drinks some lemonade.
Well, you do have 2 people, so it should reason that you can now figure it out twice as fast or something like that. So the communication is going to be just as important as what's going on in the game itself.
And also just the execution of the different moves that Mario can do. We saw that with Cat Mario, some of these players struggling as well too. You have to be very familiar with these power-ups, and it looks like our teams are set to go. Round 2, our co-op course here at Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019. The Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer B taking on Abdallah and the completionist. Let's get ready for the countdown here, folks. 3, 2, 1, and let's hit that start button here. As we said, it's co-op mode, Mario, Luigi, a little Super Mario World action here,
Yes.
Nine.
I know a lot of the competitors, when we were talking to them, said they are very familiar with this, so if there's ever going to be a mode that they will know what to do, this is going to be the time.
Early on, you see a bit of an obstacle here, trying to get to the top shelf. There's an on switch just staring you in the face. Dragon Feeny, Yellow Killer B, that figure it out. But now they've got an advanced Luigi on the bottom. They're starting to slowly figure it out. Hitting those on-off switches, opening up the gates, allowing them to progress here, Vish.
Yeah, and like we're talking about, one person is doing the on-off and the other person is just waiting. And in this particular moment, this is where the timing matters, right? Because he has to turn the switch on, and then the blue block will appear, and he has to jump on it. He has to do that 2 or 3 times, and they both make it to the second round at basically the same time.
Both teams sneaking through the door at the same time. Now you see a swinging crane floating at the top. They're trying to jump off of each other's heads to grab it, use those physics to advance. Oh, Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer B moving forward, but there is a P block right there. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that switch here, Nine.
The best prize that you could ever get at the end of a crane game there. Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer being moved. They both get in at the same time. I cannot believe how close this is already. And now we see the switches again. It's going to be very important that they identify this because they are both moving at incredible speed.
And you see Abdallah and the completionist slightly further ahead than the Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer B. Don't forget, whatever team wins advances to the finals where they face off against each other. Abdallah and the completionist hitting that POW block, getting the spring to go. Mario trying to jump up with that spring, advances. Luigi on your right-hand side, just a few seconds behind here, Vish.
This is a really tight race. They are just neck and neck right now. They're really figuring out all the things they need to do and like throwing the POW block up there to get the spring. And now they just have one more little obstacle to complete here. They already passed the power block to the top there. That timing.
Past the Gravy and past the power block as that vine comes down. And Dragon Feeny, Yellow Killer Bee, they advance. Abdallah, the completionist, kicking it too high. It is exhausted having to grab a new power block. Here comes another on-off section here, though, Nine, and this is going to require a lot of communication, it looks like.
This one is a little bit tricky. The last time that we saw this switch, it was a little bit more obvious what you need to do. Here, there's going to be some bouncing that's involved. You can't get to it with a normal jump.
Abdallah and the completionist now equal with the Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer Bee. And Bish, this is what we talked about. Seeing a puzzle in front of you and figuring out what do I do with all the tools at my disposal.
Right. I think just even like exploring a level or just like going through and seeing what options you do have could really help you out in a juncture like this.
You see Abdallah and the completionist on that left-hand side trying to jump onto the red block. They advance Mario right there. Ooh, what do you do here, Nine? This looks precarious.
Well, they got to figure it out quick. 1, 2, just a little late. The right idea. But unfortunately, the right idea is not enough. You got to start all over again.
And it comes to the execution we talked about, Bish. You can have the right idea, but at the end of the day, your thumbs have to be in sync with your brain.
Yeah, I mean, in a speedrun like this, you usually get like one try at most in terms of learning that kind of idea here. So he can't mess up again because you have to start all the way from the beginning. Will he get the timing down this time? You can see them biding their time. He barely missed
the gate on him! Shuts the gate on him! Said, no, you can't come in for dinner!
Oh, no.
Abdallah and the completionist going back to the beginning. Meanwhile, Dragon Feeny, Yellow Killer Bee still trying to find the rhythm. But Nine, this is an important point. You see a trap, how quickly can you go back through the puzzle and give yourself as many chances as possible?
That quickly is how they can get through it there. Both sides know what they need to do. It's just a matter of execution. And as we get to another tricky room right here, it's up to the Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer Bee to get through this as fast as possible.
And keep in mind, these red and blue blocks are now automatically switching off, and that's a feature with the on-off switch here, Bish. Other items can turn it on and off, but now that skull track is gone, let's go through the door and see what happens after that. Abdallah and the completionist, one room ahead on this course over Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer Bee. They're going to give themselves another chance on the left here, trying to time things out. It looks like they might have figured this out. And Abdallah and the completionist taking the carpool through the tube. Is that going to be enough as you take a look coming out the pipe? One more trap here, though, Nine.
It's a trap and also a new feature. They immediately go to grab each other.
The air ball is just short. Abdallah and the completionist trying to close out this course and advance to the finals, and they do. Abdallah and that completionist high fives and dap around as they move on to the finals. Nicely done. Fantastic execution, and you see all the things you can do in co-op play, Bish. How about the teamwork by those two?
Oh, man, you could really see the teamwork coming together as the course even progressed, right? Like, you could see them really on point with their timing. As soon as they got that one red-blue block at the start where you have to do it twice in order to continue the next one, I feel like they were totally in sync, and everything after that just kind of really smoothly came together for them.
In Nine, it seemed like the difference in this course was how quickly Abdallah and the completionist figured out that one room where you've got to alternate the red and blue blocks and then time the double jump at the end. And they're able to rinse and repeat multiple times. Meanwhile, Yellow Killer Bee and the Dragon Feeny just couldn't get the rhythm down.
No, and it's remarkable not only how quickly they were able to adapt, but how quickly they figured out the exact timing that they needed to do. That is not easy to do. These people know what they're doing, and that skull track room that they got through, that took them 2 tries. They figured it out immediately and executed it right on that second try.
Well, we're at the finals, which means we do have to say goodbye to 2 of our competitors. Crowd, let's give a big round of applause to Dragon Feeny and Yellow Killer Bee. Excellent work considering this is the first time they saw this game, and I'm sure they're going to just have a great time with it when it releases later this month. But we do have a finals to get to, and it'll be 3 objective-based courses and then 1 finals course as well, too. And this is where things get fun because now you've got different ways to finish courses here. You see round 1, the Dragon Feeny had the fastest time. She chose Yellow Killer Bee. However, Abdallah and the completionist, with a bit of an upset in the second round, they'll pair off against each other in those finals. And as we said, the courses and the ways that you can complete them now, it's going to involve probably more puzzle solving.
Right, and this is a new feature that we have here, the ability to have clear conditions and then touching the flagpole or whatever it may be that's at the end of the level.
And there's different things that you can do. You can perhaps maybe collect a certain amount of coins, hit a P-switch possibly. So understanding that and realizing what you have to do, and these are probably going to be shorter courses as well too, Vish, so less margin for error.
Right. I think taking your time with courses like this really will pay off because there's going to be little precarious traps as you go along, right? So, and And there's going to be levels where you may have to like escort something, you may have to have an item along with you, you might have to collect all the coins as you mentioned. So being very wary of what's coming up ahead while going as fast as you can is going to be really the crucial portion of this.
Well, let's get set for our first course in the finals, the first of 3 mini courses that are objective-based. So keep an eye out for what that objective is. It'll appear at the bottom of your screen here shortly. We've got Abdallah versus the Completionist, course 1 of the finals. Let's get this countdown started here, crowd.
They were really chummy in the previous game, but now the gloves are off. Now they got to play against each other. Oh, look at
I see a furrowed brow from the Completionist. He's ready to go. 3, 2, 1. And let's roll here. Both players hitting that play button at the same time. Finals 1, a little Super Mario 3 here, 9.
Well, you knew we were going to get it coming up eventually, and it's going to be reaching the goal after hitting all, in this case 1, piece.
Well, let's see what we have here. You go through the pipe, and there's a mushroom, and up. Just like airplane seats for me, too big to get through there, Fish.
Yeah, that's our first peek at the night mode feature that we have in Super Mario Maker 2. And it looks like there's twisters here as well, and we also have the little sandstorms feature, which is going to push you through that little area that's too difficult for you if you were a big Mario.
Abdallah trying to figure out which jigsaw piece can complete this puzzle right now. Can't make it through that pipe as long as you've got those twisters at the bottom. Hits the on-off switch, trying to mess around with the twister on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Completionist, knocks the twister off right there. And seems like both players still trying to kind of figure out how this course works here, 9.
Right, and you called it a puzzle earlier. It absolutely is, and everything that you see right here is self-contained. Both of them have gone through the door, they've gone back through the pipe, and it looks like the Completionist is starting to figure it out, escorting that twister all the way to the end. Almost there, gonna have to get it to drop just 1 more.
You'll notice that twister doesn't move to any empty block. It'll return back, but the twister drops down for the Completionist. Looks like our crowd is starting to kind of figure out this puzzle as well, too. Now it just comes down to that execution piece we talked about, Vish.
Right, yeah, I think both players are kind of figured out the mechanics of this level and how to get the twister all the way to the right, left side there. And finally gets him all the way down, and that's gonna move the P block all the way there, and he is going to be able to get it up. P-switch ready.
But the Completionist carries it.
Wait
you gotta... Don't you hit a P-switch when you see it, Fish?
You should hit
He's carrying it like a watermelon at this point. He hits the P-switch. The Completionist, first one through the pipe. Abdallah still trying to hit it. Completionist. He gets the mushroom at the end, and the Completionist wins the first course, giving him a 3-second head start in the finals already. And that's what we saw at 9, the ability to recognize a puzzle and how quickly can you rinse and repeat.
Well, talk about a margin for error here. They both actually did the same thing. They took the P-switch up to the block on the top right. The only difference is that the Completionist did not let the block go. We saw Abdallah do that, and once it's up there, you can't grab it again. It's floating in the air, you're floating in the air, and we didn't see it there, but he actually had to reset the level anyway.
And it goes back to the mechanics of not only Mario, Vish, but the different traps and hazards you're going to see, understanding how those twisters work and how you can't go through the pipe, and you can't go through if you're carrying anything.
Yeah, that's a new feature here in Mario Maker 2, so it just kept you all the way up there, and it's a P-switch. You gotta hit the switch, man. All the switchers on the right side.
It's shiny. It's blinking you in the face. You gotta jump on it right there. But the Completionist winning the first course of that objective course as we saw. And really impressive work by both of them to figure it out. So let's go ahead and get set for our second course here between Abdallah and the Completionist. The Completionist taking the first one with a 3-second head start. They're ready to go. They're exhaling. They're ready to roll. Let's get this countdown started here. All right, we've got our second course here in 9. What are the rules for this one here?
Reach the coin, or the goal, after grabbing all 100 coins. You do have to reach the coins, in fact, 100 of them, and you see right there, that flag is not yet there. Let's hop into the pipe and see what we've got.
And also, what genre are we working with here so they're familiar with the controls?
Yeah, this is Super Mario World 3D, so we're gonna be able to see what's going on here, or new Mario Maker 3 view. So we're gonna have the
Completionist on your right-hand side, using that wall jump and those swinging cranes. Abdallah flying forward right now, gets Propeller Mario and whee! Trying to go to the top. And you see those vines might help here. 9 already, Abdallah blowing through this course.
That's 90 coins right there, needs to find 10 more. And as you look up to the top of your screen, another new feature, 10 coins in 1. You saw a few of the blocks get broken right there. I think Abdallah already knows. It's just on execution, but watch out, the Completionist not far behind, but that's all 100.
Abdallah now just has to descend to the bottom and all about grabbing that bag and going here at this point here, Vish.
Yeah, working with the physics on this level, he traversed this so quickly because it was tight timing to do those little wall jumps and make sure that you get the propeller in.
So taunting by
Yeah.
Abdallah.
Yeah.
So much for gamemanship and good friendship right here.
They were just friends in the previous game. What
Lively
happened?
smirk. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, I
Things
know
are
that
heating
nod.
up here at the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019. Friends are now foes. Abdallah rubbing it into the face and beard of the completionist right there, Nine.
That nod that the completionist gave was not a happy nod.
No.
That was all right. We got one more.
Yeah,
Let's
that's-
see who gets the lead.
That's a you cut me off in the buffet nod right there. No, thank you. 1-1 is the score now, so neither player with a head start in the final course we'll get to. We're ready for course number 3. Let's keep this action rolling here, crowd. You know what to do when that countdown begins. Let me hear you sing.
I gotta say, these levels are so creative. I'm really enjoying it.
Third objective-based course here. Nine, go ahead and break it down for us.
Reach the goal while riding Yoshi. I know there's some Yoshi fans in the crowd. Come on, who doesn't love him? Right at the beginning, you get to jump on him, but it looks like there is a world of pain waiting for them.
A lot of saws, and that's not something Yoshi likes. Yoshi bouncing off the cannonball on the left-hand side for Abdallah. Slight lead, hits the off switch. I wonder what comes out of there. Avoiding the fire, but a twister sends him straight into the spike. And Abdallah losing a life right now. Oh, but the completionist able to move forward, ducking underneath the saws, and you see some dripping water. Avoids the icicle falling down, but then that pink bumper knocking him off, and you got to be careful here, Fish.
Yeah, that being said, I feel like the completionist really went through that stage quite fast. He was able to duck under the saws really well, carrying the momentum while he slides. And then he also went through the icicle portion pretty quickly. And now he's already on the second part, and we're going to see seesaws here. You got to have to make sure to put your weight in the right portion and jump. According completionist, finished that so fast.
Under a minute. The completionist not rubbing it in. It's all business. You see the collar. You see the suit jacket right there. He'll take a 3-second head start into our final course. And how about that? Dancing around the hazards throughout that entire level 9. Nearly a flawless finish by the completionist.
Didn't even get to talk about the mechanics of that level there. I was going to say, well, you know, if you bounce off Yoshi, he can run around and you can jump back on him. The completionist said, no, I'll keep my dino the entire time. Let's just run through this. No problem whatsoever.
Prehistoric preservation by the completionist right there as we move on to our final course. And as we said, a 3-second head start for the completionist. And so it seems like these players are getting more comfortable. These courses are flying by much quicker as they get more invested in this game. And you'll see the finals, the 3 minis plus 1 final, the completionist taking 2 out of those 3, which means you'll have a nice, comfortable 3-second head start. But as we know, sometimes 3 seconds isn't much time in these final courses, potentially.
Potentially, in those last couple of games, though, they were pretty neck and neck, and some of them are speeding through it like we saw completionist. So 3 seconds might actually be make or break in this last game we're going to see here.
Let's get set for our final course of the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019. Crowd, let's get this thing rolling. The completionist taking on Abdallah. One more course to determine who will be our champion this year. Let's get set. Oh, the completionist hitting the start button first. Obviously, you get that 3-second head start, so that's great right there by Abdallah. Honoring that, and of course there's going to be lava here, 9.
Of course there's going to be lava, and this was the one that we hadn't seen yet. We're taking it back all the way to the classic there, and neither one of them clearing it so far. A little stumble there at the start, but of course lava. I wonder who we're going to see at the end of this.
The completion is able to stay alive and dance around the icicle, trying to get some momentum, waits for that lava to fall. We get to the next section here. Abdallah slightly ahead, grabs the swinging crane, but oh, we've got a big boom boom floating down right now, 9.
Look at how quickly Abdallah went across that, and the speed being too much. The completion is taking the more cautious route, meets the same fate. They're going to start again. I'm starting to think those 3 seconds may not matter too much.
And Bish, this is where rinse repeat becomes very important because you're going to get back to the same part that you stumbled against. How quickly can you get back to that same area?
Definitely. I think it's going to be like a huge learning process as they traverse this level, right? And that 3 seconds allowed him to get maybe 1 extra try, and Abdallah's already.
The pump fake by the Spike. The Spike said, in the kind words of Dikembe Mutombo, no, no, no.
Oh, man.
But, you know, we talked earlier about how lots of different elements of a level. We saw earlier a shell hitting the on-off block. This time it's a spike. You've got to be aware of everything. And even though Abdallah had made it further than the completionist, they started the same area.
Abdallah jumping just a little bit too high and catches his cap on the icicle. Meanwhile, the completionist is taking a nice little Sunday cruise, and he sees the trap ahead.
Oh,
but
no!
he jumps too early, and he falls into the lava. Abdallah with a chance to take the lead. He's got to navigate, but he falls to the same fate as earlier, and already this lava castle is causing a lot of issues for both our runners here, 9.
And now both of them know the trick to this, right? They have both been fooled by the same things a couple of times. This is really rinse and repeat, repetition, maybe little refinements here, but at this point, it's really just about making sure you execute the plan you already know.
And Vish, what's very difficult is you want to execute, but you know right on the other side, there's somebody competing right against you, and you've got to put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I mean, you want to like take your time just a little bit, but at the same time, you got to go as fast as you can. And Completion is finally able to get all the red points. Will he go to the next portion? Gets the key.
He
He's
does!
there. He's there. But what is waiting for him on the other side of that door?
Uh-oh, a seesaw.
Oh my God! He just does it. He does that right away.
Through the castle and reaches the first checkpoint. Here comes another interesting part. Has the icicles falling, staying on the moving platform,
Okay.
but oh!
Thank goodness
falls.
for checkpoints.
And all of our excitement, Abdallah moving forward, and he's tiptoeing on this moving platform, but he falls to the same fate as well, too. And this is tricky here, 9, because those icicles are falling faster than the platform's moving.
Right, and I think Abdallah has already done it. You saw that he is starting much further back on the platform and just inching his way to the right, staying clear of them just a few more feet, and gets to the next portion, but what waits?
Just like getting candy in the middle of the night, you have to tiptoe down the hallway. Abdallah moving his way up the spikes to some more swinging cranes. Tries to go underneath the icicle here, and this is where that risk reward and speed factor comes in here, Fish.
Right. With the swing crane, you can use the momentum to start the fall of the icicle, and then from there, able to get to the next swinging crane. So using all the physics of these new features in Mario Maker 2, and using the physics there to be able to jump on the opposite way from the swinging crane. I like that.
And don't forget, slopes just don't go downhill. If you're an optimist, they go up as well too, 9. And here comes an interesting part with some binds, and Abdallah being like Tarzan, just being very careful swinging bind to bind.
This is interesting. I think Abdallah's been the more aggressive of the two players, but here saying, all right, let's just get across this. If I fall, I have a long way back up. As the completionist says, hey, wait a minute, I'm climbing this mountain too.
And Abdallah also saying one hazard he doesn't like, the solo spikes from the original Super Mario Brothers. And you see it right there as those watermelon-looking bouncers making this climb to the summit just a little bit tougher. But Abdallah navigating that section. Now he has a slope with some springs here, Fish.
And they all mentioned how much they dislike springs. There's a lot of springs in this portion, and you fall all the way down if you end up messing up this portion here of the swing claw. This is very tricky. I think this is where risk reward really comes into play, because you don't want to fall all the way down and have to redo this entire course.
Completion is not too far behind, using those swinging cranes to make his way up the mountain. Abdallah trying to figure out the seesaw with the twister. A lot of components here, and once again, you have to be familiar with the mechanics of these hazards here, 9.
And you see right there, just not enough height to get up there. Gonna try it again. Abdallah knows what he needs to do here. He needs to manipulate where that twister is and lower him on the seesaw. And meanwhile, on the other side, the completion is never far behind.
He's on the vine portion as well, too, so we know he's hot on the heels of Abdallah. Abdallah just playing on the playground right now with the seesaw and the twister, trying to figure out, how do I get up to that bridge? Another puzzle-solving component here, Fish.
Yeah, and I think he's finally figured it out, where he got him all the way to the tippy top of that seesaw, and now he will make his way to the next portion of the support pipe. But Completionist, not too far behind if he can figure out how to do these swing claws really quickly.
Checkpoint reached by Abdallah. You see some more rising lava, a lot of Goombas trying to crowd the club. Oh, there he is. There's Bowser, but it looks like Bowser has updated his home security system. A couple more obstacles to try and take down King Koopa.
And this really is the puzzle here. Can they figure out the quickest and most efficient way? You see some spikes on top here. Gonna swing over there, and you look, Abdallah is taking his time right now and jumps a little too high. Earlier, you wanted to jump as high as you could on the crane. Not so much in this portion.
Have to watch your head, but you see the on-off switch will block the Goombas from coming out of the pipes. You have to navigate the huge fire breath coming in from Bowser. And this is where it gets tricky here, because you saw those 3 icicles, and we always know 3 is the magic number here, Fish.
Right. I wonder how many icicles it'll take to get this Bowser. Okay, the third one goes, and then he thought it was going to be 3 as well. That's why he fell on top of him.
You thought it was going to take 3. The completionist, though, getting ready to go down the chimney, and boy, does he have some gifts for Bowser.
Bowser's been working out. It takes more than 3 now?
Yeah,
What's going on?
Bowser hitting the gym, eating some protein, getting some greens in his system. Completionist, he's on the swinging crane. He's going to take a stab at Bowser. It takes 3, right? No.
Oh, little did you know. Oh man, but these icicles are a very interesting way to be able to hurt Bowser in this level. So that swinging claw, I think, is going to be very useful in how they are able to do even more than just the 3 icicles.
9, rinse and repeat as always. You know how to get on top of Bowser, but now you have to be very careful. Is it going to be 3? No, with those saws. That's not the type of back massage you want right there. No. Bowser claiming the completionist. Abdallah trying to navigate things. He's already gotten a couple of icicles on Bowser. That's only 3, though. How many more does he need? 2 more going down. That's 6. That's got to do. No! It takes more than that, 9.
What? Oh, man, the completion is doing the same. Abdallah has his method here. Can he get over? Barely clears it, and that Goomba almost ending the run. That's 9 icicles. That's still not enough.
Let's see if it'll do with 3 more. Abdallah,
12?
Unbelievable. Bowser hitting the gym just like you, 9.
What's going on? How is it 12 hits is not enough for Bowser? Where has he been this whole time? He's been training.
The fire keeps coming. Bowser does not want to champion. Oh, Abdallah knocks out Bowser. Now he just has to navigate the swinging crane. A couple more icicles. Watch out for the saws. And Abdallah gets the axe. Knocks out Bowser. And that will do it as Abdallah is victorious. And he is your Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019 Grand Champion.
Oh my goodness. What a crazy last level there. The way you take on Bowser was so creative. Super Mario Maker 2.
I think out of everything in that level there, 9, the thing that surprised people the most, the 14 hits to knock out Bowser. We're all used to 3, but 14 icicles to KO Bowser.
And I think it's so important to recognize how tricky the method that Abdallah was using was, because every time he jumped out, there was a chance that the RNG of Bowser's fire would be there. He almost hit a Goomba as well, and as we all know, every time Mario takes a trip back to the beginning of that level, it resets the health, and Abdallah standing at center stage right now, championing the crowd.
Well, we have a champion, and to present his hardware, everybody, please welcome the producer for Super Mario Maker 2, Mr. Tezuka. How about that trophy right there, 9?
One of a kind, walking over there to get it. I know that this is exactly what they've been working for this entire time, and to be able to come out on top in the way that he has, just remarkable.
Abdallah, your champion here, and Mr. Tezuka passing off the hardware there. A couple photos as well, too. Let's go ahead, toss it down to Mr. Tezuka for a few comments.
改めましておめでとうございます。アブダラさん。
Congratulations to you, just again.
本当はね、上の土管から登場したかったんですけども、ちょっと危ないからどうしてもやめてほしいということで、ここから出てきました。
So I actually wanted to enter the stage from that pipe, but I was told by the staff that would be too dangerous, so they told me to stop.
素晴らしい試合でしたね。本当にどちらが勝つか分からなくて。
That was a really great final course you guys played, and I had no idea who was going to win right up until the end.
で、私も日本でこのレベルを遊んでみたんですけど、全然クリアできなかったです。
So I actually played these courses myself in Japan, but I was unable to clear any of them.
制作者ですけども、このゲームのスタッフですけども、なかなかね難しいコースは苦手です。
So yeah, even for the staff of this game, these difficult courses are really tricky for us to play.
すごいスーパープレイでした。
So, but you were truly amazing. It was a super play that you put on display for us.
で、このゲームを盛り上げてくださった皆さんにも拍手を送りたいと思います。このゲームを盛り上げてくださった皆さんにも拍手を送りたい。
And I also want to applaud you guys for raising such a good cheer for the entire play we saw today. Thank you. Applaud yourselves. Up here too.
このレベルは任天堂のツリーハウスのメンバーが頑張って作ってくださいました。
So these courses that you saw today were created by members of Nintendo's Treehouse.
このトーナメントのデザインもみんな彼らが考えてくださいました。
And they also thought up all the details for the tournament today.
これ皆さん遊んでみたいと思いませんか？
So would you like to give these courses a try yourself?
もうすぐこれ発売されますけども、その後、皆さんにも遊んでもらえるようにちょっと今考えてます。
So this game is going to be coming out pretty soon, and we're thinking of a way to make sure all of you will be able to play these courses as well.
まだまだ、このステージは続きます。もっともっと盛り上がってください。
So we've still got plenty of entertainment for you. You're going to be seen on this stage, so keep up the energy, and we hope you're looking forward to it all. All right, thank you so much.
Put your hands together one more time
Thank you.
for the producer of Super Mario Maker 2, Mr. Tezuka. And how about a round of applause for all of our participants, the Dragon Feeny, Yellow Killer Bee, the Completionist, and your champion, Abdallah. That'll do it for the Super Mario Maker 2 Invitational 2019. Don't forget Super Mario Maker 2 drops June 28th, so make sure you grab that. You'll get a chance to play some of these fantastic levels. But don't go anywhere. We've got more great Nintendo competitive action just around the corner as we get set for the Splatoon 2 World Championships 2019, next here at the Theater at Ace Hotel. Close out this course.
Timing to do.
Good afternoon once again from the Theater at Ace Hotel in Los Angeles, California, as we get set for the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019. 4 of the finest Inc. squads from across the world will be partaking, and joining me, I'm Jordan Kent, your Spray by Spray host, and we have 2 of the leaders of the Pearl and Marina fan club, Nine and Milana. Welcome to the big stage here. And Nine, as we get set for this action, we've had a chance to see this wonderful Splatoon community grow throughout the years, but there's some folks that are going to get their first splash of ink as they watch this championship here. Tell us a little bit more about why Splatoon 2 is so unique as a game itself.
Unique is the perfect word. This is a fast-paced, multiplayer, objective-based shooter. But unlike some other games, there's a mechanic called ink or turf. Putting that on the ground is going to allow you to move around. It's going to allow you to hide. All sorts of interesting things that we'll go into more detail as the games go.
Well, as always, we have to have rules. We can't just be running around here all willy-nilly. So let's take a look at the tournament rules for the Splatoon 2 World Championships 2019. Up first, we have our ink pools. Ha! See what we did there? Turf War. Teams will play 2 matches in a mini seeding bracket. After play, the teams will be ranked by their win-loss record. Then we move on to elimination mode, our semifinals. Best of 5, you see those ranked modes. Don't worry, we won't leave you in the dark. We'll explain those modes as we approach them. And then the finals, best of 7. You see all the ranked modes there, and we will look to crown a champion at the end of this in the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019. And Milana, these teams, if you want to talk about high level, these teams are the personification of that. What kind of strategy will we see from these high-level teams?
Well, Jordan, these teams are going to have to play at the top of their game. They're going to have to communicate effectively with each other. They're going to have to play as a team like they've never played before. They really need to bring their all because they are competing against the best of the best in the world.
And you mentioned that magic word, communication. It's important in all relationships in life, but also Splatoon 2 as well, 2-9. What are some of these teams going to be communicating to as far as each time they take on a match?
Well, the game moves entirely too quickly for one person to see everything. And also, as we mentioned, you can hide in this game, so it's all the more important that everyone is pitching in. If you see somebody coming from the left, maybe call out someone's coming from the left. If you're the backlander who's sitting back, identify where all of them are. It's the most important facet of an already hard game.
As we said, 4 of the finest teams from across the globe. Let's go ahead and take an early look at a couple of our teams that will be competing in this year's Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019. There you have it, 2 of our first teams, Lime Soda representing Australia, New Zealand, and the GG Boys from Japan. Let's start with Lime Soda and Milana. They had quite the journey, Lime Soda from Australia, New Zealand, to get here to these championships. Tell us a little bit more about that story.
So Lime Soda is a team that maybe has gone a little bit unnoticed in the international scene up until their 4-5 reverse sweep against Morning Sun, one of the top teams in the Australia-New Zealand region. They have fought hard to be here, and they deserve their place here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some gameplay.
Very exciting action there, but 9, we would be remiss to mention the GG Boys, your defending champions, led by 4 of the finest individual players that have now collectively joined forces to create a formidable team. What is needed from them if they want to hoist up the Splatoon Sterling Squid once again this year?
Well, they're going to have to be better than they were last year. And I know it sounds a little bit weird, right? They won last year, but everyone saw what that was. They are trying to beat what GG Boys was last year. The most important thing for them is, I think, identifying what weapons they want to play, because I know they've been in a bit of a flux recently, and you have to identify what's best.
And 9, we were talking about that as we were partaking in some physical fitness at the gym this morning, trying to stay healthy, about how this is probably one of the most talented championship setups we've ever seen. We've casted a couple of these championships. These 4 teams are stacked, though.
They are stacked. And I think if you watched last year's Splatoon 2 World Championships, I'll go out on a limb and say that every single one of these teams is better than what was representing them last year. And it's, again, because the game changes so quickly. If you stay stagnant, you are going to get left behind. This should be a lot of fun from the word go.
And Milana, we're starting with Turf War. So let's break down the strategy with Turf War. Obviously, it says you've got to ink as much turf as possible, but it's so much more than that.
Definitely. The game isn't really played the same throughout that whole 3-minute segment. You have to really focus on getting that middle ground. You want to take control of the map. You want to turf as much as you can, and you want to make sure you don't die. It sounds kind of obvious, but you don't want to be left in a 3v4 situation.
And you mentioned getting splatted. It seems like for the first half of Turf War, there is an emphasis on splats. At least that's what we heard when talking to the GG Boys.
Definitely. By taking out some of the opponents, you are able to make those pushes into their enemy base. You're able to control that turf for a longer period of time.
And 9, as we say, when the popcorn's finally popping in the final 30 seconds of Turf War, what's the most important thing you have to keep in mind?
Hold the line. Hold your position, set up, and whatever you do, do not let yourself be sent back to spawn. It is more important that you play cautiously and hold the ground that you've earned yourself over the first few minutes of play.
And 9, we oftentimes talk about team composition and different roles, because obviously all 4 players on a team aren't going to just go out there and do the same thing. You have to work together, you have to talk together, but they have different jobs on the team.
They do, and the most common ones that you're going to hear us talk about are front line, mid line, and back line. And there are a lot of weapons in Splatoon, and a lot of them do different things. But in general, think of the frontliners as the playmakers, the ones who go up and get personal with the opponent. The mid-liners tend to be the supportive players. They're going to paint the map a little bit more. They're going to be up assisting, and the backliner, that's the anchor, and it's going to hold the ship down.
We're just a couple minutes away of getting started with our ink pools. You've got the GG boys, the defending champions from Japan, taking on Lime Soda, a strong team from Australia, New Zealand. And we're going to be calling out specials quite a bit during these matches here in Milana. But with the specials, there's a strategy that these teams use as far as when they want to use them.
Definitely. We want to see coordinated specials. You don't want to use your special by yourself because there's power in numbers. And in this case, there's exponentiated power in numbers.
And you also look at the advantages as far as 2v1s, 9. We oftentimes have this conversation because when you and I play together, I'm oftentimes leaving you in that one position because I get splatted. What's the advantage of having the cephalopod advantage, as we like to say on the map?
Well, Milana just said exponential advantage with putting two specials together. It is exactly the same here. If you can team up on someone, you're going to have a much easier time of taking that person out and moving up. And it's what these teams are going to be shooting for here. They know that if they can pincer somebody, if they can get some flanks, that's going to be how they get a very quick splat and move on to the next objective.
Like the pincer somebody right there as well, too. Hopefully they can scyther their way to the goal here. And you take a look at the coin toss that we had earlier on, and it looks like Lime Soda won the coin toss. They're going to choose Manta Maria for our first stage, and a level you're obviously very familiar with here, 9. Manta Maria, what are some things you have to keep in mind on this map?
Well, I think it's actually my favorite map in the game, and I think it's because a lot of different weapons can succeed there. The reason that I think they chose this is you see right there, Yoshiko is a backline specialist. She is going to be moving around the top mid area of the map where there's grading, going to be able to influence a lot there with the long-range weapons, and the GG boys don't have a dedicated backliner. I'm thinking that's why they went there.
And that's a very good point. You look at all the different weapons, and obviously what's interesting about the so-called meta right now with Splatoon 2, Milana, is that so many weapons are viable in play right now.
Definitely. We have some sort of, people think a certain way about certain weapons, but I find that in competitive play, it's been more varied than ever before because of how the meta is shaped.
And we had that conversation with GG Boys here, 9, about how they feel ever since the updates from last year, you mentioned a different GG Boys this time around in 2019, they feel long-range weapons have much more of a higher success rate this time around, and so they've had to change their composition a little bit.
They have, and it's one of the reasons earlier that I said that they're going to need to find the composition that works for them because, as we said, they don't have a true dedicated backliner like some of these other teams. Last year we saw 2 frontliners, sometimes 3 frontliners. That's not going to cut it this time. You know that they know what's best. They just have to identify it quickly.
And what's great about Lime Soda, Milana, is that we've been talking with them all week long, and this is a team that's very confident, a very young team, and they know that because of the way that they got here, as you mentioned, the dramatics in their qualifier, they've got nothing to lose here. They feel like they can hang with anybody.
The momentum that they got from that reverse sweep, I think definitely can also carry over to the World Championship. So don't count them out yet. Even though GG Boys was our last year's champion, it still could be anybody's.
Anything can happen. We'll also introduce the other 2 very strong squads here in just a little bit. We're about 90 seconds away from getting things rolling here and looking at some of the individuals for GG Boys. You know my heart's with Yamamichi here, 9, but tell us about some of the other players on their squad.
Certainly. The one I'm going to be keeping my eye on is Etna. Etna calls himself the best flex player in the world, and I know that seems like a big claim to make, but he's one of the few that can make it. A flex player is someone who can switch between a number of different weapons on the fly. Dynamon, of course, plays probably the closest thing they have to a backline role or an anchor, and then Taiji going to be on the front lines opening things up as well.
And that's a good point you bring up, the flex player, because GG Boys, they don't have that traditional backliner, that safety valve that's going to make sure that you can always have somebody to super jump to. They like to play with 2 midliners that play that flex position. Very aggressive. However, if you can splat them, you've got a hole in their defense.
I think that's what they're going to have to look at, and I think that's where Yoshiko can kind of influence the map. The one thing that can really shut down a midliner is a backliner. Longer range, shut them down from there, get yourself a 4v3 and move in from there.
And you were talking about the advantage and the exponential advantage. We're going to use that term push quite a bit here. Break that down for us a little bit more, Milana, when we talk about teams making pushes during these matches.
So when we talk about pushes, we're talking about teams moving up as one unit into the enemy spawn or into the enemy side of the map. And by doing that, they can have more turf, more area to maneuver, and it keeps the enemies back and kind of intimidated.
So we're working on a controller issue right now, but what's great here is I can sit up here and talk Splatoon 2 with you all day long. Nine, here's what's great about Turf War. It is the foundation of every single ranked mode we're going to see. There are other objectives later on in the semifinals and the finals, but it all comes down to controlling turf. Why is that so important?
Well, first of all, you're going to get tired of hearing us say turf control, and I apologize in advance for that. But it is the fundamental building block that every single mode in this game, including the ranked modes, is built on. As we said earlier, you move about the map with extra turf on the ground. It's how you build your specials that we've talked about that can turn a game in a blink of an eye, and it all starts with the fundamentals and the teachings that you get from this mode right here.
And Milana, we continue to talk about specials. And when you look at Turf War, what are some specials that come to mind for you as far as things that'll really help out teams, maybe in that last 30 seconds as well, too, when we see the tide of a match really turn?
As for Turf War, I think we might see some specials that, cover more turf. So things maybe like bubbles. I might expect to see some missiles on the side of GG Boys. By using missiles, it can really move the backliner on the opponent's side away and, kind of put them out of position. So.
That's such a good point. The Tenta missiles, 9, we've been obviously on the suffering end of those before, where you have to scatter like mice when the light turns on. And that is a very powerful tool, especially in Turf War, if you're really looking to dislodge the opponent, but also cover some turf.
And it's remarkable how quickly Tenta missiles have come up and really become a force. For the longest time, they were the special that you didn't want. You would choose to not play a weapon if it had that as its special. But recently, because of buffs to certain weapons, people have gotten better with it, and they've started to see the utility. It's a very quick way to, as Milana put it, pressure the backline of the enemy team and push them back. And again, we've talked about it, Yoshiko is going to be their biggest obstacle. I think missiles will be a good pick.
About 30 seconds away as we get set for our opening match in the ink pools of the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019. We've got our defending champions, the GG Boys, trying to take on the up-and-coming Lime Soda from Australia, New Zealand. Let's see if they can shake things up here as we get set. Crowd's been fantastic, by the way. They waited until last night to get in here, 9. They must really like you.
When we were handing out donuts earlier, the first 5 people in line I saw were all Splatoon fans. They had signs, they had everything, and their waiting is about to be rewarded as we get started.
All right, let's get it cracking here. Turf 4, Santa Maria, GG Boys taking on Lime Soda from Australia. New Zealand will go ahead and let you know what color each team will be as we get rolling here. Looks like Australia, New Zealand going to be in that neon yellow. GG Boys in that purple. And 9, tell us about the loadouts we're seeing early on.
Well, we said earlier that they didn't have a dedicated backliner, but it looks like the GG Boys have opted to bring 2. That there at the top, Dynamon and the custom Explosion, and Yamamichi using the custom Jet Swell. They're both very strong backline weapons. I think they wanted to get the jump on this.
And you take a look at the large mast in the middle of this map here, 9, and you figure that's going to be a pivotal point to control throughout Manta Maria.
It is. That's the most important part, and it's why we said the backline is going to move up there. But the easiest way is to just not let them get there. Look how far Taiji and Etna are pushed up. Etna winning a 1v1 despite being in a bad position, and look how far they're pushed up. They have no fear at this point.
4-2 on the field for the GG Boys, and this is what you talked about, Milana. When you've got that numbers advantage, you want to push it.
Yeah, so GG Boys did not miss a beat. Once they took those members of Lime Soda out, they were all over it.
Will with the slosher up top, hops into the baller, not going to get anybody there, but spreads a little bit of ink. Let's take a look at Etna. Etna in the middle of a 2v1. That's what we talk about, 9. If Lime Soda is going to create upset, they've got to find those situations.
They did, and it was great. They're getting a little bit too aggressive. That's sometimes the punishment that happens. But look at this, a never-ending stream of pressure as Taiji continues to push up on what we call the snipe area. Will actually got the punishment there as well, so it looks like it's an even position here. I think GG Boys needs to hold back just a touch.
Big shout out to Czar on the spectator cam, doing a fine job following all of this action here, so we'll get a good look at everything that takes place. Will trying to climb up top. Here's Yoshiko using the ballpoint splatling right now, creating a little bit more pressure, and you start to see Lime Soda here, 9, really start to push into the GG Boys territory.
Oh, and what incredible movement there by Etna to come up, and that's another reason why you want to stick together. While the people are watching your buddy, you can move up and get a splat there as well. But Gio getting a crucial splat in the center of the map there. He needs to hold this spot. Roaching there and just a little bit too much. I would have liked to have seen him hold that spot.
Yamamichi, meanwhile, trying to get to the mast here. You see, look at the map, a lot of yellow on the map here. Lime Soda applying some pressure as we get to the final minute here, Milana.
And remember what we said, it really comes down to that last 30 seconds. So even though it seems like it is going in favor of Lime Soda, it really could still be anything.
Inkjet being deployed by the GG boys. Lime Soda trying to stay alive. Taiji trying to get a couple more splats. Gets Gio right there. Has his sights on Yoshiko. Yoshiko trying to run back, but huge splat by Yamamichi 9.
And that might be the splat that decides it here. You're going to see that the GG boys are going to set themselves up all together here to try to hold this one position. They know that's where the push is coming from. If they hold this spot, it's their game.
Taiji and the GG boys trying to create a bottleneck right now for Lime Soda. Yamamichi hanging back with that Stingray. 20 seconds left. This is a pivotal moment, as we said. Yoshiko and Lime Soda trying to break through the defenses of the GG boys, trying to give themselves a chance here. 10 seconds left, trying to stay alive. This is where it matters. 4-3 on the map for GG boys, but critical splat by Lime Soda.
Yoshiko putting in work right now. Let's see what the final tally is. How about that at the end?
Oh my
This is gonna be
goodness.
close.
What does Judd say in his furry little paws? It's gonna go to GG boys though.
That
Boy.
is a much different score than I thought it was going to be. Not only did the GG boys held on, they did it by around 200 points. I thought that that double splat there at the end by Yoshiko was going to do it.
In Milano, we saw Yoshiko and Lime Soda really put up quite the effort at the end, but it seemed like the GG boys really dominated the final 30 seconds, and that's what turned the tide.
I actually think it turned the tide just a little bit before because they were really, I think Lime Soda got caught up a little bit with the aggression that GG boys had, and they kind of pushed a little bit too far, like I think Nine was saying during the match. So I think that's kind of what turned the tide even before those 30 seconds.
And that's what's so exciting about Turf War 9 because it's just a couple of splats back and forth, and as we saw, Lime Soda had quite the advantage with about a minute and a half left, but the final minute, the final 30 seconds, it's so pivotal to get the ink advantage and the squid advantage on the field.
And I think that the way that the GG boys attacked those last 30 seconds is they said, okay, even if we drop a couple people in the last 10 seconds, we have built such an advantage that they cannot possibly make the comeback, and that ended up being the case.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the introduction as we get set for Game 2 here at the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019. Well, that was our first look at Alliance Rogue representing Team Europe and then representing Team North America, FT Win and Milana. Let's start with Alliance Rogue, a very strong team from Europe. What do you like about them?
You can say that again. So I think that they are going to be quite the force to be reckoned with. They are made up of two of the top EU teams, both Team Olive and Kraken Paradise. And if you put two of the top teams together, you only know what kind of havoc they can wreak.
So they are teaming up, obviously, to try and win the championship at 9. North America, FT wins. Some new faces on that end, obviously, but also some familiar foes as well. And what do you like about them? Because you've been very, very impressed with them.
I have. If Alliance Rogue is the super team, the original super team was FT Win. They came together for the sole purpose of beating Set to Destroy X when they were at their heyday, and you know what? They did it. The first tournament they came in, they won the whole thing over Team Olive, over Kraken Paradise, over Set to Destroy X without dropping a single game. When they are at their best, there is nobody who can beat them.
And what makes them so good as far as, is it their composition or the different roles that they have? What are you really looking for when you see them take on the map?
When they get momentum, there's nothing that can stop them. They have such incredible individual skill. When they are working together and getting that ball rolling, the push that we talked about earlier, you can't stop it. They are just too good individually.
As we said, there will be a coin flip to see which team will decide what map they start on. We saw Lime Soda go with Manta Maria. They were unable to get the victory as the GG boys claimed the first title. These are the ink pools. We'll figure out our seeding 1 through 4, and then we'll seed the teams 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 as we get set for the semifinals. And going back to the strategy and the specials, we saw a lot of inkjet actually by the GG boys in that first matchup. What do you like about that special, Milana?
It's actually kind of fallen out of grace in the competitive world. It's pretty easy to snipe out of the air, but I do think that it requires a lot of skill, a lot of mechanical practice to be able to utilize it well. So I think it's a good special for GG boys, just because they're so hardworking.
And 9, Alliance Rogue representing Team Europe, they win the coin toss. They decide to go with Black Belly Skate Park. So as you strap on your knee pads and helmet, what do you like about that map?
Well, they have 2 players that are some of the best frontliners in the world. That's going to be Urza and Kiver. They are both amazing at what they do. And Black Belly Skate Park, a very up-close and personal map where the aggressor really has a lot of angles to play around. I'm thinking that's why they went there.
And what about the middle of this map? There's an area that we're very familiar with. It seems like trying to contain and control mid is very important.
It is. That very center area is where you want to put your backliner or your midliner. You can see the opponent spawn from there, so you can call out exactly where they're mounting their pushback in from. But if you're up there, you can stop it and you can be preemptive.
And going back to some of the fundamentals of Turf War here, Milana, it seems like getting those splats and being able to get somewhat of a push early on, so you're in an advantageous spot in that final minute.
Definitely. So you want to put yourself in an advantageous spot as much as you can, although that doesn't really guarantee victory, but it's a better chance.
All right, we're getting rolling here. We've got FT Win taking on Alliance Rogue here in our Ink Pools matchup. Turf War on Black Belly Skate Park. We'll take a look at the loadouts and composition, and our good friend 9 will tell us what he's seeing here shortly. You go ahead and you see Alliance Rogue in the pink and FT Win in the blue. What are you seeing here, 9?
Well, I see Ice on the splatter scope, and Ice might be the most important person in this entire tournament. When he is playing his backline at the level that he can play it, he is one of the finest in the world right here. He's going to be going up to the top that we talked about there. On the other side, Soren on that backline playing the custom splasher. We saw Dynamon show what that could do earlier.
Ice trying to freeze Alliance Rogue in their tracks early on, just 20 seconds in. Neither team having a major advantage, but there's one splat on each side. 3-2 on the map. FT Win, but you see a couple of specials ready to go for Alliance Rogue here, Milana.
Yeah, so we see on both sides, we actually see a Neo Splash-O-Matic, which has a Bomb Rush special. Very good for covering turf for Turf War.
And right now, the action continues to wage back and forth. 2:15 left, 4-3 on the map. Advantage Alliance Rogue. Kiver right now trying to take the higher ground, doing a fine job of covering some turf, and already Kiver getting to the top of that hill.
Yeah, and you saw the only person actually left up was Ice, who had to retreat all the way back. And right now, I think that both sides are trying to feel one another out. You've seen they've traded some splats here. They've thrown some specials there. They both know that that last minute is where they need to be perfect.
So much can happen in Turf War, and things can change so quickly. Shaq, meanwhile, swimming back and forth, just being careful and precarious as far as what he's going to go ahead and ink. You see that point sensor coming down, but here comes Ice on that Stingray, Milana.
Ice is one of North America's best backliners, so his Stingray is definitely not to be laughed at.
1:30 left in this match. 4-2 on the map. Alliance Rogue 9. Here comes one of those pushes.
That is, and if 2D can get this pick onto Urza, that's going to be big, but so slippery getting away. 2D now finding himself in the middle of 3 people. Sorry, bud, you're not getting out of that one.
Gray doing a fine job using the undulation of the map to avoid the baller exploding. Here's a look right now. Alliance Rogue with the sizable advantage, but plenty of time left here, Milana. What do you want to see from FT Win if they want to turn the tide?
We definitely need to see them coordinate. We need to coordinate those specials. We need to, like we talked about, the specials coming out together will definitely make that push back much more bearable.
1 minute left. 4-3 on the field. FT Win. They're trying to go ahead and mount a push here. Alliance Rogue has been very strong. Kiver trying to avoid some trouble, but no, we've got 4-2 here, 9.
I think that Ice's Stingray actually took 2 people out, and if you wondered why they were sitting back so far, it's because they wanted to have 2 specials up going into that last minute, as we see some bumper ballers being played here. And I love the fact that Kyo has already moved up to try to help it. They have them pushed back, but they can't go down with 30 seconds left.
Baller on baller crime right there. Kiver trying to back up. We've got 25 seconds left in Milana. This is when FT Win has got the special advantage. You got to deploy it.
Definitely. You want to see that push. They may be waiting until the very last second so that the enemy team can't cover their turf, but we'll see how this goes. It looks like it's turning the other tide. The tide is turning.
FT Win with a bit of an advantage. Can they hold on? Big time splat by 2D at the bottom of your screen. Gray trying to get behind the defenses. Let's see if Gray was able to do enough work right there, 9, and slip behind the defenses of FT Win. You see some blots of pink. That might be it. Let's see what our friendly felines say. Oh, and that is FT Win with the first victory. And once again, a team that looked like they were down early on, able to turn things around and get the victory, Nine.
There is no element more important than composure. And again, them are identifying that with a minute left, let's go ahead and send a couple of them back. Let's start to stagger them in spawn. And that's a term that we're going to be saying as well. When you get two people coming out at a time, it means they can't coordinate, and that means you have a much easier time slowing them down.
And that's such a good point. Let's build on that, Milana, because a lot of times when you are in a disadvantaged state and you're getting sent back to spawn, you can't just send squids and octolings out there as fast as you can. You've got to be coordinated.
Definitely, like we said, exponentiated pushes, or we want to push together as a team. Now, FT Win is it's a team that has always kept their cool. We saw in the NA Inkling finals,
yes,
NA Inkling Open finals 2019. We saw that they really kept their cool even though Loki was taking matches off of them, and they didn't let that bother them, and I think that came through in this Turf War match.
As we get set for our next matchup in the Ink pools here, Australia, New Zealand, Lime Soda, they won the coin toss, and they're going to go with Anchovy Games for our next stage here. And what do you like about this one? A bit of a throwback here, Nine.
It is a throwback, and the thing that everyone will know about this map is you have the fans that raise two of the platforms that allows you to not only defend your side, but go up and attack the other side too. So I think in choosing that, they're saying, all right, we can trade with the best of them here. We're going to give ourselves the opportunity to push way deep into the opponent's side.
They did go toe-to-toe with the GG boys, so you have to feel that confidence that they brought into this one here, Milana, isn't wavered even though they dropped their first game.
And like we said before, it's that momentum that they might take. So even though they lost, they had that confidence building up throughout that match, and that might be carried over into the next match.
And what we're seeing here, once again, Nine, it's what we talked about before. You got to try and stay alive in the final 30 seconds because we're seeing those last-minute 2-1s, 3 versus 2s that really are able to claim victory for the team that's in the advantage state.
Right, and those last 10 seconds sometimes feel a lot longer than 10 seconds, and a lot can change there, especially when you have the bomb rush special. We've seen teams bring that out. We didn't talk about it a lot, but you throw those out, the suction bomb rush especially, you can take an entire area of a map in just a few presses of the button.
Yeah, it's very powerful, especially at the end, because by the time you get those bomb rushes out, the other team probably doesn't have enough time to recover and re-ink your turf, Milana.
And definitely, and using those bomb rushes, you can hopefully get a pick, which gives you more turf from that.
Getting set for our third match here in the Ink pools. We're about 90 seconds away, and we mentioned Anchovy Games, Australia winning the coin toss here. And already in both these matches, it's like you mentioned here, Nine, this is a very balanced championship core of teams. There isn't really anybody that's a clear-cut favorite. Everybody has a chance to win this.
Right, and I think all 4 of these teams at one point in their match have held the lead. There's just been small misplays here and there, but I think that again shows you how well you can play and how good all of these teams are. And even though there are levels to Splatoon, when you get this far, you know what it means to win. You know exactly what you need to do in a right situation. It's just a matter of controlling your nerves and executing.
And that's such a good point, because we were talking to Australia, New Zealand, and they said they felt more pressure qualifying for the World Championships than being here, because they knew the opportunity to be on this stage, to be in this spotlight, was huge. They didn't want to miss out on it, but now that they're here, they know that they can just relax. They have nothing to lose.
Definitely. I mean, we're all here to have a good time, right? And spot some squids, cephalopods.
I like it right there. And as we said, they're getting ready to roll here in Ink Pools, Anchovy Games. And what about sub-weapons, Nine? We haven't had much of a conversation regarding that. What sub-weapons do you like to see in Turf War?
Well, in Turf War specifically, I think the Fizzy Bomb is a very strong weapon. One of the new ones that came with the Tony Kensa set, you shake that up a little bit, it'll explode 3 times, and it covers a lot. But outside of that, any time that you have what we would call a lethal bomb, a suction bomb, a splat bomb, going to be great, and you can throw it up to pressure the opponents on this map in particular.
Oh, let's go ahead and put a quarter in the machine here and get ready. Anchovy Games, we've got Lime Soda taking on Alliance Rogue right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the loadouts. What do you see here?
Well, looking at it, both sides have opted to bring a bucket. Both Will and Urza are going to be playing that Slosher Deco. I didn't even get the chance to talk about the Sprinkler. That thing has been buffed recently. It will take a lot of area. And the Slosher Deco, one of the most common picks in the game.
And Nine pointed out earlier, Milana, those fans that raise the platform are going to play a pivotal part in this map.
Definitely. It gives that easy entry into the enemy side of the map. But it also, you have to keep it up. You have to keep shooting at it in order to raise that platform. So potentially that could be an area of a problem area as well.
Soren using the Explosher to apply a little bit of pressure. Urza bringing a bucket to the match as well, too. Both buckets going at it, but the baller by Urza unable to get a splat. Soren going to go ahead and hop in the baller as well, too. And early on, neither team getting that player advantage on the map here, Nine.
Well, they've both been very cautious, and one of the reasons that it's so important to control those fans is because, as you can see, there aren't really other ways to attack the opponent. It's just going to be a battle for the middle until one side pushes up. They've both been deliberate about getting there and nice and slow, but you see Alliance Rogue starting to get up there.
Kiver with the suction bomb rush right now, and you see Yoshiko at the top of your screen doing a fine job, Milana, of being that backliner and staying on the higher elevation to apply pressure.
The thing about the ballpoint is that even though it is a backline weapon, you have a lot of mobility. So it can act as a frontline weapon. You can really hold your own. So her positioning is a little bit less important, but she's doing a really good job either way.
A couple of burst bombs coming up here. Geo undeterred by that. Let's take a look at Gray with that mini splatling, raising the platform, trying to stay higher. Nice little use right there. Oh, here comes some Tenta missiles. Let's see him scatter here, Nine.
Scatter is the right way to put it. Geo doing a good job not retreating so far back that he gives up the fan. You see moving right back up there. He knows that his job is to continue painting here and not allow that pivotal spot to be taken.
Alliance Rogue has got a special ready to go. Soren just trying to determine when he's going to use that baller at this point. 1 minute left, though. DJ playing that remix, and things are going to get hot and heated here in a second. Will trying to bring a bucket into the backline. No luck there, going one-on-one at this point. Baller ready to go. And we've got baller on baller crush once again. Oh, but Urza able to be a little bit more patient, and that is the crack in the wall that you're looking for if you're Alliance Rogue.
It is. They moved right up there. You see they didn't waste any time, and all of the members of Australia are stuck back here. They're going to have to move around. You see this bomb rush that Geo's using isn't going to be able to find that all-important middle of the map. They're having to use their specials just to get there.
3-2 on the map and a special ready to go for Alliance Rogue. They're looking to try and push this thing and claim a victory at this point. Both teams looking for their first victory in Ink Cool. Soren being retreated right now. It's going to require quite the push by Lime Soda. 12 seconds left. Geo trying to avoid a couple of shots from that Exploster, able to stay alive. 5 seconds left. 2-1 on the map for Lime Soda. They are down, but let's see what the final count is. And this might go in the favor of Alliance Rogue. I think once again, Milana, they had the advantage towards that final minute of this match.
I think that Lime Soda maybe played a little bit too aggressively in this map. I saw a few 3v1 situations that maybe wasn't what they had hoped would be the outcome. So I think using that aggression, toning it back just a little bit. And I think at the very end, Alliance Rogue kind of pulled back a little bit. They pulled back to mid so that they knew they had that turf readily covered and readily available for them.
It's so true, Nine. It seemed like those platforms with the fans played such a big role in this map. And then also the timing of the specials. For the second match in a row, we saw two ballers meet, and the one that deploys and explodes last is the one that has the advantage.
And when you have the middle of the map, that means that you've painted up very well, and you typically have those specials. And it seemed like every time that we saw Team Australia start to move in, there was a baller waiting for them. And that's not by accident. They are patient, they are ready, they know where they need to hold and when they need to use that special.
And it goes back to communication, as you said earlier, Milana. You know when you have a special, you don't get too excited and open your present early before your birthday. You wait until the time is right. And it seems like that's what Nine's saying for Team Europe. They were really waiting, Alliance Rogue, as far as, hey, we might be in a disadvantaged state, let's use a special.
They definitely held their specials. They didn't use them willy-nilly. If they didn't need it, they wouldn't use it.
And that's such a good point here. So Australia, New Zealand, Lime Soda, they dropped their second match in the Ink Pools. Meanwhile, Alliance Rogue representing Europe, they're 1-1. Now we'll see a matchup between our two teams that won their opening round. FT Win representing Team North America, and your defending champions, the GG Boys from Japan. And Nine, I know you're really excited for this matchup.
Well, I think this is the one that everyone's been waiting for. I know it's turf war, so it's not quite what everyone's looking to yet, but this is going to tell us a lot about the way these two teams stack up on an individual level, right? The coordination is still important. The game knowledge is still important. This should be a lot of fun to watch, and I believe we only have one map left that they can go to.
Skipper Pavilion will be our next map here, and give us some early thoughts about this one.
Well, this is a great midline map. There are areas here that you can just set up shop, watch where the opponent is coming from, and hold them back from there. I don't think that this is a backline mandatory map, so we might see Ice opt to switch to another weapon, but I do feel this might play to the strengths of the GG Boys just a little more.
And that's such a good point, Milana, because Nine says it's not a backline map. GG Boys don't really play with a true backliner.
Definitely. We see Dynamon maybe choosing to use an Explosher sometimes or a custom Jet Squelcher, but in general, we you know, his name is Dynamon. You might go Dynamo.
So as we get set for Skipper Pavilion between FT Win and North America and the GG Boys of Japan, 90 seconds away here. Anything that you're seeing different develop between these two high-level teams as they match up against each other in Turf War? Anything that you're seeing that stands out over these last couple of matches?
I think the most interesting part to note is that there were two L3, is what we're going to call them, L3 nozzle noses, a weapon that has just recently, within the last couple of weeks, started to creep up into relevance. It's a weapon that paints a lot, and it does it very, very quickly. And both of the specials, the Baller and the Inkjet, were used to great effect earlier. So I'm interested to see if they opt to go with that and what FT Win's response to that is, because that's not a very conventional weapon.
And we've also seen a point sensor for a sub-weapon, and yes, it doesn't cover any ink, but it is something that can really help out your teammates.
It can. When you see a lot of enemy ink on the ground and you toss that out, the worst thing that happens is nothing happens. You don't get punished. The best thing that happens is you identify where the opponent is sitting. We like to call it sharking within the community there, to stick with the nautical puns. But identifying where the opponent is trying to hide can be very important, especially if you're getting desperate.
Well, that floats with me to continue the nautical puns right there. Nine, I know you love it. I'll keep serving them up to you all day long, my friend. And there's a look at the Splatoon Sterling Squid. You see the names emblazoned on that on the side. In 2017, Team North America, Deadbeat, scoring the big upset over Team Japan. But then last year, the GG Boys, the winners, they're hoping to go ahead and just hit copy-paste on that trophy for this year. But they've got to get by some very strong teams, as we mentioned. FT Win, a team that has really done a great job of establishing themselves as one of the top teams in North America here, Milana. Any other notes about them as far as what you've seen from FT Win throughout the year?
I've seen them participate in online tournaments. I've seen them participate in locals. They are really just a force to be reckoned with.
Here we go, Skipper Pavilion, Turf War, and our ink pools. Your defending champions, the GG Boys, taking on FT Win from North America. GG Boys in the turquoise, you've got FT Win in the purple, and early on, there's not a lot of terrain that is inkable at times here, Nine, and so you have to be careful about the path you take to try to get into the other enemy's territory.
You do, and I think that the GG Boys know exactly that. Look at Etsuna switching over to the tent umbrella. A year ago, you would have been laughed off the stage for using that. Right now, it is a force and one of the scariest weapons to go up against. You see it right there, but I love the fact, you know, we said this would be a long-range map. The GG Boys opted to again bring what we would call a double backline composition into this fight.
Yamamichi able to pick up the splat on Kyo. That's big time right here. Etsuna using that tent umbrella to clear some space. Shaq right now sharking around as we see, and here comes that suction bomb launcher as well too from the upper echelon. And you look at having the higher ground in this map, Milana. That's big too, because it seems like you have the advantage if you have the higher ground.
Definitely. By having higher ground, you have more visibility. You can see everything that's happening, and it's better for you in every situation.
IG moving along with that L3, as you said here, Nine doing a great job of covering some turf, but it's also so good at picking up splats, and that's what the GG Boys said. They're looking for splats early on in this matchup.
Well, and you look at what they've done with Etsuna there. Etsuna has been at the top part of the map this entire game, and for good reason. It takes 2 or 3 people to take him out. They've rotated their backliners at the bottom, and Yamamichi has used the same Stingray from the same spot 3 times now.
Yamamichi getting it done for the GG Boys. They've got a 4-3 advantage, but that's negated all of a sudden. Ice with a nice splat right there to even things up. You see the Stingray charge for Ice, trying to apply a little bit of pressure, help out his teammate over there. Kyo was in a 2-on-1, but very nicely done by Ice to provide that support. Nine.
And that support is exactly what they're going to need, because again, to go back to the tent umbrella, that is a weapon that you can't really beat in a 1-on-1, provided that the opponent knows what they're doing.
109 left. You see 2D in the baller taking on the tent umbrella, trying to ruin the camping trip right there, but no! 2D getting splatted from behind. Taiji trying to avoid the pressure right now, trying to get out of the 2-on-1 right now, using that baller, chases them back, and you also have to be very careful about how defensive you can be here too, Nine.
You do, and we see the bubbles coming up right here, and immediately Ice jumps all the way out, says, you know what, I'm not going to get anything out of that situation, but be careful, your Shaq's actually in a great position to jump on this aggressive play, but just like clockwork, the GG Boys sense that there's danger, rotate back. It's going to be a battle of specials as we get here into the last 30 seconds.
Shaq trying to get behind enemy defenses. 2D using the baller. Nice job by Taiji to avoid. It's a 1-on-1. Oh, huge support help on that splat. 4-3 advantage, GG Boys. Final 30 seconds. Yamamichi once again with that Stingray getting a big time splat.
And down goes Kyo. That means that all of this turf is going to be completely free to ink, and there is a lot of it. You see Etsuna pushed up. Shaq and Ice are pushing Dynamon back, and Yamamichi needs to rotate. Does just that right there. All they need to do is hold their position, and I think that splat's going to be the one that settles it.
Yamamichi getting getting it done for the GG boys. A bit of a trade right there, and the double splat at the end for good measure. Unbelievable work. You see the GG boys going to clearly take this victory, and it looks like even though the competition has stepped up 9, the GG boys have obviously elevated their game.
That was a battle that was won on the weapon select screen. You can see that the GG boys came in with an idea. We're going to put Etna up at the top. We're going to distract as many people as we can. With our double backline composition, we will ward people off, and if we need to support Etna, we have an infinite range Stingray that's going to do that job.
The ink pools are all finished up here. You take a look, 2-0 Japan. They go ahead and take the overall top seed for the most part. And then you've got a couple teams that go 1-1. But at this point, we'd like to welcome in the other member of our commentary crew. Put your hands together for Ashley Esqueda.
Hi,
Ashley,
everybody.
how are you doing?
I'm great. I made a kid and a squid while I was gone last year, so I'm ready. I got one more left, and I can have a whole Splatoon team.
Well, as we get set for ranked mode here soon, for you, what's the biggest difference? You've obviously covered a couple of these championships before. When we make the transition from ink pools to ranked mode.
I mean, ranked mode is a whole different ballgame, right? So in Turf War, there is one objective. Obviously, there's a single objective in all of these ranked modes, but there's so much more strategy that goes into each one of these modes that you're going to see all kinds of crazy loadouts. I think 9, like we've talked a lot about how things have changed quite a bit, even from PAX, when we were at PAX. Like, things have changed. And so it'll be really interesting to see what these teams roll out with.
And obviously, Turf War is the foundation of a lot of different things, covering that turf, as we said before. But then you get to the ranked mode, and you throw in another objective, and that's going to change these loadouts, as we said.
It is, and I think the most important thing to note is none of the ranked modes are decided when time hits 0 in the same way that Turf War is. We say that only the last 30 seconds matter because it doesn't matter how well you've played the entire game. In ranked modes, you get to keep the lead that you built, and it's up to the opponent to beat it.
Let's take a look at some of these ranked modes here as we prepare for semifinal action at the Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019. Up next is tower control, and it's one that many people love here. Let's start with the basics of tower control. Ashley, what are we looking to see here?
Well, there's a tower in the middle of the map, and if you or any of your teammates get on it, it's going to move toward the enemy base. If you can get through the checkpoints, which is a very key part of the strategy here, you can, in fact, knock out the other team. But they're not going to make it easy for you.
Let's take a look at the updated bracket after we just got done with our ink pools and see who will be facing off against each other in semifinal action. And you see the GG boys in first place, FT Win in second, Alliance Rogue in third, and then Lime Soda in fourth. So GG boys will take on Lime Soda in the first semifinal, and then FT Win facing off against Alliance Rogue in our best of 5 here. And so your eyeballs immediately go to FT Win and Alliance Rogue. They had a very balanced Turf War match, and you figure ranked mode will be just the same here, 9.
Well, just think back to just 1 year ago. The last time that we saw the North American team and the European team, we saw fireworks there, one of the best sets of Splatoon I've ever seen. I expect much the same here as we keep going into this tournament.
In tower control, Ashley did a great job of talking about the checkpoints, and on certain maps, some checkpoints are more important than others, 9. What does that mean?
Well, when we say that a checkpoint isn't that important, what we generally mean is it's very easy to reach it and very easy to get through it. It's not a big point of congestion or contesting. So if there's a spot where we say this is the key checkpoint to get through, generally that is the point of no return. And you know, some maps only have 2 checkpoints.
That's right. And that is when things get really intense because you've got to scrap for that time in those checkpoints. It's war.
Well, it's really important, too, when you get to a checkpoint, to clear it. The last thing you want to do is sit there and park with the engine idle for 8 seconds and then not clear the checkpoint, tower resets, and you've got to go through that same point again.
You do. You have to get through every part of it. So even if you get to 1 single point left on a checkpoint, if you don't clear it and it goes back, you got to get all 10 of them again.
As we get set for tower control here, we had a conversation once again with the GG boys, the defending champions, and Ashley, they said what's very important is when we're on the tower, we understand the opposing team is focusing in on our player on the tower. We need to use the tower as a distraction to go for splats to protect our buddy.
They are so good at that strategy because, one, they have some of the absolute best slayers out there. And so you're going to look for all kinds of flanks from GG boys. They're going to be looking for ways to take out the back line and the mid line of their opponents so that there is no way you're going to see a Stingray on the tower. And that's going to be the easiest way to get an opponent off of there.
All right, we are ready to go here. Tower control, semifinal action. Hey, how How about a good old scoop of vanilla ice cream, the reef for our stage here. 9, I know you love this one.
I do, and this map is one of the most exciting places to play tower control on. You can see right there, 3 checkpoints, but they go by quick. That first checkpoint, merely a stepping stone. It's really that second checkpoint we're going to be looking at first.
Lime Soda in the green, and you've got the GG Boys of Japan in the purple. Tower control early on, and a splat that makes it 3-3 on the field. 3-1, the GG Boys with a complete wipe right here, 9.
He built that Stingray in 10 seconds.
Outrageous. It's outrageous.
A master builder right there, Dynamon on the tower. You hear the cheery music playing, and now it's all about protecting the tower when it's at the checkpoint. Taiji trying to apply a little bit of pressure in your spawn, and actually you see that sometimes. When you push, you try to keep the other team busy at spawn while that tower moves.
It's one of the easiest ways to clear a checkpoint is to, if you've wiped, especially an entire team, the best thing you can do is push forward as far as you can and keep them away from the tower so that you can ride it right into the finish.
GG Boys in the express lane in this one, 9 having no issues whatsoever. Push the tower and also push back Lime Soda.
The way that they've rotated their aggression is insane. There's so much I'd like to say about this, but I don't think I'm going to get the chance to.
Nope.
Dynamon Yamamichi,
Wow.
the backbone of that GG Boys assault. And you see how quickly it can end against tower control. However, we are going to review a couple things. We might have had a controller issue in that one. We'll let you know what possibly happened. Sometimes those things happen. But for the most part, you saw the GG Boys strategy and how quickly they were able to build that Stingray early on to apply that pressure.
That was very, very smart because they knew, okay, we will give up a little bit of presence in the mid to maybe trade for what could be a double splat. It did end up being that. That allowed Dynamon to get through that first checkpoint without any resistance whatsoever. But the key moment, I think, was the fact that as Taiji was in that inkjet moving up, Etana moved up to take that spot as well. We're going to talk about rotational pressure. That's exactly what that was.
And Ashley, we saw the push from the GG Boys. They weren't just camped out by the tower. They extended their offense out and really kept Lime Soda back towards their spawn, and that buys some precious seconds for the tower to move.
It absolutely does, and I think the GG Boys, of all the teams here, have obviously been together the longest. They're the defending champions. They have not swapped out a single player from last year. And that means that they have, I would argue, the most trust, right? So they trust that whoever's on that tower, they got it, right? And they can go forward, they can push, they can make those kind of gambles that really pay off and enable them to win so quickly.
And you saw the GG Boys get the victory there in tower control. And you know, you want to take a closer look at Team Japan and hear from them as far as what they enjoy about being here with a chance to defend their title.
I am Yamamichi, Etona,
Dynamo,
Taiji. We are
GG Boys.
Splatoon 2 はもう本当
Splatoon 2 is a game that all sorts of people are playing. Like my wife is playing it and so are her friends. I think people from old to young.
去年も
Last year I came to E3 as well, but I never thought I could go overseas because of a video game.
Which team do you think will win the championship?
もちろん
Needless to say, the GG Boys are going to win it.
I love the story about his wife got him introduced to Splatoon and all of a sudden loved doing this. So wives, once again, they make their husbands that much better, honestly. And you take a look at the GG Boys and what they're trying to do as they defend. And this is a Team 9 that never really waver. They never really get too worked up. They know that they can just trust their ability level to be victorious.
Well, they've been here so many times. They've been on this stage more than anybody else, but also they've played at the highest level in Japan specifically. Japan, widely regarded as the strongest Splatoon region, they get this level of competition every single week.
So we do want to let you know there was a controller issue with Lime Soda in that last match of Tower Control on the Reef. We're going to go ahead and redo that one. So you love the sportsmanship between these two teams right here. So it's now 0-0. It'll be the GG Boys. Yeah, clap it up right there.
Yeah.
We're all friends. It's a
That's
great
right.
community.
I wish that I could do that when I DC. Whenever
Right.
I play and I accidentally DC, I want to do over.
They'll get set to go ahead and take on Tower Control in the Reef once again. But expand on the Reef level a little bit more here, 9, and why you like it so much.
Well, the left side where we saw Taiji use that inkjet, I think, is the reason I like it the most, because there's so many ways to attack the opponent and get in front of the objective. We're going to talk about that in every single mode. You have to play in front of it. If you sit by where the objective is, that's where everyone's looking, and they're not going to be able to use the advantage of where the eyes are.
What was cool is we heard the round of applause when we said we're going to go ahead and restart this game, and that really speaks to the community, Ashley. Just a very warm, welcoming community for such a competitive game that it continues to grow, but they've really opened up their tentacles for everybody and welcomed them in.
It is 100% true. I have played a lot of shooters in my time, and the old woman, but this community is so joyous. They are so much fun. They are so welcoming. Even the top level players are like, just come talk to us. We'll give you tips. We'll help you. We want you to beat us. Like that's how wonderful and strong the foundation of the Splatoon 2 community is.
We'll get started here in a couple minutes as we continue to figure out all the technical issues. You want to make sure everybody's good and locked in and ready to go for these semifinals. So much at stake here. And Nine, listen, you're the darling of the Splatoon community on the cover of the Splatoon Tiger Beat magazine and all the cereal boxes.
That's a reference.
Speak a little bit more about how it's grown so much over the last couple of years and how Splatoon 2 has made this game so accessible for so many people.
Well, I think it ties into this exact tournament, actually. I think when we had that very first E3 championships back in 2017, people saw what teams could become. They saw that you could get sponsored. They saw that you could be even better at this game. That pushed everybody up, and that made more people interested in the game. It's no secret that I do love this community. It's done a lot for me. It's helped me reach heights that I never thought I could, but it all starts with love of the game. This game is so addicting. If you pick it up, you will not be able to put it down.
It's so easy to love. That's the thing I like about it. It's like you're in there, you meet Pearl and Marina, and you're just like, I love these squids. I love them.
Well, we had a chance to hear from the GG boys representing Team Japan. How about their counterparts from Australia? Lime Soda representing Australia, New Zealand.
I'm Will.
Yoshiko.
Shockwave.
Trent.
Gio. And we are
Lime Soda. Do I have a message for all the fans watching? We love and cherish all the support that you guys give us each and every single day. And it's really lovely waking up to see all the support you guys give us. It really does motivate us to do our best and put a smile on our face.
I love the emotion from Lime Soda when you see that the fact that they qualified. And we've been talking to them all week and how excited they are to be here, but they're not wide-eyed, Nine. The stage isn't too big for them. They feel like they can come here and make some noise.
They're playing without money. They know that if they just go out and execute it, they have the right weapons, right? Everything that they play is what we would consider to be meta. They're here to have fun and compete. It's the same game. The stage is just a little different.
And also, they're the upset kings of this tournament. I mean, they came back from an 0-4 deficit to win 5-4 in their qualifier. So anything could happen. I'm excited to watch them play. I absolutely love that they are a really great representation of the meta and also just really good, cool people to hang out with like last couple days.
You see Lime Soda right there bubbling up some conversation with themselves as they get set for tower control. Maybe a different strategy. Let's go ahead and run this thing back, y'all. Tower control on the read. You've got the GG boys of Japan in the purple, and then in that green, you've got Lime Soda. And Nine, a little bit more, it looks like we're seeing the same compositions come out again.
Yeah, and I think that that's part of the rule set as well, to make sure that nobody can tactically DC, as we would call it. We're going to see the same strategy. Another 12 seconds, but this time Will gets a nice pick here. So instead of going down immediately, they know, okay, we can't do that again, and they're actually on the upswing this time.
4-3 advantage momentarily on the map for Lime Soda. That tower hasn't moved at all, so Lime Soda showing that they can be quite the formidable foe. Early on, here comes Taiki with an inkjet trying to apply some pressure. Nobody yet climbing on that tower, and Ashley, we've also heard these teams say, we're not going to grab that tower until we have an advantage on the field.
That's right. Sometimes you want to wait to get on the tower. I know whenever I play, I get really excited. I want to jump right on there, but the real strategy here is knowing when to get off the tower and when to get back on the tower. So they're all going to wait until there is an advantage and the right person can get on that tower.
Nice little trade right there as Yamamichi rides the tower to the first checkpoint. You see 3-2 on the map and a couple of specials ready to go for the GG boys.
And you saw immediately they moved up and forced a double team on Will that caused that follow to be popped probably a little earlier than Will wanted to. And now we're going to get to see again this snowball start to go up. Yoshiko is positioned very well, but needs to hit a snipe.
Oh, and just like the man predestined, speak it into life here, Nine. Big time.
Nine Stradamus over here.
Lime
Wow.
Soda. It's 4-4. That tower really just passed the first checkpoint, and that's not safe by any means on this map here, Nine. You also look, 3:30 left, plenty of time here, Ashley. And Lime Soda doing a good job of bending and not breaking.
They are doing a great job of neutralizing Slayers. I mean, this is what they have to do. They have to make sure that they are taking out their opponents so that they don't get these specials, because Yamamichi with that Stingray is very dangerous.
Here comes Etanut jumping into action here, 9, and what are we seeing from the GG boys?
We saw an incredible use of all three specials there. Dynamon kept himself on the tower with his baller. Then they used their Stingray. Once the counter Stingray came out, they had an Inkjet ready to pressure that. That's why this push is still going as they approach that final check.
Shock being very careful to stay in some green ink to drop the hammer on Yamamichi and the GG boys. However, GG boys have cleared a second checkpoint. They have a sizable 32-100 lead. Will trying to avoid some pressure, gets on the tower, and let's see if Lime Soda can get on the board here. 2:30 left, plenty of time, but they faced yet another deficit, actually down 4-3 on the map.
It'll be really interesting to see what Will does next. He takes out Tona and ends up going 1-for-1. It's a trade. Oh, this is going to be really close, I think, in the way of... I don't know what's going to happen here.
GG boys getting closer and closer to the final checkpoint. Yamamichi, Stingray, you're going to hear it all afternoon long. A little Stingray on Stingray action. Nobody getting stunned right there. Dynamon using that baller, however, getting pushed off the tower. That's the issue with the baller on the tower sometimes, 9.
It is, but you saw that Taiji was up there holding that position. And to talk about those counter Stingrays that just happened, if you are on defense and you lose that, that oftentimes swings the game for you. Yoshiko needs to hit another snipe here. I couldn't speak it into existence this time.
Final checkpoint cleared. It looks like the GG boys are going to have no problem getting this victory, and they do. Took a little bit more effort than last time, though. When you see that Australia, New Zealand, they were able to be somewhat equal in the beginning, but it was just that constant onslaught by the GG boys. Too overwhelming.
You know, that combo of the baller and then you got Taiji with the Inkjet is just so hard to overcome on tower control. It's a really good strategy. Clearly it works, and they rode it all the way in.
And 9, we're going to say, as we said earlier, Yamamichi and the Stingray. You're going to see that a lot. Why is that Stingray such a powerful and valuable special for the GG boys?
Let's check the stats. It has infinite range. It goes through walls, and you can see where the opponent is. So all three of those things are very important, but more than anything, 2 of the modes that we'll be playing today, Tower Control and Rainmaker, have a centralized objective. You can see where it is at all times, and on the checkpoints there, you saw they were opting to save their Stingrays for that time because nobody can run. If they get off the tower, the checkpoint resets.
We just got done with Tower Control. You saw the strategy there. We'll get set for our next ranked mode match between the GG boys of Japan and Lime Soda of Team Australia, New Zealand. And it seems like for Team Australia, New Zealand, Lime Soda, they have to just make sure that they can continue to get somewhat of a push against the GG boys. We never saw that in that last match, Ashley.
Yeah, sometimes when any team plays against the GG boys, it's really tough to get a hold of how aggressive they can be, especially when they really get out in front and they start keeping you away from a central objective. And I think that's going to be the hardest thing for them to do, but it is the thing they must do if they want a chance of coming back.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our next ranked mode that these two teams will partake in here. As we said, we just got done with Tower Control. The GG boys getting the first victory in this best of 5. Up next, good old Clam Blitz here, 9, and a lot of fun strategies with this one. You hear an emotional response from our crowd here at the theater at Ace Hotel, and what's it going to take with Clam Blitz this time?
First of all, wipe that smirk off your face. Secondly, there's a lot that goes into Clam Blitz. It is the newest mode, and it's probably the most difficult to really get a grasp on. This is probably the mode where just controlling the map is the most important part of it. And we've seen a lot of developments in this mode since the last time that we were on this stage. I'll say if there's 2 things you have to do, everybody needs to pitch in to collecting clams. You collect 10 of them, it puts together what we call a football or a power clam. You throw it into the basket, and we'll see if these teams can show you how it's played.
Clam Blitz and Arowana Mall here. You've got the GG boys of Japan in the orange, and then Lime Soda in the green. And speaking with the GG boys, 9, they said it's less about splats and Clam Blitz, but rather dominating the economy, having the majority of the clams on the map so your team can't form those power clams. And let's see if they follow that strategy early on. And what do you like about Arowana Mall?
Well, it's a very Stingray dominant map. Some people like it for that reason, some people don't. But that's why, again, the GG boys continue to bring 2 backliners here. They know that they can control the way the map is going, and that grate right there where you see the Tenterbrella set up shop is going to be the point of contention. I love the fact that Yoshiko is here, and this Taiji baller actually is going to get them through. They need to grab that claim again, though.
Taiji dancing around the ink, 2 big-time splash, looking to form the completion.
He got
the power clam into the basket, and now it's time for the GG boys to start filling the basket. But as you said, just a great individual effort by Tai G9.
It was, and more than anything, this score might not be a big score, but it's going to mean that they control the middle. There's a mechanic in Splatoon called super jumping that allows you to go to where your anybody on your team is standing. So it's going to mean that they can continue their pressure. I think that Australia has snuffed it out, though. Great defense by them.
Australia able to survive right there. Only 26 points scored by the GG boys. You see that 13-point penalty, and actually you can also see the number of clams each team has by that small number underneath their 4 icons. And right now, neither team with a lot of clams. How do you see Lime Soda trying to get back into this one?
Well, they're starting to climb up little by little, but what's going to need to happen is they're going to have to put down some ink here because this map is covered in a lot of orange. And they're also going to have to stay away from Yamamichi's Stingray.
Yamamichi once again with that Stingray applying pressure from the back line. Tai G using that baller. You lose the clams when you deploy that baller as well too. Middle of the map controlled right now by the GG boys. They've got another power clam. How about that? Hiding in the bubbles, 9.
There were bubbles everywhere there. That was a very tense moment, and Etna able to sniff through there. They know Etna's still there. They do. For a second there, I was a little worried that they were looking the wrong way. So again, you're seeing small scores, and that's going to mean that the penalty is still there. Now, that power clam that we talked about scored you 20 points. This is actually still a very close game.
Lime Soda not out of it at all. As you said, one power clam followed by some smaller ones into the basket. They are right back in this thing. They've got a 4-3 advantage on the field, but let's see if they can finally get a push this match. It seems like they can't get past that second half of the map here, Ashley.
I would say the reason why is those tenterellas right there that you can see flying by. They're all over the place. I love that there's dueling tenterellas. This is it makes it really tough who can't get by there, and so you get knocked off the grate. You have to start over. You have to find a different way. You got to flank.
Tai G and the individual effort we're seeing here, 9 getting some critical splats deep into Lime Soda territory.
Pushing them all the way back and continuing to just create space. So often we focus so much on the splats, but there's something about positioning yourself in the right spot and allowing yourself to continue putting pressure that play does.
Just under 2 minutes left, 4-4 on the map. GG boys with a 33-point advantage. However, you see the penalty. Lime Soda not out of it by a long shot. Etna going to go ahead and super jump back for defensive purposes. Dynamon trying to apply some pressure with that Explosher. 1:43 left, and right now the match has gotten to a bit of a stalemate here, 9.
It has, and the way that GG Boys is playing right now means that Lime Soda actually can't build up any clans. You see they're shuffling a few around back here. They know that there's not much time, so they're trying to make the score that they do get here a big one. But because GG Boys continues to hold the map, there's not even a chance for them to build it.
Oh, the barrier is broken though. The GG Boys have a chance to add to their lead. They're adding clams by the bushel at this point. 36 to 100. You see the timer in the middle. That gives them that much more time to fill the basket up. Can they get one more clam in there? Doesn't look like they... Oh, they do!
Oh, they do!
And here comes more pressure. Riding the shield of those bubbles, trying to pop the hopes of Lime Soda. 1 minute left. 91-point advantage for the GG Boys. Now is when it gets difficult for Lime Soda to have a comeback here, 9. And that is the game. GG Boys filling the basket. They take a 2-0 lead, and once again, it was the specials and the push by the GG Boys. But how about that strategy we saw there, Ashley? Hiding in the bubbles for some protection to get closer to the basket.
It's a great strategy. It's a great way because it's going to take a lot of ink to get those bubbles to shrink down enough to be able to get your opponent. So yeah, that's a great strategy. Hide in there as long as you can. Stay in the bubbles and then get right under that basket. And as soon as the bubbles either go away or pop, you're good to go.
First 2 victories go to the GG Boys. One more, and they will have the sweep in the semifinals and find themselves in the finals. Let's take a look at the next upcoming ranked mode, and we've got Splat Zones, and this is the one that a lot of competitive players love. Splat Zones, tell me a little bit more about the strategy here, because it's a little bit of turf war. However, there are some things that change here.
There are. I think the easiest way to describe it is something of a king of the hill, right? There is going to be a zone, sometimes 2 smaller zones, that you have to take. That is going to bring down your timer. You want your timer to either be lower than the opponent's when the time runs out, or run all the way to 0. And competitive players love it because of how consistent it tends to be.
And you mentioned consistency. Ashley, we've had the conversation before. A lot of these modes, you can mount a comeback. Splat Zones, very difficult to come back. What are some things you need to keep in mind once you secure the zone if you want to make sure you protect your victory?
Securing the zone is one thing. Making sure you're not getting penalized when it gets taken back is another thing. So really, really doing a good job of pushing forward, making sure, again, you're keeping your opponent from either that central objective in the splat zone or both splat zones. You really have to have good defense when there's two.
Let's go shopping at Mako Mart here. Don't forget to grab some milk, splat zones, and this is only one splat zone on this map here, 9, so a lot of the action is going to be very concentrated.
It is, and taking a look right now immediately, you see a double L3 nozzle nose. That's going to mean 2 ballers and a third one being added in by Dynamon there. If all 3 of those go in the zone, they're going to take it in the blink of an eye.
You see Lime Soda in the orange and the GG Boys of Japan in the purple. GG Boys already securing the zone, and one thing they talked about, 9, is that they're not going to push too far once they get the zone. They want to make sure that they aren't too aggressive and give themselves the opportunity to be snuffed from behind, flanked from behind to lose the zone.
And they're especially going to try to build their baller. You see that they already have a Stingray at the ready that's going to immediately target Yoshiko, who is willing to trade a 1-for-1 there. I like that because it allowed them to take the zone and apply a penalty.
Huge recovery right there by Lime Soda. You see the 36-second penalty for the GG Boys, and that'll buy some precious seconds for Lime Soda. 4-3 on the map, and actually a chance for Lime Soda to finally make a push with the advantage.
That was a huge take back, because once you can apply that penalty, it becomes, there's a little less pressure. And I think that that's really helpful for them in this moment.
You see the splat. We've got a spill on Isle splat zone right there, 9, and Etina and Taiji. You mentioned the double L3 composition. They're going to go and try and put a lot of pressure on Lime Soda at this point.
And you can see they have 2 ballers at the ready, so they're not going to have any trouble at all doing that. Etina going to run in, pop the baller. There's another one that they can use. Trapped in the corner. Etina goes for 3. Why not? The 4th one sitting up at spawn, and this is getting ugly.
Etina putting on an absolute clinic, finally able to get slowed down, but it might be too little too late. GG Boys just a few seconds away from claiming this 3rd victory, and that'll do it. GG Boys with a clean sweep in the semifinals, and last year's defending champions having no issue whatsoever through those 3 ranked modes. And what we saw early, Ashley, they controlled the zone and they were able to apply some pressure in spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only were they able to do that, they were able to do that with completely cool heads, as if this is just something that they do in their sleep, which pretty much it is.
Well, let's go ahead and give a round of applause to Lime Soda. They put up some great battles. We certainly appreciate them coming all the way here from Australia, New Zealand to give us a show. I'm sure we will see many of them later. What a great opportunity, great experience for them. But 9, it's very tough when you're going against the defending champions.
It is. They're the champions for the reason, as they give a little fist pump right there. They know that their goal is still a little ways away.
Let's take a look at the updated bracket here as we have our first ticket to the finals punched here by the GG Boys. They get the 3-0 sweep in semifinals, so they will take on the winner of FT Win and Alliance Rogue. And as you said earlier, 9, this matchup between North America and Europe that we're about to see in the semifinal, this is one that you really want to keep an eye on, because these are 2 teams that are really dominant in their regions and have really taken the crown in their respective countries, and now they have a chance for an opportunity to knock off the champions here soon.
And more than that, they are very familiar with each other. Earlier, Milana was talking about Kraken Paradise and Team Olive, the 2 teams that kind of formed this. Those 2 teams, along with FT Win, have been battling at the top of the European North American leagues for ages right now. They know the tricks that each other are going to do.
And obviously, you're well aware with each player, with each team for the most part, but Ashley, the stage is different. You know, it's different when you're playing online versus live on the stage in front of this crowd, in front of this audience, with the Splatoon Sterling Squid up for grabs.
It's different just casting on the internet by yourself. So being in front of this amazing crowd, they're hyped, they're ready to go. Like they are super excited to see these teams face off. Obviously, FT Win, it's the hometown team. We got North America here, but at the end of the day, anything can happen. Like 9 said, these teams have faced off against each other many, many times, just playing Splatoon. So it'll be interesting to see how all of them react.
And 9, we were talking earlier in the week, and you said FT Win. When they are at their best, it is hard to find anybody better than them. It's just a matter of, will they be consistent enough in this tournament to be able to match the consistency we've seen from, say, the GG Boys?
It is, and they have been hiding their scrims for short. They have been hiding the results of those because they don't want anyone knowing what tricks they are. I was trying to talk a little bit with them. These are my friends. They're like, sorry, no, we can't tell you anything.
Yeah, no friends
None.
during
No
this
friends.
week here.
No friends.
Well, we mentioned FT Win representing North America. Let's take a closer look at the 4 that comprise this squad.
I am Shaq,
2D,
Keo,
Ice,
Quavo, and we are
V to Win.
My single piece of advice would be to understand that getting the most amount of splats in a game does not necessarily mean that you played perfectly or you did everything properly. There's always more to learn. just because you get the most amount of splats doesn't mean that you play the game right.
So FT Win right there, getting a chance to know them a little bit better. And 9, they were talking about some strategy for some folks that are maybe just new to Splatoon 2, and he said sometimes it's not all about the splats.
Right, there's so many things that go into playing a good game, and sometimes just being a Brella on the tower and not leaving the tower can be the difference between getting a win or a loss. Sometimes it's holding the position. There's just too much to boil it down to a single number.
We saw a lot of Stingray with the specials. Baller has been very popular as well, too, and it seems like regardless of the rank mode that we're playing, that Baller provides a lot of benefits, Ashley.
It's a great way to give cover, not only to yourself if you're in a bit of a pinch, but it's also a really great way to give cover to a teammate. If you end up getting, double teamed, you got 2 squids coming at you, Baller's a great way to get them to go away. So it's a really nice way to it's a little bit of a defense mechanism, but also a really great offensive mechanism as well. So it's a fantastic special, and it's no wonder it's being used a lot here.
We're about a minute away from action here in 9. Those specials that seem to provide that temporary invulnerability like we see with the Baller, or that you can stand far away from the action, apply pressure, it seems like there's a defensive component to some of these.
There's a defensive component, and there's also spatial control, which is something that, of course, we know the Stingray, being that it can reach everywhere on the map, does. But when you have a Baller, it forces the opponents to move away. And even if you don't explode and get a splat, it means that your teammates can move up as well. And spatial control really is the next level of being a good Splatoon player.
Yeah, it's that combination of turf coverage, because that Baller explodes, but then also scattering everybody. Because Ashley, these high-level teams, a lot of their success is based upon being able to establish certain parts of a map, and when you have to scurry away because of a Baller, it can really disrupt your strategy.
Yeah, disrupt is exactly the right word. I mean, disrupting a team's rhythm, what they are most comfortable with, is going to be a great way to knock them off their feet and potentially take the win.
As we get set, we've got tower control on the Reef once again here. FT Win from North America taking on Alliance Rogue from Europe. You've got FT Win in the blue, Alliance Rogue in the green, and 9, you know it, you love it. What are our loadouts looking like?
Well, I want everybody to keep an eye on 2 players in particular, 2D from North America and Gray from Alliance Rogue. They are going to be providing ink armor, one of them with a more aggressive weapon in the end zap, the other a more supportive role with that Tensa undercover Brella. That's a mouthful.
And that ink armor, once again, defensive capabilities coming from a special, allowing you to be more aggressive here. A little one-on-one action here. Shaq getting the best of that, trying to avoid some green ink coming in. Right now, you've got Alliance Rogue that's moved the tower just 10 little points, so plenty of action to go here. Urza trying to charge up those Tenta missiles, but gets splatted by Kyo, and actually early advantage on the map. You've got FT Win getting a couple of big splats here.
Yeah, this is an early advantage, so it may not pay off for them in the end, but it is a really good thing for them to have been able to kind of, they scared EU just a little bit. Rogue Alliance was like, you know what, I think I'm going to jump back to base. A couple of our players have gone down, and now we got a Stingray out.
Well, once again, that spatial control, 9 Ice able to dislodge and disrupt the Stingray for Alliance Rogue.
It is, and sometimes, like you said, that's just enough, because when you're using that Stingray, you're doing it to take a couple people down and build a lead for your team. Give yourself a little breathing room. A counter Stingray, not going to allow that to happen.
FT Win is now taking the lead. They're at the first checkpoint. However, they get dislodged. They're back on the tower. Oh, almost about to clear that checkpoint, but Kibber with a nice double splat, 9.
And that's going to disrupt it entirely. That's going to be the end of it there, taken down before it could even get started.
And that's huge. We've talked about with the checkpoints, you want to make sure you clear them. If not, you're just leaving yourself more homework after school when you get back to that checkpoint. And we know how balanced these teams are, Ashley. We're a minute and a half in. Neither team has cleared the first checkpoint.
Not at all. And that is a real testament to how good these teams are, how much they've played against each other. They know their strategies. They know what's going on. That might be a really critical Stingray splat right there.
4-2 on the field for a moment for FT Win. They did a nice job stopping the advances of Alliance Rogue. Now let's see if they can boost their score. How about Ice? Slipping and sliding out of the way of those splats, and does a nice job soaring, trying to get the tower. But here comes some Tenta missiles once again to disrupt that back line.
And that's the thing that we haven't talked about yet. One of the reasons why the Tenta missiles have become so strong, everyone for the longest time was focused on Stingray v Stingray. The Tenta missiles do it with much less commitment. The Stingrays from Soren have been completely inconsequential so far.
It's such a good point. Soren can't get comfortable at that point. And FT Win getting to the second checkpoint. They're trying to clear it. This is one of the ones in the stage here that you're looking, as you mentioned, Ashley. That's the critical one in this map if you want to give yourself somewhat of a safe lead.
Absolutely. And now we can see there's a couple of Rogue Alliance jumping back to base. They want to get out of the way of that Stingray.
FT Win trying to close the door on this match. Kimber trying to get him off the tower. It's a battle. Inklings everywhere. The ink is going everywhere, but the super jump back in.
Wow.
How about FT Win surviving that storm at the end right there, 9.
Look at that. Kyo had jumped onto the tower with a splashdown. He said, there are invulnerability frames as I come down. We are knocking this out no matter what happens. But their ability to press forward and use their specials, we say it so much, but you almost can't say it enough. Coordinating your specials in time with the push makes it very difficult for your opponent to slow it down.
It really does. It's a thing there. If you can do that with your team, if you can communicate and say, okay, you use your Tenta missiles, keep that Stingray away. Now let's use Baller. Now let's use Splashdown. I mean, if you can do that all coordinated and all together, it's, especially at the end for that very last race to the finish, it's beautiful.
And that's what we love about competitive Splatoon. You have those moments like we saw at the end, just pure chaos, but these players are so good at remaining calm through all that ink flying left and right for the most part. Let's take a closer look at a replay from that last match. One of those exciting moments, our instant replay. 2:24 left, and keep an eye on the tower. It's moving right now. Ice moves it, but look at all the action that's going to happen. Walk us through it here, 9.
So you see, of course, they have one person as their designated tower rider, but you see that Shaq was by it as well, meaning that they were going to have at least some pressure there. He pops back off, but they were able to get 2 people, and as the GG boys said, they want to play around the tower, and that's exactly what they did, positioning to take out anybody who was trying to stop it.
And the splashdown at the end, you have to love it. So FT Win winning a tightly contested match. They were finally able to break the levy in that one and get some momentum, but you saw how close these teams were because that tower wasn't moving much early on, Ashley.
Not at all. It was very, very close for a really long time, but I think a couple of splats, they were very key to enable FT Win to finally start making some progress and get through those first couple of checkpoints.
Well, let's take a look at our upcoming ranked modes that we will be seeing. We just saw Tower Control. We'll have Clam Blitz coming up here next, and looking at Clam Blitz, once again, that strategy. We saw the bubble protection from the GG boys, but we've also seen the coordinated super jump with the Baller that has become popular.
Right. That is something that I think becomes sort of a desperation play. And I said earlier that Clam Blitz has developed. If you just sit everybody back, try to run one Baller, and teams are too good, that's not going to work anymore. It's 2019. So I think that the way the GG boys played the map is exactly what you're going to see both of these teams try to do. Set themselves up, pin the enemy team in, and just jump in as they will.
And with Arrow on a mall, there are some tight corridors there as well too, Ashley. So we saw that a lot of 1v1 situations are very important. We saw that from Taiji, from the GG boys. You figured it'll be just as vital this time around.
Very much so, and I think we'll see more Brellas, especially, like you said, with that tight corridor. The Tentabrella really comes in handy to be able to push an opponent backwards, to keep them off balance, and be able to take them down. But yeah, those 1v1s are going to be really key in this fight.
And 9, we just saw a shot of that beautiful stage, and how great is it for these teams to compete at this high level, knowing that these are the best of the best teams. They have gone through the rankings here. They have gone through the battles and the matches and the qualifiers, and here you are on the big stage getting a chance to take on each other.
This is the payoff. This is why you practice. This is why you put in the hundreds, the thousands of hours that you do into this game. This is why you stay up late. This is why you get up early. It is for this chance right here.
How many hours was it, did Kyo say he had logged into Splatoon?
Over 5,000 just in Splatoon 2.
Well, I know you have a lot, 9. I'm there feeding a bottle late at night, and 9's online putting in more hours, so I love the work, my man. Let's go ahead. Arrow on a mall, Clam Blitz. Let's take a look at these teams. You've got FT Win in the purple representing North America, and Alliance Rogue in the green representing Europe. And once again, that clan management, taking care of the currency on the map, seems to be more important than getting splats at times here, 9.
It is, and there's one person in particular I'm going to point out again. I pointed him out last time. 2D, right here, playing the L3. The Kensa L3 has a hammer. We have seen the hammer do some pretty great things, and it's honestly the best answer for Tentabrella. We're getting a sneak peek. Speak it into existence.
You want to be the hammer, you don't want to be the nail. 2D getting some home remodeling done right there. 4-3 advantage on the field for FT Win, but you see a power clamp in the hands of Alliance Rogue right now. Let's see if they can advance it into FT Win territory. And Ashley, the problem is FT Win can see where that power clamp is coming from.
Yes, it is glowing. And so everybody knows who has the power clamp, and it sort of becomes little kids playing soccer. Everybody's after that power clamp.
You saw Gray trying to utilize some bubbles to clear a path, but unable to do so near the basket. And so a power clamp still in the hands of Alliance Rogue. Shaq winning a big-time one-on-one, but gets some reinforcement help from his teammates. Alliance Rogue able to avoid that. 3-2 on the field for Alliance Rogue.
And Gray really has to be the key player here. He's been in the middle of a lot of the action so far, but we saw what the Tentaprella can do. And given that FT Win does not have one of their own, it's going to be on Gray to push the advantages that weapon has as far as he possibly can.
Ice with the power clamp, a couple of power clamps for FT Win on the field. Neither team has been able to get it into the basket on either side. Middle of the map has been where a lot of the traffic is taking place. Joe with the splashdown, Gray still being patient, deploying some bubbles right here. Here comes the Stingray. Alliance Rogue seems like this is where they want to make the push here now.
Here comes the Stingray, bubbles, baller, everything was used right there. Gray is going to get the score, and they're going to jump somebody in. Gray actually was able to stay up for that, so Soren doesn't look like he's going to be able to get any more. I believe this is going to be the end of this push for the time being, but 57 is a big mark. We say that this is the mark where your score is officially good, because now 2 power clams will not equalize it.
Such a good point. And Ashley, we saw a nice job of Alliance Rogue clearing some traffic, using the bubbles to get the basket open, but then you saw the teammate use the super jump.
Yeah, this is again, like Nine said, classic strategy on Clam Blitz. Now though, like Nine said, you've got North America. FT Win has got to really push to get at least 2 power clamps plus a little more.
Kyo and Kiver applying some nice pressure. That Stingray taking out a member of Alliance Rogue. Kyo super jumping over to the side.
Here
got
comes
the
the
clams ready to go. Here comes the power clam. A couple of more buckets, but nicely negated. However, they're filling the basket. The timer is live. Ice has got some clams. The splash wall providing some protection. This is a big 1v1. They trade. Let's see if we can get any more FT Win members in there. They're 1 clam away here tonight, and they get it, and they take the lead.
Just enough there, and Shaq was actually able to jump back in and sneak more. Shaq is going to keep this open as long as he can there, and able to stay alive. They're going to be able to jump more people to Shaq right now if they want. They might opt to stick with this score right here, and it does look like they are. Shaq, have a day.
Shaq clearing the way for his teammates. It's all right to be greedy in this version, Shaq. I see you. 142 left, 44-57 lead. How about the hammer coming out once again for 2D? You called it 9, and then how about the liberal use of the splash wall, Ashley, providing some nice protection for FT Win when they need it most?
That splash wall is one of my absolute favorite subs. It's a great way. You can jump in front of it, jump behind it. It's a really, really great defense for anybody looking to push forward. So he's doing a great job with it.
Let's see if FT Win wants to be on the offensive with 1:15 left. They have a power clam ready to go. Ice is coming in, but it's only 2-1 on the field. And if you're Alliance Rogue 9, you've got a little bit of time left to mount a comeback, but you've got to be very careful about how you do it.
You do. I mean, you've got plenty of time here. 2 power clams are going to take the lead for them right now, and they know that with just a minute. They're going to try to get control and make great bomb up against that splash wall. Splash wall is fun to use when you're not in front of it, but when you are, anything can take you down.
Yeah, you want to make sure the ink is the same color as you when you're approaching that splash wall. Here comes a chance for Alliance Rogue. They've broken the barrier.
It's close.
Here comes some more clams. They seize the lead from FT Win, but 38 seconds left. That timer's still going. Let's see if Alliance Rogue can pack the lead. However, like you said, 9, just 2 power clams away from FT Win.
They snuck more in.
Just before the door closed, they grab one more bull, and they go ahead and pad their lead. At this point now, it's going to take more than 2 power clams for the most part for FT Win. How about a huge turn of events by Alliance Rogue?
It is, and really the catalyst for that was Gray with the Tentabrella moving in, and then in the middle of all that chaos, hiding in the back. Nobody knew he was there. We are going to enter overtime here because they do have a power clam left on the map, but they're going to need a lot more than 1.
It's a trade right there. We're going to head to overtime. You hear the siren sounding. Ice has got to be patient. Has a power clam ready to go. They're going to need more than 1, though. You see the clam economy at the top. There's going to be a lot becoming available here soon. Oh, can't get the splat on Gray with the Tentabrella. Gray trying to stay alive and weaken the forces. There's only 1 FT Win member left. Hanging back right there. And that'll do it. Alliance Rogue seizing control of this match. And we've got a 1-1 tally as we get set for Game 3 here, Ashley. And this is what's exciting about Clam Blitz. It's about that one moment you get to break the defenses and then making the most of your opportunity.
That is exactly what Alliance Rogue did, and they did it multiple times in this game. And honestly, watching them really have that strategy locked tight, and all of them were together. They made that concentrated, coordinated effort right under the basket, and then snuck a couple in there right after. So that really actually made a huge difference.
It did. I think that that's actually really the moment of the game where the entire dynamic changed, because at that point, they had to score not only one power clam, but a second power clam and then some. And it's all because, you know, every one of those clams is worth 3 points. You sneak 4 more in, that's almost an entire other power clam. It meant that FT Win had to go out and be risky trying to collect more clams.
And that's such a good point, because you think you have the safety of 2 power clams to get the victory there. No, no, no. You got to add some more to your bucket there as you get set. Let's take a look at our next upcoming ranked mode match. It will be Splat Zones at Mako Mart, as we saw earlier. And as we continue to mention that we love Splat Zones amongst the competitive community because of how consistent it can be.
It can, and we saw last time when you get the lead, you have to push up, you have to be a little bit careful about not going too deep, but as long as you're putting pressure on the opponent, you can get big, big scores. And we didn't even get the chance to talk about the penalty. Sometimes flipping the map is just enough to buy yourself a little more time.
And that's such a good point that you make right there, because if you can just buy yourself some time with that penalty, Ashley, you don't need to panic, you can seize control, and we've seen before with Splat Zones, once you have control, you can almost run that thing all the way down to 0.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can buy yourself enough time to really get in a couple of key splats, specifically the people who are in midline, maybe whose job it is to keep you away from that splat zone. So I think being able to take back and apply that penalty to your opponent is a huge part of the strategy in any splat zone game.
And what's been interesting is our teams are taking the maximum allotted time in between matches to talk strategy. So obviously we see how competitive it is here, Nine, and you're learning and applying things from maybe the last match that you want to take into the next ranked match.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned the last match, because the last mode that is in this set is actually another tower control game. I think Alliance Rogue knows we probably need to win this, because if game 5 comes up, we probably aren't going to win that one.
Splat Zones and Mako Mart, we've got FT Win in yellow and Alliance Rogue in blue here on your map. Loadouts, anything stand out to you, Nine?
Well, again, the Tent Umbrella coming out of gray. This one is one of the new weapons, the Sheldon's Pigs that were announced at PAX. This one has a wicked hammer. We'll see if Gray gives us some highlight reel material.
Obviously, one zone in here, and already FT Win claiming this one. Kyo trying to apply some pressure down the cereal aisle. No luck right there. 1v1 versus Kimber. How about the help and the support of the Stingray in that situation, Ashley?
That is exactly why he won that one-on-one, because it became a 1.5-on-1.
Oh, but Alliance Rogue and Gray going with the hammer, but let's go ahead and put the tools away. No time to work. FT Win taking control of the zone, but the penalty, there we go. They get the penalty. They're out of the principal's office here, and they're getting ready to pad their lead at this point. You've got a couple of backliners on each team here, Nine, but you have to advance them in this map, it seems like.
You do, and that's why both of these teams are waiting until the exact right moment to use their Stingray. Kyo getting styled on a little bit there, and Erza going to put another pick there. This lead is going to go back the other way, but this is the key moment. Splat Zones is so exciting because teams have gotten so good at this phase, which we call the lockout phase.
And here comes the lockout. Lead switching back into the hands of Alliance Rogue. They've got 4-4 on the map, a couple of specials ready to go. FT Win can't seem to get into that zone. They're getting pushed back towards their spawn. They're going to need to really utilize those specials here in a push, and that's what they do, Ashley.
Oh, man, yeah, they are pushing right now. Ice is doing a really great job with that Stingray. I am shocked that so many splats came out of that, just because now Alliance Rogue had 3 specials, and then they lost a couple of them.
And Nine, it seems like this match is a personification of these two teams, tightly contesting the lead, switching hands back and forth.
Well, this is so often what we see at Splat Zones at this level. It's a battle of both sides building up their specials, coming back in, trading lead, and then they lose it. The switch really comes when the specials don't take anybody on the other team out. When you flip the zone, but you don't get the lockout phase started. But again, we're seeing the exact same thing that we've seen again and again. But I think that Alliance Rogue is pushed up here a little further than they were last time. This might be their chance to take it the distance.
And you see the penalty really slowing down the progress for both teams at this point, because as that score gets lower, that penalty is going to get higher. Nice splat by Ice on Gray. Let's see if FT Win can seize control. No. Great job by Alliance with the lockout phase, but as always, FT Win claiming control, and it seems like Ashley and FT Win doing a good job of not getting pushed back too far.
Yeah, they're also doing a really good job of staying on the high ground. They're doing a really excellent job of communicating, talking about where their teammates are. I mean, that was a trade, but you know what? If you can take out Kyo, that's really good for you.
Oh, FT Win doing a fine job of not losing control of the tower right there, and they take the lead once again. Let's see if Alliance Rogue can battle back, and then they go ahead and grab the zone, but this is where the penalty starts to come into play here, Nine, as our timer is now right around 2 minutes minutes left.
It is, and 2 minutes can be an eternity in splat zones because that timer moves faster than the one you see at the top of your screen. This checkpoint needs to be taken by this bomb rush. I think that the umbrella might be enough to slow it down here. Maybe not. One gets sniped out of the air. This is going to be the lead going back the other way.
That splashdown getting caught in midair was huge because Alliance Road now takes the lead with only 1:44 left. That's a stiff penalty for FT Win to overcome. Zone is up for grabs. Can FT Win apply the penalty at this point? They do. Now they've got to hold on and try to lock out. They haven't been as successful with it as Alliance Road has been, and Alliance Road once again actually taking the lead, but it's 3-1 on the map. FT Win.
Oh man, that was this is going to be really tough for Alliance Road here. This is going to be really tough for them, but they might be able to pull it out. They have enough time.
And 9, how about this? You don't see splat zone matches go this much back and forth. It really speaks volumes to how evenly matched these two teams are.
It does, and at this point, if you want to see the action, just look at the special meters on the top of the screen. That's what's dictating everything. One of these teams needs to find a pick in a situation they haven't, and getting that forced all the way back is going to be the reason that happened.
And you hear the roar from the crowd as FT Win claims control of the lead once again, and they are finally locking out Alliance Road. Here comes the Stingray, 14 seconds away from a critical Game 3 victory. Oh, how about Ice? Here comes Urza with the baller, and Alliance Road takes back the lead. However, that penalty is going to be huge, Ashley, because they are running out of ticks on the clock.
They are definitely running out of time, and they need to go ahead and lock them out. They're going to have to keep this basically until the game is over.
Kiver and Alliance Road, 30 seconds left. They're going to have to take it into overtime if they want to get this victory. They have a chance, though. They're out of the penalty. Oh, but a couple of big splats once again. They lose control. FT Win's got to seize it, and they're 7 seconds away, 16 seconds away from getting the victory here. Alliance Road gets time for one more push here. They've got to build that special quick. You see 2 more of their players right up there. Here comes the baller. Oh, but how about FT Win? There's mayhem in the middle here, 9.
Oh my goodness, right over overtime, and they don't have any specials to work with right now. It's going to be so important that the remaining players of FT Win can hold this position. They don't know he's there. Tootie has to get this pick.
They were 1 second away from the match ending, but Alliance Road now just a few seconds away from that penalty erasing. They've got to hold the tower for 13 seconds.
Can they do it?
Here comes FT Win. Can they apply any pressure? Alliance Road with that huge compromise and victory. And as the sands of time almost run out, Alliance Road able to hold their position, and they steal a game from FT Win. Go ahead.
That was a bank robbery level steal. Oh my gosh, what an amazing comeback. I mean, for them to be able to hold like that, this is so good. It's so good.
Everybody here in the theater at Ace Hotel is buzzing right now. You see the response from the players, the round of applause from the audience. What a show, what a display of tenacity.
We might need a defibrillator for 9.
Okay, that might be the single greatest game of Splat Zones I've ever seen play. Back and forth, big plays being made. I'm gonna admit, I thought that it was over. Kiver went down with Splashdown with about 20 seconds, or
I said,
Booyah Bomb.
I think
thought that was it.
Yeah.
But for them to have the tenacity to come back in with about just a few seconds left, everyone on the map turned to the Splat Zone and said, let's hit the trigger as fast as we can. We've got to paint it, and that is the thinnest edge that you can win by.
1 second left in regulation. And Alliance Rogue able to steal the zone. They overcome a penalty and take the victory in overtime. That's huge because now they take a 2-1 advantage in our semifinals, and it's the first 1 to 3, which means we get set for our next ranked mode here. We just got done with Splat Zones. That means we're going to have a little Rainmaker coming up here as well, too. And you look at the Rainmaker strategy here, Ashley, and this is one that can end very quickly if you're the team that isn't able to match a push.
Yes, it can end very, very quickly because all you have to do, as easier said than done, of course, is take the Rainmaker to your opponent's goal. And if you can slam dunk that, you're golden, literally golden.
And 9 Rainmaker with these teams, it's all about a coordinated push once again, because you just can't go all solo by yourself and try to be an action hero. You really need the support of your teammates in Rainmaker.
The principles that we talked about in tower control apply here too. You want to play up ahead of the Rainmaker because though the Rainmaker does have a very powerful burst shot, it doesn't move very quickly. It does mean that you're kind of a sitting duck when you have it. It's going to be on the rest of the team to make the big push. So as we saw in tower control, they're going to wait until they get maybe a 1 or 2 squid advantage before they make that push.
2-1 Alliance Rogue has the advantage in the semifinals thanks to a last-second come-from-behind victory in overtime in Splat Zones. They're getting set for Rainmaker here in about 30 seconds, and you're so emotionally charged after a match like that. It seems like both teams need to sort of refocus and not get too caught up into what just happened here in a second 9 as they get set for Rainmaker.
Yeah, at this point, the last game never happened if you're FT Win. You just say, all right, we were a second away from winning that game. Now let's move on to this one. I do think that Rainmaker does favor the way that they like to play. They have been the ones that have been more aggressive, and I think that that's going to be exactly what they need. Because Rainmaker Inkblot Art Academy, there's really only one way you can go.
There really is, and it's a matter of being able to take out the opponents on the high ground here, Ashley, because you want to use that undulation, that difference in height to your advantage. But if you lose pivotal spots here in Inkblot Art Academy, that Rainmaker is going to have a clear path to the goal.
It will have a field day getting right to the goal. It will be very easy.
All right, let's go ahead and get our brushes and smocks ready. Inkblot Art Academy Rainmaker. Alliance Rogue, 1 victory away from taking on the GG boys in the finals. However, FT Win from North America, they're represented in the green. They want to push this baby to a game 5. 9, what you see in here?
Well, I'm seeing pretty much the same composition that's come out of FT Win here. They have to be comfortable with the way they're playing. They know they were so close, but Urza here is bringing out the first of the rapid blasters that we have seen here. Last year at this time, it was a dominant weapon as Shaq comes over and says, what are you talking about? I'm playing the dominant weapon right here.
4-2 advantage, FT Win. That's going to be huge for moving the Rainmaker forward. 4-1, they're looking for the clean wipe. Kyo going to start to push the pressure into the spawn of Alliance Rogue. And Ashley, Alliance Rogue going to have to play some defense here very quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, they did not want to have that full wipe, so you saw one of those players jump right back to base because they said, you know what, let's just reset, let's compose ourselves, and let's get back out there together.
Shaq's got the Rainmaker, has to avoid the onslaught. Oh, almost had the freeway open, but the toll booth was closed. Gets splatted right there. Alliance Rogue able to play a little bit of defense, but early on, 9, we mentioned in these Rainmaker levels, there is a certain point you get to where it becomes very difficult to mount a comeback.
Right, and honestly, getting to this point this early in the game bodes very well. And if it was not almost perfect defense by Alliance Rogue, that one might have gone even further. This Stingray combined with the Tensa missiles is going to open a lot of space for them. They're going to need to move up quickly.
Ink Storm, though, such a powerful special. Just set it and leave, and that creates a lot of havoc for FT Win. Alliance Rogue unable to get through that. Ice once again with the Stingray. And Ashley, if you're FT Win, you have the lead. You can now focus on defense a little bit more if you'd like to.
Yeah, I think that's a really good strategy for them. They're going to, like you said, they're going to wait a little bit, get a couple of splats here before they start pushing forward.
9, you look at where you can maybe pin the Rainmaker here to make it very difficult for Alliance Rogue to mount a comeback. Any thoughts about doing that at this point?
Well, I think the wall that they're at right now is where it needs to happen, but they've waited a little bit too long, and they've allowed Shaq to move up here. If he gets one more pick, that might have been it, and they do get some more points out of it. And again, every point means a lot at this level. As Kyo actually pops the splashdown by himself, Urza has to pop this bubble just to at least slow this push down.
38-70, you see some suction bombs, burst bombs, splat bombs, and torpedoes deployed right now. Every sub-weapon you can think of. Tenta missiles ready to go. However, that's going to be negated by Kyo. And you see the one-shot splat as well, too. The constant pressure by FT Win, you called it out, 9. They're the aggressor in this one, and it is showing.
Shaq just jumped right into the middle of 2 people, got a splat, and said, no, the pressure's not done yet. Keep an eye to the sky, my friend. We are not done.
And once again, FT Win claiming that Rainmaker, and Ashley just controlling the Rainmaker this whole match has made it difficult for Alliance Rogue to even focus on playing offense. They're on their heels.
Yeah, they are absolutely on their heels here. This has been very difficult for them to get any kind of traction, even in the center of the map, not even in enemy territory.
2D with the Rainmaker trying to scale the wall. Nicely negated by Gray and that Brella. Rainmaker in the middle of that wall. Suction bomb coming down. 4-3 advantage on the map, Alliance Rogue, but we know, 9, we can never count them out.
No, they can. And right now, the real change of dynamic here is that every time we see one Stingray, the other one comes out. The time that this is going to shift for either one of these teams is when one of them doesn't have that all-powerful Stingray to either make the push or slow it down.
4-3 on the map, Alliance Rogue. Once again, you look for that player advantage on the map. They have the Rainmaker. Maybe this is the chance where they can make a push here, Ashley.
Yeah, they're going to have to get a couple of really key picks here. I would say if they can pick out Toon, but obviously that Stingray is so brutal.
You don't need a dog, you don't need a security system, you just need a Stingray 9.
2 people did go down there at the start of that, though. So even though Ice was able to get that pick, you see that they're all there, and now Soren has his Stingray and is going to be able to fire it at whoever they want. Gray is going to grab it here, and Shaq actually won a 2v1 there to slow that one down.
That's huge right there. Shaq getting the advantage right there because they were in position to go ahead and push that Rainmaker, threaten the lead of FT Win. Keep an eye on the clock in the middle, though. We're approaching about a minute left right now. FT Win with the advantage. You start to think how important it is to play defense and not waste any time or resources, actually, trying to extend your lead.
Yeah, one of the things they just did was they let Soren kind of walk around a little bit. They danced around, and then they took him out to stagger him so that that spawn took a little bit longer. They had to wait a little longer to regroup.
Shaq trying to escort the Rainmaker. Judy's got a chance, but no. Alliance Rogue with the splat. 36 seconds left. It's all about building specials. Maybe time for one more push here, 9.
It is going to be time for one more push here. They might be able to lose the Rainmaker, repop it, but that is going to be it. And the fact that a couple of them are kind of going down in odd situation is big. Urza's pick there also big, but this Baller is not going to be able to assist with this push. You know, I spoke too soon here.
Baller takes out the splashdown. Here's a chance once again, but they lose the Rainmaker. And of course, Soren with that Stingray, putting in work, almost gets the wipe. 6 seconds left. Rainmaker up for grabs. All they have to do is just secure it or leave it alone. They've got it covered, and that'll do it. Let's go to a game 5 here, y'all. FT Win getting the victory, 2-2. How about that? The aggression by FT Win throughout the match to get the lead early on and protect it.
It was, and protecting the lead changes so much because when the opponent is holding the Rainmaker, you build special meter passively. It is so much easier to play defense as a result of that. And again, because there's only one path that the Rainmaker can go down, you can focus all your defense on one side. And can I just say, of course, we're getting a game 5 between these two. It couldn't go any other way.
Odds are it'll probably be overtime as well, too. But Ashley, we saw 9 call it out. Shaq with a couple of key 1v2 splats in order to protect that critical wall spot really allowed FT Win to play some great defense.
Yeah, it really did. So anytime you have 2 opponents bearing down on you, that is a really difficult thing to win. And it really speaks to his skill level to be able to really handle a 2v1 in such a relatively easy looking manner. I mean, it's not easy for us, but it's easy for him.
Let's take a look at the final 25 seconds of this. We saw almost a push by Alliance Rogue, but the defense applied by FT Win, and 9 take us through the last couple of seconds of this match.
What we saw here, what actually really worried me was Urza getting the pick. So this is a 2-down situation. You see the Stingray come out of Soren early, but that means that Ice got to fire his second. And I know 2D got the pick there, but that was going to be stopped by this Stingray regardless. Ice got another pick just for fun. Let's go ahead and toss an assist on there, and that really was the end of the game.
And it speaks volumes, 9, to the ability of these players to understand score and situation. You have a special built up, that Stingray. You don't just go ahead and use it right away. You wait until the moment where it's most beneficial for your team.
And I think the fact that Ice fired his second really was what changed that whole thing. Soren went early because it was on him to blaze the path with that pick. But Ice said, all right, you fire first. That means I'm going to get the vantage point on you. I'm going to be able to take you out. And at that point, it's just a slow-moving Rainmaker that I've got to stop.
Game 5 semifinals. The winner of this game will advance to the finals to take on the defending champion GG Boys. We have Tower Control up next, and Ashley, the mentality. We saw an unbelievable comeback in Game 3 by Alliance Rogue. FT Win able to hold their water, get the victory in Game 4. What's in the mindset of both these teams as they know there's so much that hinges on this next game?
I think FT Win is really coming in confident into this Game 5 because, one, they've already won a Tower Control. They're very good at it. And they're also coming into Game 5 with the momentum of having won Game 4. So Alliance Rogue, I think, has a little bit more of an uphill battle here to really take them down, but anything can happen.
And you look at Tower Control yet again, these teams taking every second they can, 9, to talk strategy, because you talk about this stage. This is the moment. This is where memories are made. A Game 5 in the semifinals for a chance to play in the finals with all of the community watching. Going back to the strategy you saw with FT Win and Tower Control, what are they trying to replicate?
They're trying to push up ahead. They are trying to snowball the opponent, and they are trying to neutralize Soren's Stingrays. That's going to be the big job. They did it earlier with missiles. They did it earlier with counter Stingrays. That's going to be the most important part of this game.
And you said neutralizing the Stingray, keeping them off balance as well, too, is critical because that Stingray relies so much on that positioning to see the map and to be comfortable, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, the Stingray, especially in tower control, is so pivotal. And so you're going to see Ice and Soren facing off over and over and over again. And whoever the better Stingray is going to win the game.
Of course.
That's my prediction.
It's Starfish main stage for the right to play GG Boys in the finals. I know this crowd is ready to go. We've got FT Win from North America in the green, Alliance Rogue in the purple. What do you see from the loadout here, Nine?
This is weapons that we've seen from both of these teams this entire time. They are going with what they know best here. And at this stage, at this level, in a game 5, I don't blame them whatsoever.
And as we know, that tower is tricky to maneuver over those first 2 checkpoints here because there's a lot of traffic and really easy for teams to respawn and apply some pressure. But right now,
how did that happen?
Unbelievable! Yo! 1-2 advantage on the field for FT Win already. They're going to go ahead and move this tower to the checkpoint. Unbelievable display of individual skill there, Nine.
He shouldn't have gotten either of those. That's not how that's supposed to work. There's a glitch in the system.
We talk about how this is a long match, Ashley, but things happening like that in the beginning can set the stage for the entire match.
It absolutely can, and it is, because right now they're past checkpoint 1. They're already going forward. I cannot believe he had his back turned.
And Ice applying some pressure with the Stingray Booyah Bomb, not getting a lot of support right there, but it'll have to do. Second checkpoint. This is the big one, Nine.
This is, and it looks like they are dancing around the tower right now, not wanting to give up the advantage they have built. And great job by Alliance Rogue moving up at the time. They're going to hold the tower here, but the threat is not even close to being gone.
That was a huge defensive stop by Alliance Rogue. We cannot stress that enough because once you get past that second tower, boy, is it hard to mount a comeback. 3:35 left right now. Alliance Rogue and FT Win, same amount of squids and octolings on the map right now. You see Urza trying to apply a little bit of pressure, help support the tower and escort that in there. And for the first time we see here, Ashley, Alliance Rogue applying some pressure.
Yes, and they're doing a really nice job of actually covering the high ground in ink, and that is really important when you're trying to just delay a little bit. Just delay them just a hair. Make them ink that turf so that they have to spend a little time there as opposed to getting right to the tower.
Alliance Rogue able to get back on the tower. That's big right there, Nine. They're trying to get to the second checkpoint, but they are down 3-2 and a great defensive stop by FT Win.
It is, but you have to say for Alliance Rogue, you're happy with that because you lost to the Stingray essentially in that situation. That's what slowed that down, but you now have a much easier path to get there a second time. Win a couple times in this neutral game, you'll be back in business.
Such a good point. That first checkpoint's out of the way, so you can really allow that tower to advance much more quickly without taking a potty break, as we like to say. 2:40 left, 59-36 on the field. Advantage FT Win, and already we see a couple specials coming out trying to dislodge that Stingray, Ashley.
Soren is so good at building up that Stingray. It is outrageous. It's so fast. He has it so often, and he uses it so well.
4-3 on the map for FT Win. They're on the tower now again, and Alliance Rogue gonna have to play a little bit defense. Oh, Shaq in the aid of a 2v1 big-time splat there, Nine.
And just the way that they moved around there, you saw, of course, Urza was looking at the tower. Shaq knew that and came around the outside. I don't know what level of coordination it takes to make a call like that in the split second, but they're almost back to that second checkpoint and looking for more points.
FT Win threatening to increase their lead at this point. They get knocked back off the tower. Couple more seconds they have to hang out on there. Let's see if they can advance it. No, they lose the tower. They seize it back. Alliance Rogue doing all that they can to prevent the second checkpoint from clearing, and they again stop it in its tracks in reverse course, Ashley.
I am very impressed at the defense that's happening here, but you can see there's a lot of coordination on what is being thrown at the tower. So a lot of Tenta-missiles. You got Tenta-missiles, you got a Stingray, it's all at the same time. It's a really great way to get everybody away from the tower.
And Nine, it seems like FT Win can afford to be aggressive because the tower has to return, but hold on to your tentacles. Alliance Rogue on the tower, pushing it into the second half of the map here shortly.
And what FT Win's trying to do is get these small picks so that they can't get all 4 specials at the same time. They know that that is the only way they're going to lose this. They're willing to trade if it means they keep those specials away.
Stingray trying to put a red light in front of the tower at this point. Tower gets returned back on its track. Alliance Rogue hops back on top though. 2D using the Brella. Kimber getting splattered once again, flanked from behind. Nice work of the 2v1s for FT Win. Under a minute left here, Ashley. This is where FT Win has to lock things up and not allow Alliance Rogue to sneak through the back door.
All they have to do is play a little defense, stay on the tower. It sounds so simple, right?
Yeah, that easy, right?
It's just that easy.
And Nine, that's a good point. You have 40 seconds left. You have the lead. Towers in their half. When you decide, listen, we're going to go ahead and bulk up our defense and hang on to this victory.
Well, right now they're saying the best defense is this kind of offense. Shaq not even stopping the shots there. They're once again almost at the checkpoint, and with just 25 seconds left, they're going for the knockout. They're greedy. They want more.
Do do what gotcha here and play aggressive. They're past checkpoint number 2. 18 seconds left. It's looking like a steep hill for Alliance Rogue, but they're back on the tower. Urza getting splatted by that torpedo. Kyo and company, they just have to sit back. 9 seconds left. Can Alliance Rogue do it, or will FT1 punch their ticket to the final? 3 seconds left. And that'll do it. FT win from North America. They win Game 5 in the semifinals. They advance to the finals to take on the GG boys, and they survive a 2-1 deficit, Ashley.
I mean, this is exactly what brought them here. They are so good at tower control, and coming in with that momentum from that Game 4 win, they were really tough to beat.
My goodness, just some terrific games, and like you said earlier, how about a big round of applause for Alliance Rogue from Europe? Unbelievable matches we saw, and really, Nine, that Game 3 that Alliance Rogue in the Splat Zones, you said one of the best you've ever seen.
It really was. Their ability to continue to fight back no matter how bad the circumstances were, I think shows what it takes to be a team of this quality. Can we please talk about that opening 1v2 that Kyo won? That set the tone for the whole final
entire game.
Let's go ahead and give you a replay here, my good friend.
Hey.
See what Kyo did. And we mentioned these matches are so long, sometimes things don't matter in the beginning, but in this situation it did. It allowed FT win. And take us through what we're going to see from Kyo here, Nine.
Well, I think if you'll allow me to get a little bit technical here, you can see this is the beginning of the map. Nobody really has many specials that are built. If Kyo goes down here, they lose this entire right side where that first checkpoint is going. Kyo gets that pick, which means they're going to be able to hold on to it. But getting this pick not only means that they're 2 down, as we see a little dance in there, it also means that that's 2 specials they won't have that FT Win will have.
And that was so huge because they established that early lead and never seized it. Let's take a look at the bracket as we get set for finals here. How about that? 5 unbelievable matches between FT Win and Alliance Rogue. That means the GG boys, who swept Lime Soda, swept the Ink Pools, the defending champions, will take on FT Win. FT Win, though, they're looking to do more than to just take a single game here, Ashley. They're looking to make a statement and possibly upset the GG boys and end the dynasty.
Look, let's all be honest here. The GG boys are amazing. We know this, but they're not entirely invincible. They have lost before, right, Nine? I mean, they have lost a final. So it's not unrealistic to think that FT Win coming into this final with all of that enthusiasm, all of that momentum. I mean, Kyo is fired up. And who wouldn't be after a performance like that? Come into that final and get out there and get something done. It's not unreasonable.
Well, if I remember, in grand finals last year, the GG boys did drop a game. So if they drop a game, they could drop 2. They could drop 3. They could drop the whole set right now. FT Win has all the momentum. They have this entire crowd at their back as well. There is so much going for them right now, but the GG boys, ever steady.
Well, what you said about FT Win, when they are at their best here, Nine, they are very difficult to beat. And minus that unbelievable comeback we saw in Splat Zones by Alliance Rogue, really, FT Win almost won that thing 3-1 over a very solid European team. And that's what they're playing for right there. The Splatoon Sterling Squid. North America won it in 2017. GG boys last year in 2018. There's room on that trophy for a champion this year, but GG boys standing in the way of FT Win.
Someone's going to go up 2-1 in the set of sets. The tournament of tournaments right here. And, you know, I have to wonder a little bit. GG boys winning with such ease that they did, winning 3-0 and then waiting for, you know, the better part of an hour for that. I wonder how this first game is going to go. They might be a little cold.
Yeah, Rhythm versus Rest. It's a best of 7 now, so we get even more Splatoon 2 action in our championship match between the GG boys and FT Win. We'll be doing ranked modes, but as we saw, Ashley, depending on which ranked mode comes up twice possibly, if this does go beyond 4 games, is huge because you could argue that tower control being the 5th game was a big positive for FT Win. We're going to start with tower control also, and both these teams, it looks like it's one of their strongest modes.
It definitely is, but I'm very curious how GG Boys is going to handle not really having a backliner, especially with, you know, you've got Ice back there with that Stingray, and he is a menace. He's an absolute menace. So I'm really curious to see how they respond and what their strategy is.
And Nine, you figure we'll see some Yamamichi with the Stingray as well, too. He's done a fine job of really providing that backline support at times when that special comes for him.
Well, I'm really interested in seeing, they've been running, I agree that they don't have a traditional backliner, but they've been saying, to heck with that, we're running 2 backliners. That's what they've done. They've done a custom Explosher as well as Yamamichi's Stingray producing custom Jet Squelcher. So I think that they're trying to control the pace of the map with that double backline composition. It can work, and it has worked at the highest level. It's a control-oriented game up against an aggressive pressure-based game.
Well, this was something the GG boys said earlier this week. They understand that the mechanics of the game have changed since last year, and where last year they were more aggressive with shorter range weapons, they realized the value in longer range weapons. And so let's get set. Tower Control, our first game in finals here between the GG boys of Japan, your defending champions, taking on FT Win from North America. Tower Control, game one here, 9. We get so excited for this one, obviously, because anything can happen, but Wahoo World, that's going to provide some interesting strategy for this one.
It will. This is a great long-range map, and you actually see Kyo switching over to the Neo, the sloshing machine Neo, which is not a weapon that we have seen a lot. It's got the point sensor for a sub and a bomb rush. They're going to be using that to pressure the opponent. There's a lot of open ground here. They're going to take it real quick with that one.
FT Win in the green, GG boys of Japan in the orange early on. Nobody else getting a splat. Oh, there's an early splat right there. 4-3 advantage GG boys, and oftentimes actually things can change in the beginning.
Yamabichi gets these Stingrays in 12 seconds.
How about a couple of nice clean splats off the tower? Tai G riding that thing to the first checkpoint. Dynamon providing some support up above with the exploiter. But here comes Ice with that Stingray, trying to get a splat. Tai G, meanwhile, then Inkjet providing some aerial support.
Thank goodness they were able to get somebody out in that situation. If that Stingray found nobody, that was going to be what could have potentially been the game right there. You see two of them going down. They're just a little bit disorganized right now. They aren't taking 2v1s.
GG boys back on the tower and pressuring once again at that first checkpoint. Oh, big 1v1 victory for Yamamichi. Dynamon coming in with that baller, providing a little bit more support. Oh, Dynamon had a chance to flank him right there, but the 2v1 gets reversed, and FT Win playing some more great defense after.
Those are some really big trades there, and I think completely neutralized anything that was happening in that moment for both teams.
You get the feeling here, 9, that FT Win has finally stabilized a little bit after getting knocked on their heels early on.
Well, when there's a 12-second Stingray, of course you're going to get a little taken down, and Shaq has actually gotten 2 picks with just random bombs that he has tossed out in the general direction. That's what zoning can do for you, and now we're starting to see a pushback the other way.
4-2 on the field for FT Win at that moment. It's now 4-3 GG boys. Now they're in the defensive. That's enough. Fine positioning right there. And how about FT Win taking the lead here, Ashley?
I mean, FT Win is doing a really great job right here. Tona, though, doing the work, getting out there. He's getting a little aggressive. Let's see. He doesn't quite take that down.
3-1 and a nice almost wipe right there by FT Win. They're past the first checkpoint. And yes, GG boys, they can't get hit. They get knocked back, and FT Win starting to really push that lead, and that's a big checkpoint there, 9.
It is. This is the best that I have ever seen Shaq play. He came, as he put it, from the very bottom, and he is pushing up right here. You can see Shaq and Killer there as well. This is becoming a steamroll right here. They only needed one good hold to take it all the way down to 13, and that final checkpoint.
GG boys trying to fend off the final score. Shaq with some tenta missiles. However, GG boys are like, hold up a second. We the defending champs for a reason. This thing ain't over. 4-4 on the map. GG boys, though, they do not have much room for error. They are down 71-9 with 2.5 left. But here comes yet another Stingray providing support. And you figure here, Ashley, this is going to be another nice push by the GG boys.
It is. I am real curious, 9. Like, do you think that might have been a little bit too early on the Stingray for Yamamichi? I feel like maybe he should have held it a little bit longer.
Well, there were so many people that were still up in the middle of the map that I can understand using it just to try to buy yourself a little time and space. Right now, they've been losing their 1v1s. They've been getting outspaced after what was a pretty shaky opening from FT Win.
Kyo, as we said, getting some critical 1v1s. That point sense is going to help prevent the GG boys playing any hide and go seek. Here comes a super jump defensively. Tai G in that Inkjet, applying more pressure. And once again, GG boys, they have to go through the first 2 checkpoints. But this thing is far from over. Here they are, and this is where they've been unable to get by here, 9. Let's see if Dynamon can get some reinforcements to help out.
He will need some reinforcements. You saw that Etano was pushed up in a great spot, and Taiji is too. Shaq trying to call out that Taiji is pressuring them, and this Stingray is going to be the most important part of the game here. Like I said before, if this can't find a pick, they're already one down.
No pick right there. Tower resets itself. Head back to the middle. Yamamichi, oh, in the middle of a 2v1. Nicely done by FT Win. They've got a 4-3 advantage. Tower reclaimed by the GG boys, and that first checkpoint is clear. Taiji trying to mow down some traffic. Taiji gets a big splat using the tower for protection. Moves around. His teammates spawning in. 3v1 situation. unable to escape that, and now it's 4-3 on the map, and this is the pivotal point here if the GG boys can get back on the tower here, 9.
Well, this has been really scary. This is similar to traditional sports where one team is holding possession for a long time. The GG boys have been winning the last minute of this game, and you figure it's just a moment before one of these two teams slips, and that pick right there might have done it.
Yamamichi on the tower using the Stingray. It's 4-2 GG boys. Another Stingray coming back. Ice has to make this count, and huge! Get out the club, Yamamichi, as Ice uses the Stingray. But once again, the GG boys continue to apply pressure. They're right by the tower. They're being patient, taking care of any threats. Less than 20 seconds left remain. It's 4-2 though, GG boys at 9. They got to make it count right here.
They do, approaching the second checkpoint. This might be some very crucial. Ink Armor should allow 2D to win this 1v1, and he does. This is it right here. All of the GG boys need to stay alive as long as they can. And with 2 already down and 4 seconds left, this is going to be it, I believe.
And that does it. FT win. Able to hold their ink at the end. They steal the first game of the championship from the GG boys and take a 1-0 lead, Ashley. And now GG boys, they're having to feel a little pressure in this situation.
I bet. I mean, like Nine had mentioned, I mean, they've been backstage waiting, watching, sure, and making a strategy, but also waiting. And now FT Win's got some momentum. They are fired up, and they're gonna come into this next game ready to go.
The determination, the communication, the look on the face of FT Win. They are confident that this is something that they can take from the GG boys. Let's look at a couple of highlights here, 9, as you walk us through some of the action. So many pivotal points in this match, but right now, this is where FT Win really got their final big score of the game.
And this is, I think, the telling story of the difference in between these two teams. We talked earlier about what a double backline composition can do in terms of control, but the composition that FT Win is running and the way they play, they say, to heck with your control, we're moving up and you have to play perfectly to stop us. That is why they were able to push far as they were. But I will say, some people that I've talked to before this said that tower control may be the worst mode for the GG boys. They might be looking at this saying, you know, we actually played pretty well given that. Let's go ahead and take the next four.
Very interesting point. Here comes the Stingray from Ice, because you felt like this is the point the GG boys had the advantage. They were up 4-2, but the splat on Yamamichi not only stops the tower, but turns the tide of momentum on the field, and FT Win never shaking in their boots here, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, getting that pick on Yamamichi was a huge deal because you take one of the best Stingrays in the game out. You also, he's got to wait to respawn. He's not going to get back in time. And so, again, it becomes running down the clock.
Let's take a look at our next rank mode taking place here. Best of 7, game 1 going to FT Win from North America. But as you said, 9, GG boys might not be sweating this loss in tower control. They know that they've got some other modes where they might be favored. We have Rainmaker coming up here next. And what's interesting is we have 2 Rainmakers, 2 tower controls in this best of 7 if we go to 7. And so Rainmaker, what we saw earlier on, FT Win the more aggressive team, that really helped them out. But GG boys, you talk about aggressive, you're going to find GG boys in the dictionary.
You will, and the fact that this is on humpback pump track as well means that they're going to be able to attack it in a number of different ways. If they opt to stick with this double backline composition, there's enough room that you can pester people from regularly safe positions. So I'm interested in seeing if they stick with this, and if this doesn't work, they might need to find a new answer quickly.
And 9, we haven't talked much about the sub-abilities that you can use right now. Is there anything that you're seeing from these teams that might be turning the tide of the map or speaks volumes to their strategy, possibly?
Anytime you use a Kensa Splattershot Pro, which is one of the most popular weapons, Kyo has been using it, we saw Kiver using it earlier as well, you're going to want to stack that main power up. That can turn that thing into from a 3-shot splat into a 2-shot splat.
Such an important aspect to keep in mind right there. But Ashley, humpback pump track, 9 made a good point. There's really no place to hide in this map as well, too. There's so many different ways that you can be attacked, and so aggression, aggression, aggression as they get set. Let's get ready for game 2 here. FT Win with a 1-0 lead in our finals. GG boys trying to even this thing up. We've got Rainmaker, GG boys of Japan in the purple, and what do we see here?
Wow.
Caused such a reaction here, 9.
Double custom jet squelcher? That's the answer? I've never seen this before. This is going to be 2 Stingrays, 2 burst bombs, lots of range, and Etsuna is using the Kensa for eyes. You know, I'm going to need a minute just to recover from this one. It's actually the Octobrush Nouveau. This is another weapon that we almost never see in competitive play. The Octobrush itself is great, and they're trying to use that and create as much pressure. They say, Ice, you know you have a Stingray, we're going to throw 2 at you, buddy.
FT FT Win with an early lead of the Rainmaker, but not much going on there because this is humpback pump track and anything can happen for the most part. 2D with some Ink Storm ready to go, trying to provide some saturation on this map at this point. 4-4. Neither team with a huge advantage on the map right now. Fighting for mid, a Stingray coming out once again as 2D backpedals, and Ashley, once again, the Stingrays can do so much in controlling the map on this stage.
Yeah, and with two of them, it's going to be even more interesting to see how that happens. Although Ice is so good and so precise with that Stingray that Dynamon really didn't stand a chance there.
You're going to hear that Stingray scream in your dreams right now. Yamamichi, meanwhile, just hanging out low. Oh, in the middle of a 2v1. Gets splatted right there, and that's a 4-3 advantage. Rainmaker at 42. FT Win. Trying to surprise GG Boys once again, but 9. Getting to 21. How does that fare on this map?
I mean, I think this makes the job so easy. As Shaq gets around for a flank, he might be able to win the game right here. He tries an 11. Everything what I was about to say, multiply it by a little bit, and it's still the same here. This is a very passive composition that the GG Boys are running. What they're trying to do is be able to target Ice Stingray, and then still have another one to play with the long, narrow path that Rainmaker has to travel.
It's interesting that the GG Boys are adapting to the FT Win strategy. Meanwhile, FT Win is just going what works best for them as well, too. And you see it's working well, but the GG Boys finally on the map right here. Rainmaker stuck at the bottom of that ramp at this point. Ice doing a nice job of negating that. Stingray ready to go. There's a look at your map. 3-3 on the field. 3 minutes left. GG Boys have plenty of time, but now FT Win, Ashley, you've got the lead. You start to think about playing defensively when you get a chance.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's what you want to do, but Etona is making that really difficult. And that double Stingray means that you've got two players. One can focus on taking out Ice, and the other one can focus on taking out 3 other players.
And 9, we saw those Tensum missiles, part of the GG Boy strategy to really disrupt the Stingray and the camping ability of FT Win. Tai-T getting a nice little pick on that Inkjet as well, too.
And this is finally where the strategy might pay off a little bit. You saw that they immediately went with the double Stingray, and that's actually going to be able to get a couple here, so they're going to get a chance to push. If Taiji wins the 1v1 and he's not able to, they might have been able to push up a little more, but you look at their composition, they just don't have that many aggressive weapons. They're relying very heavily on Stingray.
It's such a good point. They need the specials and long range in order to get their splats in. For FT Win, they love the aggression. They will get up in your face and challenge you. That Rainmaker 2D's got an escort and a little bit of room to go. Yamamichi trying to negate things. Here comes yet another Stingray. Oh! Stinging on stinging, and Ice is able to survive that Stingray war. And here comes FT Win. They've got the Rainmaker. They've got a sizable lead. Now they just have to be a little bit patient here. And GG Boys once again on their heels here, 9.
Well, I can't say enough how nice it is. The reason that Ice seems to always be winning these Rainmaker, these Stingrays, is because he can be reactionary. And speaking of reactionary, the crowd reaching a fever pitch as 2D almost gets it there. Still back to 11, but again, the pressure that they are able to exert and the fact that Ice can wait for the Stingray to come out and respond to it means that he's always Stingraying from an advantage.
Yamamichi with the Stingray. 1:18 left, so the GG Boys running out of time. They certainly want to avoid a 2-0 hole. Here comes Taiji using that Inkjet for a bit of advantage, but Shaq getting through the defenses and stopping the Rainmaker in its tracks. A minute left. Oh, nice little one shot as well there. 3-2 on the field. GG Boys, they have a chance. Oh, 4-2.
Oh, no.
You've got to be careful if you're FT Win here. Esuna using that Tenta missiles to dislodge everything. And now it's 2-1. How about FT Win trying to hold their water at this point here, Ashley?
I mean, FT Win's going to have to work really hard right now to be able to hold this. GG Boys are really doing a great job. That was a great pick. Excellent pick right there. Now we've reset just a little bit. They can take a chance. They can breathe.
The 1v1s and the 2v1s, FT Win really riding those to this lead at this point. Rainmaker still in the territory of FT Win. But GG Boys, you got less than 30 seconds left. You have to make something happen now. 2D getting the splat. Starting to move forward here at this point. 20 seconds left. Rainmaker up for grabs at this point. 4-2 on the map. FT Win. If they can close this out, they'll take a commanding 2-0 lead in this best of 7. Dynamon and the troops trying to get their push together. Here comes the Stingray. Is it going to go to overtime? Can anybody get the Rainmaker in time? Yamamichi grabs it, but he gets flattened. That does it. FT Win. Once again, 9. You said it. When this team is playing at their best, it is hard to stop them. Not even the defending champs can right now.
Both games have started the same way. It's been a matter of getting an early lead and then continuing to protect it and play defense. It's so much easier to play defense. And again, I think the most important moment there, when the GG Boys were in command and looked like they might get a pick, Ice dove down and traded his little squid for 2 of theirs. The fact that he was able to get 2 with 1 jump, I think, is what stopped that push in its tracks.
Huge pick, huge pick. And honestly, like, I think you mentioned the double Stingray is almost a really conservative approach that you can take during Rainmaker. And it felt like if you're going to take that approach, you cannot get splatted. Because if you're being conservative with an aggressive team like FT Win, they get 1 pick on 1 Stingray, it's off to the races.
And it's such a good point, Nine, because you were talking about the composition you saw from the GG boys at the beginning. And this is a team that's known to be aggressive. Well, going with some rather passive weapons here, do you think if you're the GG boys, you maybe change your strategy and go back to your old, much more hyper-aggressive ways?
I don't know if hyper-aggressive is the way I'd go, but I do think that I don't think the double backline is going to work for them right now. This has become a battle of trying to control that which cannot be controlled. And the other thing that we really need to just look at, they're a control-oriented composition that is trying to play from behind, and that is not where that type of composition can succeed.
2-0 advantage FT Win. Let's take a look at our next rank mode coming up here. We've already seen some tower control, some Rainmaker, Clam Blitz coming up here at 9. As you go ahead and gaze into the future of this one, what are we going to see from Clam Blitz on this next map?
Well, this is Snapper Canal, which is a very open map. There's a lot of room you can move on the left and to the right side, which means that the weapons that can paint better and the more mobile composition tends to win. And that's FT Win right now. They're the more aggressive composition. They're the ones that's going to be able to build up the clams at a quicker pace.
What's amazing to me, Ashley, is that FT Win was staring a 2-1 deficit in the face in best of 5. They had just been upset on splat zones at the last second. How about their resolve? They've won 4 straight games now.
I mean, this is it's not like we haven't seen comebacks like this during this has been a crazy World Championship, and the path to it have been full of crazy upsets. I mean, we watched Australia, New Zealand, West Lime Soda come back from that 0-4 deficit. I mean, they're unstoppable right now, FT Win.
The Splatoon Sterling Squid, just 2 games away from FT Win. However, the GG boys, if you want to talk about a team that won't quit, that's them. But 9, as you said, between the stage and game mode, this might play into the hands of FT Win. They're going to be in the blue. Meanwhile, GG boys of Japan in the green. And it's all about managing that clam economy on the map. But what we've seen is a very determined, confident, resolved FT Win team. And a couple of changes in their lineup here.
Yeah, we're seeing Etsuna go ahead and switch back over to the Umbrella. And on the other side, we see the ballpoint Splatling that is coming out of Ice, who has had the tournament of his life so far. And he's going to try to rotate back here. It is a little bit more mobile of a backliner here. So again, the focus on mobility. On the other side, though, the GG boys saying, now this is a bigger map. Now we can control it a little more. And finally, we don't have an objective that you can push.
A couple of squid beacons coming out as well, too, allowing FT Win to navigate this map as well, too. But you see the tent umbrella providing a lot of protection right there. And already, Power Clam into the goal here for the basket. GG boys, first one on the map. Here comes the baller. Let's see if they can add anything else to their score. But that's going to help more than anything else. The GG boys finally taking the early lead in the game mode here, 9.
They do, but the fact that they just gave FT Win what we call the pity clam right there, when your basket closes after the opponent scores, you get the chance to get a free clam. And right now we see Yamamichi just trying to get rid of Ice there, and with it, that pity clam. So I don't know that the 1 score really does a whole lot for them in this situation.
Dynamon also utilizing a squid beacon to advance behind the defenses of FT Win. He's got a power clam ready to go, but you know you can't hide with it. Everyone knows where you're at. More clams being dropped onto the field here, and you see a power clam for each team. B1 with a baller, but Dynamon somehow able to escape that. Oh, but FT Win getting the critical splat. 4-3 on the map for them, and they have a power clam, 9.
They do, and Shaq getting another pick right here. He's going to just try to distract anyone who has that higher ground. Going to come get what could have been an easy pick onto Taiji. That's going to be the lead, and it might be a lot more if they don't play this well.
FT Win. 3-point lead over the GG boys. They get that 1 extra clam, and that is huge because you look at the penalty. And FT Win, though, they've got the lead. It's going to take 1 power clam, though, for the GG boys to come back. So not too bad right there. Not too much damage on that side. It's still up for grabs either team. And you mentioned the use of the squid beacons helping teams move around here, but actually controlling the middle of this map seems to be so important right now, and neither team has really been dominant there.
It really is, and you're right. Neither team has really been dominant controlling the center of the map. I think really at this point the GG boys are just trying to slow down the pace of the game because FT Win is so so out there for blood.
GG Boys, they get a power clamp into the basket. They now have a 10-point lead. Trying to get some more reinforcements there to spill some more clams. They do. That timer continues. Etna has to get within reach. And yes, GG Boys right here, 9, applying some nice pressure, filling that basket, padding that lead.
Well, I love the fact that Etna opted to move back there and say, I'm going to continue to hold on to this spot with my umbrella that you can't do much about. I will keep this up here. We can score and keep the basket open a little longer if we need to. Otherwise, we'll take the points.
43-77, and that's huge because FT Win's going to need at least 3 power clams to match the score of GG Boys, or at least 2 power clams and then some help. And we know how difficult it's been to score in this game so far. But we see 2 power clams on the map here. FT Win with a chance to make a push here, Ashley.
Yeah, FT Win taking out Atona, who is probably the closest to a special with the exception of Yamamichi. But once you do that, now he's got to respawn. His special meter is gone way down, and he's really back at square one.
Shaq gets a critical splat with the baller, gets the power clamp, gets it in the basket, and here's the window of opportunity for FT Win. Can they get some help and get some more points here? Here comes yet another power clamp, super jumping in, but how about Dynamon with that big time splat at the perfect moment?
It is. Shaq might be able to get a lead here. No, he was not able to collect a clam. Tudi's going to add one more.
No, FT Win! At the very last second, they sneak in a couple more clams, and they take a lead with a minute left. And that penalty is huge because 9 is going to take a power clam and then some for the GG Boys to reclaim the lead.
We come up to a minute left. Yamamichi's positioning here is important. This is where their composition will shine. They're going to be able to at least keep FT Win pinned back, or at least I thought so before Shaq ran face first into a 1v2 and still got a pick out of it.
Yamamichi, oh, huge pick right there. 4-3 on the map. FT Win. They've got to hold on to a 1-point lead. GG Boys, they need a couple of power clams in order to recapture the lead here. 30 seconds left. FT Win can take a commanding 3-0 lead. Let's see if 2D and his gang. Oh, that's a big time splat as well too. Ashley, GG Boys, this is where they have to make a push or else it's going to be a steep hill to try and reclaim that championship.
A very, very steep hill for them to try to reclaim. So, 10 seconds left. I don't know. Can they make it?
Dynamon's got a power clam ready to go. We know it's going to be overtime as long as they have a clam. 3-3 on the map. FT Win. Oh, no! GG Boys at the last second. They get a couple power clams in there. And just like we saw in the semifinals, a Game 3 overtime come from behind victory, 9.
The ability, they had 2 power clams there. They split them up on both sides of the map. There wasn't a way for all of the members of FT Win to contribute to stopping one push. We were focused on the push on the right, but the push on the left broke through.
Ashley, your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that this baby in me is freaking out right now because I just freaked out. That was crazy. I can't believe we just saw that. That was so amazing. I mean, these last seconds snatched from the jaws of defeat victories are always my favorite thing to see. I just shook 9 probably harder than I should ever shake a human being in my life. That was incredible and a true testament to how good GG Boys are and how they will fight until the last possible second.
Let's take a look at a replay from that exhilarating match that we saw there. And 9, go ahead and walk us through what we saw, the split of the power clams here.
Well, I think that Etna got the pick there on the splashdown in mid-air. It was either that or Yamamichi, but that allowed them to move up. You see that everyone else had rotated over to stop this push, and they were able to sneak back up. There's actually not even much resistance on that side. Shaq tries to go in, but you're not going to be able to take down a Brella by yourself.
Yamamichi with the power clam, filling in a couple of clams. And Ashley, we can't emphasize how big that victory was. GG Boys, if you don't make that play at the end of the match, you're down 3-0. You now have to sweep FT Win to try and reclaim the championship again. But because you get that victory, it's 2-1 and you're back in the game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a great way for them to reclaim momentum, to get a little confidence rolling into the next mode, which obviously is going to be really fun to watch. I think this is going to this might be a very pivotal game in our tournament.
And I think that one of the other things that's most important about getting that win is Splat Zones is Japan's best mode. They invented the game of Splat Zones that we have tried to emulate as best we can. So they might take both of these and flip it right back to 3-2.
Let's see where the rest of our destinations are in this best-of-7 finals. It's 2-1 in favor of FT Win of North America. The GG Boys with an unbelievable come-from-behind victory. We see that Splat Zones is next. It's also back-to-back here, 9. So here's a chance for the GG Boys. If you say that they are as good at Splat Zones as we think they are, here's a chance for them to go up potentially 3-2 going into our final modes. And so you've talked about the competition level. Ashley, we're experiencing it right here. These teams are so well balanced.
They are so well balanced. They are so calm under pressure. And that is really, to me, what separates the highest tier players. I mean, they don't get tilted. They don't get salty. I mean, they're just like, you know what? It's all right. I got this. I'm one of the best in the world. No problem.
Going back to Splat Zones and the conversation we had with the GG boys earlier in the week, where they feel like they're not going to push aggressively out of the zone. They want to defend it once they have it. What will that look like, Nine?
Well, especially on Gobi Arena, which is where we're headed now, this is a map where I almost feel like you have to be willing to push up a little bit. You can see here, you talk about undulation. This has the most of any map. I think the long-range composition that they have might tilt it in their favor.
Lace up your J's and let's play some hoops in Gobi Arena as we get set here. You've got the GG boys in green. FT Win from North America in the purple. It's 2-1 advantage FT Win, but the GG boys are loving the side of Splat Zones. And once again, a single zone Splat Zone matchup here.
And taking a look at the composition that you see FT Win playing right here, they're running double bomb rush, which is not something that you would see a ton. They know that they're going to get zoned out by all the range, so they're saying, let's put bombs up there. You can't shoot those down.
Early lead for the GG boys. They're already up 25 as they control the zone, and you don't see a single FT Win member in this screen whatsoever. So the GG boys not messing around in Splat Zones right now. Etina, got to be careful. That's an unequal area. Point sensor coming out. Yamamichi's going to scurry away as that Tenta missiles gets deployed, and Ice once again using the Stingray, but a couple of specials, Nine, and they're not able to claim the zone quite yet.
No, they finally do get it, but they're only one down here. Taiji, I thought maybe should have run out a little bit further. You saw that Yamamichi had respawned in that situation and does punish Ice for a bit of overextension. Still a lot of game left to be played.
And Ashley, we talked about the lockout phase that's so important for FT Win. Well, this is what they're going to have to do now that you see the penalty for the GG boys.
Yeah, I mean, if they have that penalty, if they can go ahead and lock them out, don't let them apply a penalty to them, they're going to be in a very, very good position.
Oh, huge reclamation of the Splat Zone by the GG boys. That applies a 35-second penalty to FT Win. 3-2 on the map, advantage your defending champions, Nine.
And that's the big thing right there. The fact that they got a 3-2 advantage means they're going to be able to push all the way up. Kill wisely running back here, just making sure that no one's coming around the flank. He has a bomb rush. He knows that they're about to have all 4 specials up. They should be able to take this without too much trouble.
And that's a very good point. You see the flashing inkling icons at the top. 4 specials ready to be deployed by FT Win. Meanwhile, they're down. They've got the 4-2 advantage, FT Win, at this point, and they take control of the Splat Zone after the GG boys improve their lead ever so slightly. 3 minutes left. FT Win trying to lock out the GG boys. They've got a 2-1 advantage, but the GG boys early on actually have controlled this entire match.
They have, but I don't know. I mean, they've got a couple of specials going, but it's possible that that one pick just right then, that might actually not be a good thing for GG boys.
Couple of bubbles coming out. GG boys, they take the zone. 2:30 left, plenty of time left. Both teams with a hefty penalty as well, too. Oh, and Shaq getting splatted, unable to use those Tenta missiles. And the GG boys, they are really stepping up this game, Nine.
They are, and this is why the long-range composition works on a map like this. You notice they're able to continue painting the zone without putting themselves in danger. That's why FT Win has opted to go with a double bomb rush composition, because they know that that's the case. But sometimes you gotta have a little more range than that.
GG boys out of the penalty box as their score continues to improve. Now they're just 17 seconds away. Stingray coming out by FT Win. And how about this? 3-2 on the map. GG boys looking to tie things up. 2-2. Can FT Win stop the advance? 1 second left. No, they can't do it. And the GG boys, after staring a 3-0 deficit in the face, have now won back-to-back games to tie this thing up at 2-2. We're at least getting a game 6 here at 9.
We are, and thank goodness for that. I was a little worried there at the start that I was going to have to break out the broom. That will not be the case. But if you are FT Win, you can say, all right, that was the worst possible draw we could have gotten. That was a map that favored their composition on a mode that they are supposed to be best at. I don't think they're losing too much sleep over that one.
And you're right, FT Win, they put up quite a fight during that match, even though the GG boys seem to always control the zone. And Ashley, mentality-wise, you were up 2-0. You lose another close game you feel like you should have won if you're FT Win. Now it's 2-2, and you're going back to Splat Zones once again. What's your approach?
Well, the nice thing is for FT Win is that they have just played a game mode they're going to play again. So they really understand what the strategy is for the GG boys. So they can say, okay, let's regroup. Let's figure out how we can shake up the strategy a little bit and also take back a little bit of that momentum.
As we said, Splat Zone's coming up next, but also a different map, which might favor a different composition here, Nine. And what are we going to see in our second go-around of Splat Zones in this finals?
Muscle Forge Fitness, and this is a very scary map to play it on here. They're the big sides. Some people call it the volcano that you can come up, and it's a big, big zone as well. I think we're going to see some bomb rush, perhaps from both teams, but double baller. Keep an eye out for that. That can flip the zone in a heartbeat.
Well, I know you busted out some curls at Muscle Forge Fitness earlier this morning, so it's looking great right there, my friend. And Ashley, the GG boys, they have to be feeling very confident now because you were down 2-0. You've taken the last two, and it's your game mode that you really love to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is really in their favor. And so it will be very difficult for FT Win to come out and win this one, especially if GG Boys can come out and really take that lead early. I think they have an excellent chance of holding that lead.
And Nine, you look at the composition for the GG boys, and we saw for the first couple of modes, they were more so reacting to what FT Win was. It seems like the last two games, they've just decided, we're going to do what works best for us.
Right, and I think that the mode changing into modes that they're more comfortable in allowed them to play that game. And I think that the fact that they lost those first two games and now get to go through 3 potential wins before they have to see either of those again gives them plenty of time to figure out what they want to do.
This is a huge swing game right here. 2-2 FT Win versus the GG boys. Whoever takes this will be just 1 win away from the championship. And this Splatoon, Sterling, Squid, Muscle Forge Fitness. You've got FT Win representing North America in the yellow. And of course, the GG boys of Japan in the blue. Loadouts, Nine, what do we got here?
Well, I was wrong. There's not going to be a double baller. In fact, there's only going to be 1 baller on the map. Again, these teams are going with some more indirect ways to capture the zone. A lot of respect for each other right now.
2 L3s as well, too, for the GG boys. Nobody's got the zone right now. The GG boys finally secure it. Let's see if they can maintain and provide a little bit of a lockout. They're up 4-2 already, actually, with FT Win having to spawn back.
Yeah, I mean, watching Ice jump away there, that was probably a really good idea because it wasn't looking too good for him. So they're going to have to FT Win's going to have to regroup. Yamamichi already out there with the Sting.
Inkjet, Stingray ready to go, and 2 other specials for the GG boys. So Nine, they're doing a great job of stacking their specials early on.
They are, and they're willing to trade as many people as it takes to build this big lead because we have seen how easy it is to flip a zone back. And as long as you're in the lead, you're okay with flipping it back and forth because you know the penalty continues to stack.
That's such a good point. You can take the biggest bite of the pie early on, but you don't have that penalty. But right now, FT Win trying to lock out GG boys. GG boys trying to wrestle back control. You see the nice little 1v1 splat right there. And Shaq getting splatted as well, too. GG boys with a 3-2 advantage.
Yeah, make it 3-1. How about that? Ice goes all the way back. Kyo's saying, I'm just going to take down whoever I can here. It's not like I was going to get much done anyway. So I like that, and I like the fact that they are continuing to fight, and that's actually a great way to continue to get your team spawned again. I love this overhead view. You see that they're trying to build as much special meter as they can with very limited room to do it.
And they have the time to do it because the penalty's going down right now for GG boys. They're not improving on their score. FT Win also with a very small penalty, so they can afford to be a little bit more patient. But the Stingray from Yamamichi once again applying that pressure, and now the GG boys about 30 seconds away here, Ashley, from making it 3-2.
Yeah, GG boys right there. Yamamichi taking out Ice was a huge deal because FT Win had 3 different specials going all at once. And so to be able to take one of those off the board was a really, really big advantage for GG boys.
All right, FT Win has got control of the zone. Their penalty's done now. You see a sizable one for the GG boys. FT Win, if they're going to dig down deep and find something to apply some pressure against the GG boys, now's the time to do it. But the GG boys, Nine, so calm, so cool, so collected, timing the use of their specials so well.
Right, and I think that going in really deep with this Inkjet here might come back to bite sides. You're going to try to hide away and actually gets the pick onto Kyo. That's a big one. Fine taking that trade to Ice there. The frontline aggressor is gone, and now they have a Stingray that they can use to pick off Ice, who's a little bit slower of a weapon than Kyo was.
You see that heavy Splatling trying to cover the zone, but the Stingray from Yamamichi continues to just dominate this matchup. GG boys almost out of the penalty. They reclaim it. They've got a couple of bubbles supporting things in there as well, too. And now, 12 seconds away, GG boy trying to lock it out. Here comes Kyo with a well-timed splashdown, though. Can FT Win seize control and apply a penalty? They do. They're still in there, actually. Let's see if they can turn back the comeback on the GG boy.
Kyo is doing an amazing job right now. I mean, 2 huge picks right there. That is going to give them a very, very nice cushion in which to pick up some points here.
A couple of specials being built up for the GG boys. They're going to be ready to play some defense. FT win. 9, you figured this is the time they have to lock out GG boys if they want to come back in this thing.
They have, and watch the staggers of the special here right now. They've already used 2 of them. The third one is going to go. They're going to try to make it feel like specials are coming all the time. 1 goes down and 1 jumped out. That's as good as 2 down. Let's make it 3 as well. And they are again fine trading these points as they get another one there. A little bit of a hiding squid there in the corner. But again, they're okay making that trade because with just 1 minute left, they know that they only have to do it maybe 1 more time.
And that's such a good point. They have control of the zone, and the timer is ticking down now. And so FT win, you're up in the face against the ticking clock here. You've got to be able to seize control of this zone here soon. But the GG boys, couple specials ready to go. They're just 5 seconds away. Can FT win claim the zone? They do! Oh, with the last second, 1 point away. And now they wrestle it back from the GG boys. And it's 4-3 on the map. FT win. Let's see if they can write their own storybook ending in a splat zone matchup 9.
Kyo has kept the game alive for them twice. He won a 1v2 earlier. He had a splashdown to meet the bubbles. His splashdown there took it at the very end. He is willing this team to keep in this match.
Huge Stingray from Ice coming out right now. Oh, and gets a splash. FT wins just 33 seconds away from stealing victory from the GG boys. It's 4-2 on the map here, 9. Ashley, they might get it done here.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is amazing. It looks like they may actually keep them out. Taichi's going to do his best here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
3 seconds left.
No way.
GG boys in control. 8 seconds left and a complete wipe of FT win. And the GG boys, they were looking at defeat straight in the face, but they don't cower as they come up with the defensive stand of the tournament here, 9.
They did it with no specials. They did that without a single special. Taiji's right there was not used at all in that push. I cannot believe it. To see a push, a 4-0 wipe at the end of the game when the opponent knows we just have to hold it for a handful of seconds, and to get it without needing a single special might be the best.
Look at this from Taiji. I mean, this is amazing. He gets in there. Kyo gets taken out. Atona right there, giving that support that's needed, and they're able to take that right back. Oh my gosh.
The 2v1, as you said, no specials required, just special ability from these players. The GG boys almost losing a splat zone, which would have been a huge steal of a game by FT win. You look at what this team is able to do. GG boys now winning 3 straight games. They're 1 away from repeating as champions, but Ashley, it's the 2 game modes coming up here that FT win has already won.
Right, they've already won these 2 game modes. I mean, they're coming in, they can say, we can come in confident here. And as we've talked about, even if they win this, if they win this, tower control might be theirs, because as you were saying, 9, GG boys, that might be their worst mode.
It might be, but they could not have asked for a better Rainmaker map. This is Kelp Dome Rainmaker right here, a fairly infamous map in the Splatoon community, but it is also the easiest map to defend. They're going to be able to stack 2 Stingrays, 3 Stingrays if you want. There's only one way the Rainmaker's going to push.
But you have to have the lead in order to defend. And what we've seen from FT win is their ability to take early leads. But in these last 3 victories, it's been the GG boys that have gone out first. If you're FT win, how important is it for you in this one to take the early lead and take away the defensive advantage for the GG boys?
I think it's a requirement. I think that if they have to play from behind, that will play exactly into how the GG boys want to play. If the GG boys get an early lead, I don't think FT win can break through.
GG boys just 1 game away from etching their names onto the Splatoon Sterling Squid once again. However, FT win. They won Rainmaker earlier in this best of 7. They want to take game 6 and give all of us a game 7 here. The crowd's been fantastic. I know that this is what they've been looking forward to. At least a game 6 here between 2 of the top squads in the world here, Ashley. Any pressure on any one of these teams at this point when you look at a game 6 here between these 2?
Both of them. I mean, this is both of them. You've got FT win. They got to come out swinging. GG boys have to do the exact same thing. I mean, this almost feels like the real pivotal. I mean, this is it for me. Like, whoever wins this is going to come into that game 7. If we need a game 7, it's going to come into that game 7 like really raring to go.
And what's been interesting, 9, is how much of the time these teams have been using. There's so much strategy and counter strategy going back and forth. Once again, FT win was just moments away from taking a 3-0 lead. But a come-from-behind last-second overtime victory in Clam Blitz by the GG boys spurred a 3-0 run by them. They're now just 1 game away.
the teams have seen these maps ahead of time. I think they're taking the time to catch their breath, and I think it is not without merit as we start up Game 6.
Here we go. Game 6. Rainmaker, Kelp Dome. GG Boys of Japan in the purple, 1 game away from claiming the championship. FT Win in the green. They're looking to push this thing to a Game 7. And early on, what are we seeing here? Ashley, as we see both teams kind of fight for control of the middle of the map.
Yeah, you're going to want to get a couple of picks before you pick up that Rainmaker. You can see Shaq just hear it, but not quite picking it up. They know they need to take out a couple of GG Boys. And it doesn't quite work out.
Nice trade right there. Stingray support, and we talked about trying to get the early lead and not able to do anything with the Rainmaker there right now, 9. And you look at the GG Boys, they have the player advantage on the map.
The fact that Shaq was only able to get one of those two, I think, was huge. And again, saving the punishment there and forcing Ice to head back to spawn when he was sitting there ready to punish his big CKO off to the side. I don't know if they know he's here. He might be able to slow this down. They spot him off just in time. We're going to get a chance for a push right here.
GG Boys, we talked about that early lead, how important it is for them. They're not on the board quite yet, but here they go. They finally are able to get into the half of FT Win. So GG Boys with that important early lead. Now we might see more of that defense here, 9.
Well, 67, you're going to see a lot of stops right in that area. You see that door right there, and you see the fact that there is not much room. That is the key moment. The fact that Shaq was able to get all 3 means that any push that was started was gone and completely gone. We're going to see Ice try to do the same thing on the other side.
Big opportunity to take the lead for FT Win here. You want to take away that defensive opportunity for the GG Boys. Yo, trying to get some pressure and chase out Etna. Etna trying to avoid all the splash. Oh, corner. And already the lead is taken by FT Win, and you mentioned that is the tight corridor you're trying to get into. And Ashley, FT Win doing what they want to do, get an early lead.
Dynamon sitting here waiting, just waiting. He's lurking around the corner. That hallway, I mean, that is a choke point of all choke points. So it's a very difficult get past there, especially with Taiji on that inkjet. He is so accurate.
IG and the Inkjet 4-3 on the field right now. GG Boys, but they are down to FT Win 59-67. They can't rely on playing defense with those ranged weapons, but a splashdown picked off in midair will do huge things for the GG Boys.
That's the gamble. At this level, splashdown ain't what it used to be. And I love the fact that they immediately opt to move up and try to put pressure on 2D. They know that someone is going to be waiting in this area. They're trying to get there preemptively, and 2D able to get off his special and maybe even a pick. The fact that his special is there, though, might be big for the defense.
FT Win looking for one more game to force a Game 7. They're down 4-3 on the map right now, and the GG Boys are looking to steal the lead. But once again, that Stingray by Ice has been the saving grace for FT Win, Ashley.
I mean, Ice is going to be there waiting for that corridor. I mean, that's where you hold that special for. As soon as they get to that doorway, it's time. Yamamichi, though, doing the exact same thing. Taiji is going to go ahead and take it forward.
Yamamichi providing the Stingray support. They're able to mow down FT Win like a Saturday morning launch. 3-2 on the map for a moment here, but now it's 4-4. And if you're FT Win, you've got to get the Rainmaker out of here. GG Boys are just 30 points away from claiming another championship. Everybody's in this room right now, 9.
Oh, and Kill getting stuck there. I don't know if it'll come back to bite them because Dynamon's by himself. That will be the end of that push. But again, to be able to get it to 30, that starts to get into the danger zone, and with just 90 seconds left, there's not much time.
2D trying to go through the back door, however, gets splatted, and that's a difficult spot for the Rainmaker to land, because now, if you're FT Win, you got to dig it out of there. And if you're the GG Boys, you have a minute and a half of defense left, but here goes Ice by himself. He's going to need a little bit more support, but at least you have the Rainmaker on their map. Not going to survive that onslaught of burst bomb. Ashley, GG Boys, all they've got to do is hold down home base at this point.
They do, and Yamamichi already has his Stingray ready, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and do that.
1 minute left. The GG Boys up 30-59. They have the Rainmaker. Inkstorm coming out, 10 to missiles. You see the global view. FT Win down 4-2 on the map. Huge swing right here, 9.
It was. That Stingray got a pick, and then Etna came and got a second one. This means they're going to control middle going into this final push. They might opt to just sit here and shoot as many shots as they can. They just want to milk the clock.
That's such a good point. You talk about the tight corner. Oh, but FT Win getting the splat. It's 2-2 and some Stingray support from Ice. You're going to have time for about one more push here, 9. FT Win trying to keep their tournament hopes alive. Meanwhile, GG Boys just moments away from yet another championship.
It is, and again, they're going to try to probably let this reset, and Dynamo going to do whatever he can to just milk more time. He used that special really early and even got the pick. Tidy's going to grab it. He knows he's going down there, but they're keeping the Rainmaker there.
12 seconds left, 3-1 on the field. GG Boys, they can spell victory. They want to be repeat champions. They just have to protect the Rainmaker. FT Win trying to turn things around. The GG Boys get it done, and how about that? Staring 0-3 in the face. The defending champions rise from the ashes like a phoenix and go 4-0 in a row. And the GG Boys of Japan, your Splatoon 2 World Champions for 2019.
If you want any example of why maps can change everything in Splatoon 2, that was the best Rainmaker map that the GG Boys could have hoped for. Once they got that first big push that was opened up by a Stingray, a pick here, a pick there, all they had to do was keep it there, and that's why they got that win.
Ashley, how crazy was this? FT Win when they were down 2-1 in the semifinals. They win 4 straight matches to take a 2-0 lead in the finals. The GG Boys, as we mentioned, that last second victory, they win 4 straight. Here they are in the middle. They are victorious. Give it up for the GG Boys, your Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019 winners. And just the resolve from this team. They are now back-to-back champions. Going to see their name twice on the Splatoon Sterling Squid. Just an unbelievable effort as they dug themselves back from a 2-0 hole here, Ashley.
I mean, what an absolute effort by every single one of those players. I couldn't possibly even pick an MVP because I feel like that was a true team effort. Although, I don't know, man. Yama beat you with those Stingrays. Woo!
Well, it's so difficult at this level 9, and I think you said it better than anybody else. This was one of the most balanced championships that we would ever have. You saw a best-of-5, go-to-5 games between Team USA, Team Europe, and then finally you go to Game 6 with the GG Boys as they are victorious, and they are your Splatoon 2 World Championship 2019 winners. Here to honor and celebrate our champions here. Put your hands together for the man himself. Producer for Splatoon 2, Mr. Nogami! So as Mr. Nogami passes out the medals to our defending champions, we do want to give a round of applause to all of our teams here. Of course, Lime Soda from Australia, New Zealand, Alliance Rogue from Europe, and how about the fight that FT Win put up from North America? Almost took the 3-0 lead, but the GG Boys once again proving why they're champions and proving why they're so hard to splat. Back-to-back world championships for the GG Boys, and now let's toss it down to Mr. Nogami for some comments.
それでは優勝した GG ボーイズの皆さん2連覇おめでとうございます。
So congratulations to the GG Boys on their second win in a row.
いや本当にちょっと裏で見ててももうドキドキするような戦いの連続でヒヤヒヤしましたけども本当に勝ててよかったなと思います。
So I was pretty nervous myself watching your play backstage, but I'm happy to be standing here giving you these congratulations.
日本チームばっかりひいきしてるわけじゃないですけどねっていうはいすみません会場の皆さんも本当に盛り上げていただいてありがとうございます
And thank you everybody here in the stadium for getting so loud for this competition.
はいでちょっと僕の方からお伝えしたいことがあります
And there's something I would like to share with you.
以前よりフェスの開催は発売から2年間とお伝えしていましたけども、来月の7月21日で発売から2年それに合わせて、最後にして最大のフェスを開催します
So we'd previously announced that Splatfest would be supported for 2 years from Splatoon 2's launch. Next month on July 21st, Splatoon 2 marks its second anniversary. And to coincide with that, we'd like to hold the last, the biggest, and baddest Splatfest of them all.
こちらをご覧ください。
Please take a look at this video.
はい、ファイナルフェスのお題はどちらの世界を望む混沌 vs 秩序です。
So the theme for this final Splatfest is, which world would you choose, chaos or order?
ファイナルフェスでは新しいミステリーゾーンに加えて過去のフェスで登場した全てのミステリーゾーンが変わる登場します。
This final Splatfest will not only feature a new Shifty Station stage, but the Shifty Stations from all previous Splatfests will also make an appearance.
またファイナルフェスに合わせて特別なギアも配信されます。
And we'll also be distributing some unique new gear for this Splatfest.
開催期間は2019年7月18日から21日の72時間。
This event will take place over the course of 72 hours from the 18th of July to the 21st.
皆さんはこのイカたちの世界に何を望むでしょうか。最終決戦スプラトカリプスにぜひ参戦してください。
And so I ask you all, what sort of a world would you wish for the Inklings and their friends? Make sure not to miss out on this final Splatfest Splatocalypse.
そして、ファイナルフェス終了後の7月末頃に更新データバージョン 5.0 を配信してプライベートマッチで使用できるルールに縄張りバトルフェスを追加します。
And last but not least, once the final Splatfest comes to a close, in late July we'll be releasing the version 5.0 update that will add the Turf War Splatfest to the modes you can choose in private battle.
このルールではファイナルフェスで新たに追加されるものを含む24のミステリーゾーンで縄張りバトルを楽しむことができるようになります。
In this mode, players will be able to battle out Turf War matches on all 24 Shifty Station stages, including the new stage released for the final Splatfest.
既存の23ステージもこのルールでは夜の風景となります。お友達と集まってプライベートなフェスを開催してみてください。
You'll also be able to play the nighttime version of these 23 currently available regular stages in this mode. So get together with your friends and host some private Splatfests of your very own.
定期的なフェスの開催とコンテンツの追加はこれが最後となります。ですが、スプラトゥーン2のオンラインサービスが終わるわけではありません。最後のお祭りを楽しみ、これからもスプラトゥーン2をお楽しみください。
As we've mentioned previously, this represents the last of our regular Splatfest events and new content updates. But this will not spell the end of Splatoon 2's online service. We hope you'll give it your all in the final Splatfest and continue to enjoy Splatoon 2.
はい、私たちからお伝えしたいことは以上です。もう一度優勝チームを祝福してあげてください。
So let's please cheer on our winners for today, GG Boys.
Well, once again, our champions, the GG Boys, defending champions. And how about that bit of news that we get dropped on us as well, too? Splatocalypse coming here, the final Splatfest. Guys, your thoughts on this championship once again?
What a great championship series. I mean, that's the type of series you always want to see, especially in Splatoon. These are two great teams. It was a joy to watch them.
And I think anytime you have a tournament that is this good, that ends like this, with this level of competition, you can't help but be hopeful that the game has so much room to grow and continue to surprise us.
Shout out to all of our teams. Thank you once again, Ashley, Nine, Milana, as well, these fantastic fans. But get set, we have the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate World Championship 2019 3v3. Fish, Kells, and EE bringing you that action. We'll see you here shortly.
Welcome everyone to the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate World Championship 2019 3v3 here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Thousands of competitors from across the globe have fought tooth and nail to make it here today. We have our final 4 teams, each representing their region. USA, Japan, Australia/New Zealand, and Europe will be battling it out, but only one team will be your 2019 World Champions. My name is Vish, and helping me break down the Smash action today are Supergirl Kells and the phenomenal EE.
What up, what up?
Let's go!
What's up, man? This crowd is live. I like it.
Seriously, so excited.
Oh, man, Supergirl Kells, before we get started, can you tell us a little bit more about Super Smash Bros. And what we'll be seeing here today?
So imagine your favorite Nintendo characters in one game duking it out for the ultimate Super Smash Bros. Battle. The goal is to knock the opposing fighter off the stage. Fighters start at 0% damage. Damage increases as a fighter gets hit. As percentages go up, it becomes easier for a fighter to be knocked off the stage. When a fighter is knocked off the stage, it is a KO, and the player loses a life, which is known as a stock.
There you go.
Oh, man. Before we get into the tournament itself, let's go over some of the rules that we got to have here today in this tournament. So there's going to be a seeding round, and game 1 of that is going to be 1v1, and it's going to be 6 minutes as well. And then game 2 is going to be a 2-on-2 with 6 minutes as well, and the total score from both those games will be added together to decide the winner. And then from there, they'll go into a semifinals and a finals match. But match 1, we have Japan versus Europe, and match 2 is USA versus Australia/New Zealand. The winners of those matches will play, and the losers of those matches will play. In the semifinals, we're going to have those 4 teams after the seeding is decided from the seeding round, and it's going to be a 1-on-1 squad strike tag team, single elimination, best of 3 with items on low. And important to note, there's no Pokeballs here, no Master Balls, and no assist trophies, so that's going to be pretty interesting to see. But man, I am really excited to get into some of this Smash action. EE.
What up?
I know that we've been playing and talking with all the teams this entire weekend. How do you feel the competition stacks up here today?
Well, first of all, Mama, we made it. What's up? And second of all, how these teams made it, okay? If you look at the talent pool that they had to go through to get here, all the qualifiers, you know everybody is so well engaged to get to this point. Personally, if you look at the teams, I know Japan's probably a lot of people's favorites. But the thing that makes Smash so great is upsets happen on the regular, and you can never really peg who's going to take it. So I think that's kind of stirring up to make a great event all around.
Right, right. And Supergirl Kels, I know that you got a chance to talk a little bit with the European team. How do you feel like they stack up here today?
I think Europe is definitely underrated here. They're actually my to-go team that I think can actually take it. I actually had the privilege to play every single player here for competing in this tournament, and they are all so talented. As you were saying, EE, the items can really throw everything off, and as well as practicing with those items, but as individuals. Everybody on every team is so talented. I'm excited to see what they all have in store for us.
Yes, yes, and we're going to go right into the action. We're going to go to game one, and it's going to be Japan versus Europe. I believe that will be happening pretty soon, but we are going to take a quick look at actually the players on both of those teams in a quick video. And both these teams are definitely ready to play. Do you see the guns on? I got
Oh my lord!
Got the gloves on. One of them. Man, they're ready to play. And I think we're going to get started just in just a couple minutes here. But with items being here and no Pokeballs, no Master Balls, and assist trophies, how do you think that's going to affect the gameplay that we're going to see here, Supergirl Kels?
For sure, it's definitely going to make things a little bit more even. I think Pokeballs, assist trophies, and Master Balls specifically really add to the pace. It really changes up some things and can bring a game that looks completely in one person's favor to another person's favor. So that's going to be mixing it up. The fact that we don't have those items, and we can actually use items like home run bat, the sword, guns, and really use that to as an advantage for skills. Without items, we see characters like Peach and such to really play with their projectiles. So I think that just these items being more balanced, it's going to add to the more skill level.
And EE, with the character pool that we have here with items, what kind of characters do you think would benefit the most from items, and which characters would not benefit from items?
Well, you got to keep in mind, I mean, the items, you know, they're on set to low, right? So it's not going to be too intrusive. I mean, if you're using a fast character, obviously you're already going to be hyped about that. An opportunity to get over there and just kind of engage with that. But the thing is, like, not every item is the most beneficial. A lot of these characters have plenty of tools that's going to get the job done either way. So if you're already playing a character, you got a strong neutral game, you're going to be fine. You don't have to worry too much about the item. I think people put too much of an emphasis on the items, okay? It still comes down to the skill at the end of the day, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Of course, and also there's also how you're going to split your team up, because you're going to have one 1v1, and you're going to have a 2v2. So what kind of strategy do you think is going to be used choosing your one-on-one versus your two-on-two Supergirl Kels?
For sure, that is a big deal. 2-on-2 especially, you need experience. You definitely need to know who do you have the most synergy with, which characters really mash up together really well. Is one quick, one slow, one's a heavy hitter? Who's going to back up each other the best? So who they're going to plan for teams is very, very important. One-on-one, I believe everyone here knows how to do the business. They have their knowledge and their experience. So it's really just about who can really come up and clean up the stage while they're up.
Right, right. And we're going to get right into this action. I believe we're going to have game one happening just in a couple of seconds here. Crowd, how are you feeling going into this World Championship?
Yo, what up, crowd? Yo, what's Gucci?
This is a beautiful crowd.
Like an IRL Twitch chat. I love it, man.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. So what are you feeling going into this first game here, EE, between Japan and Europe?
Well, I'm interested to see, well, one, who they're going to send in. Because if you look at both Japan and Europe, they each have kind of an item specialist on the team, right? You look at Team Japan, and I believe it's Kuro for them, and then Robin on the side of Europe, right? So you could essentially leave those guys for the 1v1 and then just have your other two guys going for the 2v2, which I think would be a good cleanup. If I'm Japan, either way I send it, I'm fine with Zach Ray handling business either way. Let's just keep it real. Like, that's the ace in the hole for this team.
Right, right. And on the Europe end, what do you think their strategy is going to be in terms of the players that they decide to choose here, Supergirl Kels?
Definitely, I believe that Sir John would be a really good pick when it comes to a 1v1. Zero Suit, Samus, Palutena, characters who have their own projectile game. Zero Suit being very quick on her feet can really just get to items and also just defend herself. I think she has a great advantage when it comes to platforms. A lot of these stages we're going to be seeing have a lot of platforms, a lot of depth, a lot of differences. So that would definitely be a great way to play. And Palutena with her own skill sets and her own projectiles that everyone hates would definitely be annoying. So I really think that would be a great pick.
For sure, and we got to actually talk a little bit with Team Europe and their journey here to make it to this World Championship. They had some tough battles ahead, but we're going into game one. Zero Suit Samus versus Roy.
My God. Okay, this is going to be quite the matchup for sure. Zero Suit Samus, a character that really kinds of stick back, bait, and punish. Really get in and get that pressure on, really making it hard for Roy or characters to land in general. But Roy is such a quick character that can really get into your face and not give you that room to breathe.
No doubt about it. Both these characters at certain points can be really oppressive. For me, it's going to be all about that hot start. We see them sending in Sir John to kind of combat. I thought that was actually not a bad choice. I mean, you touched on that as well, Kels. And right now, it's looking like, I mean, nobody's really gaining an advantage thus far. That's the thing I'm looking to see who is going to pull ahead in the early going.
Yeah, I think with items set on low, it's really going to be like a pretty clean one-on-one battle here. It's going to be just comes down to who's going to be the better player. There's only one item so far on the stage, and keeping stage positioning, I think, is very important in a matchup like this, especially when you have a character like Roy use that big long sword.
And speaking of Roy, how did that stay using
Bullet Bill just coming through, man, just knocking out that stock. Keep in mind, I mean, it is on time, right? So you kind of got to count those. At a certain point, though, you got to remember, you're going to lose track of that. You just got to stay focused and keep the aggression going.
Yeah, so it's going to come down to like little quick maths. Got to keep in mind what you did. And look at these couple of parries. I like high-level players.
Yeah, I just love the control we're seeing from Kombu right now, maintaining that center stage. It's very important to really get your opponent to maybe put out a move that they might regret. Kombu just doing such a good job of that, and now he's going to get another, oh, no, punish right there, but just a little reset, which will go into Sir John's advantage, and now he's got the edge guard.
Forgot about it, just keeping control. Beautiful play thus far from ZSS. I like that preemptive upbeat. Good decision right there to try and recover quickly. You already know edge guarding is such a powerful tool in these matchups.
Oh, no! That percent, man, that's kind of difficult to get out of. With all the stuff that was going on with the stage changing and whatnot, that was a lot to keep track of, man.
Yeah, definitely. Taking up into the sky, resetting. I mean, Sir John not far from bringing it back with this smash ball that could be in play for him. And that edge guard was clean.
Get that, thank you. Oh, I was like, somebody needs to get that smash ball. Now you want to get in this position where you can just kind of sit on this.
Oh, okay.
Let it fall by the wayside.
Ooh, big damage, too. Gonna get a nice 58% all the way from zero. That's huge.
Zero laser is definitely one of the better smash balls you can get.
For sure.
Yeah, we were talking about Sir John having maybe like a bad start and that Kombu had a huge advantage, but I think the stage morph going into Pokemon Stadium really has been giving a shift to Sir John's play, having the longer stage, more room to maybe run around and escape options.
Smart by Kubo going right for that healing field. Right. Cover just a little bit of damage, but you see Sir John trying to let him know it's not even going to matter. My aggression is not relenting.
No, the way that Sir John has been playing around the items, his style is very aggro, especially off stage. You see him going out there every time to edge guard Roy. But I think that what I really like is whenever he has the advantage where Roy is above him, he doesn't go for the item, he just keeps keeping the Roy above him and just pummeling him over and over again. That's how he's built at 126%.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the disadvantages that Roy does have, which is how does Roy land? Very fast faller character, uses his jumps a lot, so it's really like, where am I gonna go? And of course, Sir John will take advantage of that and make this damage quick.
Yeah. Okay, we got another little stage change here.
Where are we headed? Yoshi's Island.
Okay. The good thing about these stages thus far is I'm sure they're both very familiar with them, right? You see these stages a lot in, high-level, super competitive play, so nobody's really getting thrown through a loop. So everybody kind of able to adapt on the fly.
Right. Okay.
Here we go here. Both of them just kind of feeling each other out in neutral, seeing who can really get in, who's really going to give up that defense. Both of them running up and just shielding, but finally, Sir John finds his footing. Great catch!
Just slightly too low. Fortunately there, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I feel like Sir John has a little bit of a lead here when you're going in terms of points. So I think he's going to try to keep that up. You see him being a little bit more defensive that's compared to the first couple of minutes where he was just going in, and he gets another smash ball.
Literally no hesitation again. That zero laser coming through. packing on a ton of damage. And that's not going to be able to finish off the stock just yet, but again, the damage just racking up. That immediate grab, that was crisp.
That read was incredible from Sir John, knocking him out. I'm in your head, brother.
Get out of my head, Charles.
Get out of 2014. It's all good, man. It's all good. We're holding it down. Big time action development. This is only our first game.
Yeah, but I do believe that Sir John has a little bit of lead, and you can just see just like the little push and pull that he's playing with now. He's not being nearly as aggro, and I kind of like that change-up of style. And on Kombu's end, you're also feeling the pressure, right? You know you're down a little bit, so you have to make something happen. There's only a minute left in this game.
I see the Daybreak one-piece collection from Sir John as well.
Yeah, that's really the question of who's going to get that, but dropping a piece right there might be spawning a new one at any second. Both of them are ready to grab it as we do have a stage morph. Where are we headed next? Pokemon Stadium, we're back home, guys.
Can't complain about that. So again, I do believe, as you said, I believe slight advantage right now going to Sir John. So Kombu really going to need to pick things up if that holds true.
Just 45 more seconds here in this game one. What's going to happen? Okay, can he put him back on stage? Not quite.
Oh, I wanted that dunk.
Oh, you tried to go for it all with that spike.
Yeah, definitely just to confirm his lead here is racking up the damage. Roy known to take stock so quick. He's got to maintain it for 30 seconds if he does want to.
Oh, there it is! Oh, are you shooting that? Oh, my Lord.
That's a hard one to hit because you can't even turn around with it. You're usually faced in one direction as soon as you have all the pieces. So he did a good job avoiding that.
That's fair, that's fair.
I like how unexpectedly, too, he kind of picked up that last piece. So it was definitely just a great option from Sir John to just down special out of there, kick boost himself out. And now we are at the countdown. 3, 2, 1. No kills will be made.
Oh.
Nope, not at all.
And again,
smart.
You can see Sir John went all the way off stage. I'm pretty sure I have the point lead here. So why play?
Exactly. Why risk taking the KO in that situation where I can just kind of float? I mean, again, 3 seconds left on the clock. You were counting down kills. You already know how that was going.
Yeah, for sure. So Sir John does take that hold. And I like, though, that Konbu really had such a great lead in the beginning. He came out explosively, really put so much damage, so much pressure. But I guess, you know, Sir John just was able to make that adaptation as well as with the stage changing.
Yeah.
Just did a great job at really adapting.
And you talked about Kombu being the items guy on the Japanese team, and unfortunately, it didn't look like just because items are so low,
well, exactly.
it wasn't like too big of a factor.
I think that was kind of the difference maker, right? He didn't really get an opportunity to maximize it too much. And you got to credit Sir John, too. He kept the pressure on from start to finish. I think that's really, might even surprise him, too. And, of course, ZSS being one of the best characters to do that with.
Right. Man, that was a spectacular game one. And now we're going to have game 2, which is going to be a 2-on-2 with the 2 remaining players of both teams. Again, another 6 minutes. So can they make up that deficit that they have in that game 1? There's more points to be had in a 2-on-2, right? So how do you think this is going to be different from the game 1 years held?
I mean, this is not only just a question of who am I teaming with, but how are we going to play together? We were talking about that earlier, and that's going to make the big difference. Because even if there is a player here right now in this game that is lacking a bit more than the other players, that teammate, the way they play, that chemistry can really make them overwhelm the other team. So that's going to come into play. And using items, especially the ones that heal, giving it to your partner, how to strategize that. Who's going to be healing? Who's going to be throwing this and using these items? And sticking together is definitely very important.
And one thing actually very important in this tournament is that you have 2 substitutions you can make as a team for the entire tournament. How do you feel that the teams are going to go? Or do you think they're going to go with their normal picks, or do you think they're going to go with their?
Well, look, I mean, it's going to come down to if one team feels they're so far ahead, why not give their other guys some reps? You know what I'm saying? I mean, at the end of the day, if you win, everybody collects a medal. You know like that's kind of what I would fall back on. You know, that's kind of the way you got to look at it. But at the end of the day, you don't want to mess with success. If all the gears are kind of flowing, just let the train ride.
Right. And the character selection is happening right now. And there's so much variety, even if you look at the teams here. On Europe's end, you have a Peach, you have a Palutena, you have Marth, you got Joker. So what kind of team comps do you think would be best in this kind of format here, Super Gold?
I really think Palutena is one of the best doubles characters. That up smash range, really able to follow up from any throw, from any movement without the rarely missing option. So Palutena definitely a great pick, and we have a couple of Palutenas from both sides. So that can really come into play. Joker, another character who gets our send even quicker with his teammates, so that can be another use. It's really just the question of who's going to use who. There's also some people and some players who really pick certain characters for specifically doubles. So maybe we'll see things and characters that we're not expected to see.
Right, right. And in terms of doubles, as we're going into this next match, do you think faster characters are better, slower characters are better? What kind of methodology would you use here?
Oh, well, I mean, I think that obviously, like, the faster you are, the better you are. I think that kind of goes hand in hand in my, for my 2 cents. But honestly, don't try anything cheeky. You know what I mean? Just stick to what you know. I can't tell you how many tournaments I've gone into and I've been carried in doubles. Okay,
Here we go.
The last in a certain area, your teammate tends to have you if you're at the right skill level. As we got game 1 about to kick off.
So I really like seeing Zachary here as Pokemon Trainer. This is something we haven't seen much from him, but Pokemon Trainer, an amazing doubles character. I actually see this team a lot. So Ivysaur, an amazing character. He gets that control with his Razor Leaves, and as well his up special, that Vine Whip, can really send you flying in the weirdest ways.
Yeah. I'm really kind of this wasn't on the scouting report, so I'm very surprised to see the Pokemon Trainer, but that's the good thing about being able to play so many characters at a high level. You can surprise people at any given moment. We already know Light and Zachary got to be your 2 must-watch players in this match. It's all about the supporting cast as well. How are they going to go along with that?
Right. And I think, and what a spike already from Zachary. I think the KO potential that you have from Ivysaur is really, really strong in a 2-on-2 setting like this. And worst case, even if the Ivysaur doesn't work out, you still got Squirtle in the back, man. You want a little faster character to catch the items that are on stage.
All right, I like what Robin's doing right now, just doing that edge guard, throwing those turnips, trying to get that edge guard going. Now with Zachary here, both of them in shield. Zachary, of course, showing that he's got the defense up for him.
No doubt about it, man. Even at 123, just wading through all this pressure.
I love how Robin and Light are trying to stick together to really maintain that control and cover each other up. But as I'm saying that, they get separated, and Zachary and Kuro is definitely taking the spotlight.
There's definitely some team strategy at play, right? When you have one person off stage, you either can confirm the KO by going off stage and getting the full edge guard, or you can 2-on-1 the person on stage. That kind of decision making is going to be really tested.
Absolutely, incredibly crucial. We see the Charizard making this first appearance with Zachary.
Yeah, definitely a good decision here. What I really always say, never mind, because we have a Smash Ball and anything can happen there. Robin's gonna take a hit. Is Peach gonna survive this? Or no help from Mario. She gets out on her own.
Oh, man.
And that's just kind of tough. And even throughout this game and the last game, I feel like DSS is the only one we've seen get the Smash Ball. I want to see some more characters get involved.
I think Zero Suit is a good character to get Smash Ball. She's pretty fast, and she has like long range attacks to go in her.
For sure. Definitely, you were mentioning before, Vish, about the stage control. When you're on a 2v1 situation, should you go off stage or on? I really believe definitely staying on stage, maintaining that control, at least having one partner to stay on stage is key, because if both players do jump off, you lose that advantage and the whole other team gets the whole stage.
Yeah, stage positioning very, very crucial.
We want to talk about stage, but it has been 90% Team Japan right now. They have just been putting on an absolute clinic.
Yeah, and then like we said, there's more points to be earned or lost here in this 2-on-2 versus that one.
Yes.
And they make this up.
I almost argue they're playing with a sense of urgency too, knowing that maybe Sir John did come out on top in that first matchup. Knowing we got to get these stocks up, we got to start accumulating these points. And I think they're doing a heck of a job right now.
For sure, this stage control, man, coming from Team Japan, as you were saying, is just very overwhelming. Light trying to get his footing in, but Squirtle coming into play, pushing you out, and also confirming into a kill for Team Germany, though.
Okay, you got Ivysaur trying to get the edge guard off stage, but I like the push and pull that Zachary did there. He threw the Razor Leaf off stage, and then he went back straight to stage to help out his ally.
Exactly. Again, that's the difference between playing teams and just kind of playing in teams, and Zachary not playing around. My lord.
Man, that
straight to the abyss.
That Ivysaur down is so good. Finally, we see a non-CSS match, final smash. That takes up the whole stage. There are some final smashes that are so good for this format because you can't avoid a black hole like that. What's gonna happen?
You really can, and we need to talk about Light's movement right now because he just took 3 stocks really quick back to back. Really had such a great game plan of not only using the Smash Ball, but edge guarding so good, trapping his opponents. He's doing it right now on the edge with Zachary, but moving back, giving him the room to Zachary to come back and actually switch to Ivysaur.
Right.
Kind of seeing the benefit of a 6-minute timer, plenty of time to adapt, and I think that's what's happening for this European squad because they look a lot more comfortable, really kind of slowed down the pace a little bit. Even Zachary kind of taking a backseat for the moment.
Yeah, I think they definitely have a gameplay. Team Japan definitely has a gameplay where Zachary's playing on the back foot and really adapting to what Kuro puts out there and then just playing off of any hit that he gets there.
for sure. It's also very easy for Zachary's down there. That huge explosion, that huge rain is definitely very easy to get on characters like Palutena. Characters who do teleport can get clipped by that down there quite easily.
Yeah,
he hasn't missed it.
Yeah, he's gotten them a few times already. The KO confirm is very important.
Oh, wow, that was really good by Crow. Narrowly avoiding that up smash. Like, definitely had him in his sights. Just coming up a little bit short as that minute marker is starting to approach.
I feel like friggin' Orpheon definitely had something to do with that platform moving up last second.
Yeah.
Throwing light off of where he was going to land. But we are now back on Battlefield. And who gets it? Zachary!
All right, there it is.
Triple finish.
It is super effective.
Exactly what you're looking for, no doubt about it. Zach Ray biding his time, striking perfectly. And this might be ahead a little bit. It's about 40 seconds to go, though, in this contest.
Yeah, man, you really can't. It's hard to say, right? Because now 6 minutes have gone through. Have you kept in mind all the points that have been accumulated this time? You can't really take a breather because you're not sure.
Oh,
but there's the day break. Oh, I needed the hit.
It's not gonna hit.
My man was actually just hanging out.
He really was.
That's hard to hit, man. That's really hard to hit.
I'm starting to believe you, man. I'm starting to. It's very powerful, obviously, but it definitely looks like it's pretty avoidable.
Yeah.
As we've seen on a couple of occasions, nice back air, right off stage, and star bounce.
That star is so dangerous. You don't know where it's going to go half the time because you don't know where it was launched from. So you think it's actually you.
And we got the last 3 seconds here. Light off stage. Oh, it's like gonna lose. Light loses this point right at the end. Is that a sudden death?
What is happening? What is happening?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Passive aggressive decision.
Cool.
I want to dig.
Yeah. I want to see it get played out.
Wow.
Man, but it's in points. What's going on?
Yeah, it's extremely tight in points. I believe there was a rule about that. On stage, they're talking about that right now.
So it is the points that added between the first game and the second game. So if they are even in that second game, it's going to come down to that game one. Did Sir John punch it out?
I really think maybe then in that case, Germany does take it because we had I think quite a convincing game one from Germany. So
it looked like it.
Yeah, I think Sir John, like I said, he opened up well, and you kind of start to wonder for lights. It's like, oh man, I lost that last stock just now within like the last 5 seconds. How does that go down?
Yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens here in this at the ending of this set.
All right, so some deliberations going on. We'll let you guys know as soon as we know, man. We're eagerly waiting as well.
Right.
I'm excited to see who's going to take it. It was close.
I did try and count the points, but I ran out of fingers and toes.
There were some
That's not my
times where
forte.
stocks were just being eliminated from each and every single person, so it can go either way.
Right. And if it does go down to that tiebreaker, as we talked about, it would be one more game where it is a one-on-one, where it's 2 stocks apiece, and then the winner of that will take it. But we are just waiting for the deliberations here to see what happens.
Yeah, the moment of truth, the barrel roll that Donkey Kong is currently playing.
Okay. Love you.
I mean, he's busy. All right, looks like we have the results.
Oh.
Okay, and it looks like Europe will take it with minus 2 points from Japan and Europe.
And that's huge, right?
That is
Again, you go into this, everybody's talking about, oh man, Japan's going to come in and just roll through. But now, man, I'm telling you, these Europeans, they're very talented as well. And then you still got to look at the other team, the Australians, the North America squad. A lot of talent in this competition, man. Don't sleep on nobody. It'll wake you up quick.
And keep in mind, this is the seeding round, so whatever happens here will determine how the seeds are going to be in that semifinals and finals match. So it does have an impact for sure, but they are not out by any means.
No,
You're going to see more of Japan for sure. Even in the seeding round, they will drop down to the lower bracket here. But what really stood out to you, Supergirl Kels, from that match, particularly from Europe's end?
Europe's end, as I was saying before, I think they're incredibly underrated. I think that I had the chance to play them. I was in Italy a few weeks ago. I got to see some of these players, and they're coming out to show what they've got. I really want to say that the way that Light was playing in the doubles match was just spectacular. His movement, the way he was always with his partner, just ready to follow up at all times, was super amazing. We were talking about Palutena's up smash range, and just the way he was pushing over and over again. Definitely loved Light's play.
But before we go into that next set, we're going to take a quick look at our new players here with USA and Australia and New Zealand. We're going to take a look in this video. Oh man, I just love all the flavor that we're seeing from these videos, man.
So
Everyone's
much
got
personality.
They all got like such cute little pose. I like it. So from the North America end, I believe both of you guys saw a bunch of them from PAX East. How do you feel EE or North America stacks up to the competition here today?
Well, I think like if you kind of look at the, look at all the talent and stuff like that. For me, North America, they were the team that surprised me the most, right? I got an opportunity to kind of play with them and get some scrims in and stuff like that, and probably went about as you expected. That's why I'm sitting here commentating. But the point is, okay, this is a team that you should not sleep on. Wrath, he's been one of the best players I've ever seen since Smash 4. I'm talking about the last title, okay? And he's definitely brought that kind of aggression and skill over to this one, and he's leading his team to what he believes is going to be a victory.
Right. And Supergirl Kels, I believe you got to play a lot with the Australian New Zealand team. They also seem like a little bit of a sleeper pick. A lot of them had unique offstage play. A lot of them had like really cool aggro that you might not see a little bit here. And they're also very, very grateful to be all the way out here. They're making the most out of this trip. They're super happy to play with all the pros here. How do you feel about Australia here today?
They're also extremely jet lagged. That's what I know talking to them. They're very tired, but they have worked so hard constantly this weekend. I've seen them all together, getting to know each other, play with each other. Specifically, I played a lot against Seb Pro. His Rob is super clean. One of the best edge guards I've seen.
Facts.
Really great item play, really great control. I really love the way he plays. Ghost's Daisy, really clean as well. I really love his movement with Daisy. The way that he baits, the way that he punishes, really great. And we're about to see what we got. Pillow and Rat for game one.
Oh man, and this is the alternate from Australia, New Zealand, and they're using one of their substitutions right away. And he is a Bayonetta, of course.
Oh my lord.
Okay, we got mother versus son? What's going on here?
Like the past Sphere DLC versus New School DLC. So I'm waiting to see who's going to come out on top of this. We can already see this amazing play from Raph, putting on a ton of pressure out the gate. And I'm really wondering, what was the cause of bringing in your alternate for this first match?
When I was speaking to Pillow, he was telling me that he is flashy. He plays with